Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Encouraging the Flower of Charity. When our plan is successful, I can provide you with some help, but this requires a certain amount of funds. Alan gave Moser a rough outline of his idea of setting up a TV station in Qatar, avoiding the most important issues. Your Excellency, you want to set up a TV station in our place to increase your ability to control public opinion. Moser was a little dissatisfied with what Alan said to help her reduce the pressure in public opinion, because this excellency has not made any achievements in this area before. You can't expect a person who has never made achievements in this area of TV to suddenly become more powerful. Yes. Moser also admitted that the party this time was okay, but she has not yet seen what influence it will have in the future. The party 2 days ago was recorded and broadcast, and it has not been released yet. In this way, she couldn't see clearly what kind of strength Moser had on Welsh TV. If we compare it with the BBC Middle East branch, that TV station can no longer sustain itself. What reference value does it have? She is rich and willing to spend money, but she is not a fool. Listening to Moser's description, Alan frowned. This old lady is not easy to fool. Once the project is finished, it's over if you just give me the money. Why do I want to increase my ability to control public opinion in the Middle East? I'm helping you. It's not that I want to increase my ability to control public opinion, but as my friend, I want to provide you with some help. Moser was still a little unconvinced when he heard the root of the problem emphasized by Alan. According to the original plan, after you oust the old king, what will you do next? Do you have a plan? Alan took a sip of tea. If he asked for money and Moser just gave it to him, then he would have lost a sense of accomplishment today. It would just be another person who was deceived. But now Moser is obviously not so easy to deceive. She not being fooled. This gave Alan some motivation. No matter what he said today, he had to ask Moser to take out the money. When asked the follow-up question, Moser hesitated. For the previous plans, she needed Alan, so there was nothing to hide. As for what her husband would do after he became the king, that involved it was private, something she didn't want to tell Alan. She paid to find thugs, not her ancestors. People from the Middle East know best what kind of virtues the British people have. How many years have they left the Middle East? Moser didn't want to attract a wolf into the house. In the current situation, face to face, since Alan asked, she couldn't be too vague, otherwise the plan would not be completed yet. If she offended this person again, it would be a bit more gain than loss. The more Moser thought about it, the more headache she got. What? Don't want to say? Do you have lofty ambitions? Alan looked at Moser with a smile. This old woman was very ambitious. Even if she pushed her husband forward, there was a high probability that the crown prince would be manipulated by her in the end. Therefore, if you can control Moser, you can theoretically influence Qatar in the future. Putting down the teacup, Alan pointed his finger at the tea table and said faintly, I remember you have a US military base there. It's so close to the Yankees. Have you ever thought about how to contact them in the future? Or if the Yankees find you guys, what should you do? Are you going to be obedient, or are you going to resist? Alan's question was considered to be a key point. Moser's mouth moved slightly. After thinking about it, according to Alan's words, she now had an even bigger headache. She is not yet in power. She is still in the stage of pursuing power. She has not yet reached the stage of studying how to use power. Alan's problem has gone beyond the scope of her previous consideration. However, women sometimes have different brain circuits than men, whether they are of high status or low status. Moser raised his head slightly, looked into Alan's eyes, and retorted, Your Excellency has said so much. What does that have to do with the TV station? Of course it does matter. I said I would help you. This TV station is a very important thing. In a country like yours, whether it is its geographical location or the position it is about to face, sometimes it is difficult to involuntarily. You can't help yourself. Then let nature take its course. Alan and Moser were getting a little angry as they asked and answered questions. Seeing that Moser was getting a little carried away. Alan was not in a hurry anymore. He liked people with strong tempers, so that he would have a sense of accomplishment. Let nature take its course. It's better to let nature take its course. The old king thinks so too, right? He's about to be driven down. Since I can help you go up, then tell me, can I help others go up too? When Moser heard Alan's words, she was startled, and her mind suddenly came to her senses. She even looked at the smile on Alan's face, and cold sweat started to break out on her back. She had just been focused on resisting, but she had forgotten about it. What does this person do? I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to refute you, but there are some things. I hope we can give each other some privacy. We are friends, and we should do what friends should do, right? Yes, you are right, and I have no interest in the things you do there. There may be some things that you desire, but when it comes to me, I don't care at all. I said it from the beginning. As a friend, I want to help you. Your help refers to the TV station, although the prospects that Alan just talked about sounded very attractive. Moser was still unsure. It's not just the TV station. Think about what you are after going up there. A short-term experience, or a long-term experience. Of course, it is a long-term experience. No one wants to make this thing like a joke. Just after driving away the old king, only a few days after sitting on it, it will be driven away by the newcomers. Moser narrowed his eyes slightly and asked as if he was asking for advice humbly, how do you want to help me, and what do I have to pay? Of course I will help you stay in your position. As for what you have to pay, we are friends. You only need to provide me with some funds to help me build a new TV station. Friends sometimes don't ask for anything in return. Moser automatically ignored these words, asking for money without asking for anything in return. Please elaborate, Your Excellency. Aren't you and the Princess of Jordan good sisters? They are relatively poor, but they have more domestic affairs. And you, Qatar, are rich but have a small land and low status. Now, you are rich, and she is poor. Can we help each other? How can I help? Moser thought of Princess Rainier. The relationship between the two was really not as good as Alan imagined. They had only met a few times in total, and the politeness was greater than the actual friendship. Their enemy next to Jordan is a thorn in your side of the Arab world. If you can sponsor their people and then promote it to you through my TV station, then I believe in your Qatar's influence in the Middle East. It will be doubled. No matter how stupid Moser was, his expression changed after hearing Alan's words just now. Alan asked her what she wanted to do in the future. After all, there were American troops stationed next to her. She would have to face these people sooner or later, but now Alan directly suggested that she contribute money to help the Palestinians in Jordan and give her publicity. This, in Moser's opinion, doing such a thing in front of the Americans is tantamount to seeking death. Those Jews are the thorns of the Yankees, and they are clearly against them. Are they helping her? Is this asking her to die? This, Your Excellency, is not a good suggestion. No, no, no. You may not understand the international situation or how politics works. You may be scared when you hear my suggestion, but you have never thought about it. If you really do this, how much will your reputation in the Arab world increase? Your Excellency, before considering reputation, I still have a certain position for myself. I don't want that much. No, Alan, interrupted Moser, who was hurriedly explaining. Looking at the unnatural look on Moser's face, no matter how ambitious this old woman was, she had just entered this field after all, and she didn't know some of the tricks yet. I said, the TV station is mine, but if you invest, you will also have your share. Our TV station will still report some news judged from the perspective of the free world as before, and the reason why I asked you to do this, also in the name of freedom. In the name of freedom. Moser looked confused. How does this thing have anything to do with freedom? Yes, freedom. Sometimes you can understand it as the difference between openness and non-disclosure. Alan smiled and explained to Moser, if it is made public and seen by the public, it means freedom, transparency, and openness. If it is not made public, it is the opposite. I didn't ask you to secretly fund those people, but on the pretext of rescuing children, or helping them resist. I directly gave money to them openly, or helped them buy supplies, food, daily necessities, etc., which did not involve military purposes. Moser blinked. What difference does it make? Even if you don't give weapons, if you help, you will help. This thing is very hateful. What you funded was above board, and what I reported here was also above board. No one stipulated not to help them. It's all just your subconscious. Think about it, don't you? That's what he said, but Moser should still panic. She had never been exposed to such a thing before. To her, this was like playing with fire. You are all women. To do this kind of thing, as long as you publicize it well, you will have great advantages. And as long as there is attention from the outside world, you can disclose the detailed situation as soon as possible without giving them a chance to control public opinion. You will not be passive. On the contrary, there are great benefits. I have even thought of a name for you. When the time comes, you will call it the flower of charity in the Middle East, 2 golden flowers. You and Rainier are both keen on charity. Seeing that Moser was still hesitating, Alan lowered his voice and said seductively, as long as your name is famous, it will be good for your own safety in the future. Put everything on the surface. Even if they are dissatisfied with you, they won't touch you. On the contrary, whenever something happens to you, they can't explain it. Do you understand? It wasn't until this moment that Moser suddenly realized that she finally understood what Alan meant. Thinking about it this way, it doesn't seem impossible. Apart from being a little bit dangerous and requiring a lot of courage, this method can really help her. Sir, if your TV station needs to be built and funds are needed, feel free to ask for it. As for the rest of the plan, I want to consider it after I go back. Okay. Let me know after you think about it. Alan looked at Moser, who was about to leave, with a smile. The plan was finished. As for whether Moser would do what he said, it was not up to her. Who said that sponsorship cannot be done under false names? Since you want to control her, you have to put her on the fire first. Let her offend the Americans first, so that she has no choice. This old lady probably didn't understand the secret for a while. By the time she figured it out, it would be too late. Unless she gives up her previous plans, she gets on Master Alan's ship and wants to disembark halfway. Innocent. Master, Mr. Thomas is here. After seeing Moser off, Alan continued to drink tea alone in the sunroom. It was the end of the year and there were many things to do. He had to finish all the pressing matters before the Christmas holiday. Oh, looking up at the little stone, Alan nodded again and said, "Let him come over, Your Excellency. I'm here to disturb you again. I want to report something to you." Thomas was wearing a dark suit with a small briefcase under his arm. After entering the sunroom, he took off his shoes and walked to Alan. He looked at the tea set and the surrounding decorations. Feeling a little confused, Alan pointed out his hand, and Thomas recalled the way the island nation knelt down on TV and was about to kneel down opposite Alan. But as soon as he knelt down, his belly was too big and it was really difficult for him to kneel down. How to sit comfortably? Where did you learn these things? Alan looked at the strange looking Thomas and laughed and cursed. Yes. Thomas put down his briefcase and sat cross-legged, took out a few pieces of paper from it, and handed it to Alan with both hands. Seeing Alan motioning for him to drink tea, he held the teacup with both hands, pretended to sip the tea, and said very contrary to his will, "Good tea. What is this?" Alan shook a few documents on the tea table. Several names were written on them, and there were some trivial things behind them, as if someone had embezzled some money or something. "Sir, this is a list of people who have used your name to secretly benefit in the past few days. You see, this person has recruited a group of volunteers. He not only cleans the streets, but also uses the volunteers to do private work and make profits for himself. And this, he works for a garbage disposal company. He has secretly increased prices in the past few days and made a fortune. And this." Thomas bent over, pointed at the list on the paper, and explained to Alan one by one. Oh, looking at these lists, Alan did not expect that at this time there would be people who dared to benefit from these things still using his name. This is so bold. He hasn't done anything big for a while. Is his deterrence not enough? Or were these people fooling him into thinking he was a fool? Your Excellency, these people have involved a total of more than £3 million. This is not a small sum of money. Seeing that Alan was deep in thought, Thomas continued to speak more emphatically. I know, little stone, exist. Take this list and verify it again. If the situation is true. Haha. Chapter 552 Year-End Financial Report. It has been clearly explained and emphasized that there are still people who are not afraid of death. If the situation is true, then Alan is not going to be polite. Before they make such money, they have to think clearly whether they can earn it back with their lives. Is there a life flower? The day after tomorrow is Christmas. After the investigation, we will arrange it on Christmas night. You will send people to visit the house in person and find them one by one. I will hang them all at the door of their house and let their wives, children, relatives, and friends take a look, and don't leave any of those who cooperated with them. After Christmas, let our TV station report it, saying that the two escaped murderers are back again, and security will be strengthened recently. Now that he has a perfect blame shifter, Alan is even more unscrupulous in his actions. He has long said that anyone who makes him unhappy with anything related to this party will regret it for the rest of his life. I believe that being hanged in front of one's own house on Christmas Eve will leave a deep impression on their families, relatives, and friends. This can be regarded as a Christmas gift from Mr. Allen to these families. I hope they like it. Master, there is one more thing. His Highness sent this just now. He said it was a Christmas gift for you. Shao. Shitao didn't leave in a hurry. He waited until Alan finished explaining, then handed the small box in his hand to Alan. Oh, the Christmas gift His Highness gave me. Alan took the box and blinked. This was not easy. He actually received a Christmas gift. It must be that the Christmas party was held to the satisfaction of Boss Chap, so he got the Christmas gift. Thomas sat obediently in front of the tea table. He had just heard the fate of those people. He was a little frightened at the moment, and did not dare to say anything. He saw the little stone handing the gift to Alan, which attracted Alan's attention. Thomas breathed a heavy sigh of relief. He didn't know why. Anyway, in the past few years, in front of Alan, this excellency had put more and more pressure on him. It was a bit like power. Yes, this is the feeling. As though this excellency has slowly emerged on stage over the years, and his actions have gradually brought him more power than before. Seeing Alan opening the gift box in front of him, Thomas straightened up slightly curiously and took a look. There is a watch in the box. I can't see the brand clearly, but just looking at the shape, it seems to be an Audemars Piguet watch. The famous Royal Oak series officers in the British Navy like to wear this thing. His series of watches were originally designed with reference to the Royal Oak. It is said that the octagonal dial was designed with reference to the hanging windows of the battleship at that time. The warship element is very strong. The famous Duke of Kent is a loyal fan of this brand of watches, but the color of the watch that Alan is holding now seems different from the traditional Royal Oak series. In the past, the ones Thomas had seen in newspapers were all gold, but the color of the watch in Alan's hand seems to be different. This one is silver and looks like it's made of steel. Thinking about His Highness's handwriting, the gift he gave to Alan should not be cheap. Alan looked at the Christmas gift in his hand and grinned slightly. He knew this watch. It was said to be the new Royal Oak Offshore series released this year. This offshore refers to the fact that it is highly waterproof and can be dived. It is considered the benchmark among luxury sports watches, and it's the latest model this year. It seems that Boss Cha thought very carefully. Knowing that he often likes sports, he actually gave him this. After playing with it for a moment, Alan took off the old watch and took the new watch given by Boss Cha. This Audemars Piguet watch looks very tough, and Alan also likes the color. He doesn't like to wear gold watches that are very popular now, as it would look too exaggerated. In the past, he always wore watches from niche brands. For example, like his title, the brand is a watch called Piaget. After moving his wrist and looking at the new watch in his hand, Alan looked up and saw Thomas looking at him eagerly. I thought Thomas had left, but I didn't expect that he would be sitting here so honestly after such a long time. Thinking that Thomas had been honest and obedient in recent years, Alan picked up his old watch and handed it to Thomas and said, "Now, His Highness gave me a new watch. I will give you this old watch as a Christmas gift." The surprise came so suddenly. Thomas subconsciously took the watch from Alan. He was stunned. When the watch was already in his hand point, he lowered his gaze slightly and looked at the watch in his hand point. Can a noble lord's old things really be considered old things? Thomas might not recognize other things, but he happened to recognize this old watch that Alan gave him, because the shape of this thing is very recognizable. It is Piaget's ultra-thin watch. Piaget's watches are famous for their ultra-thin and diamond-encrusted watches. Whenever you see a very thin dial, it is most likely a watch from the Piaget brand. If the dial is very thin and studded with diamonds, it is definitely a watch from their brand. This ultra-thin watch studded with diamonds cost tens of thousands of pounds back then. If you add in Alan's fame, the current value of this thing is hard to estimate. Now Alan gives this to him as a gift. If Thomas takes it out in the future, it will be a source of conversation when others ask if the relationship is not good. Who would send this kind of thing out? This is a sign that he is Lord Alan's confidant. Thank you, Your Excellency. This is truly the best Christmas gift I have ever received in my life. Thomas held the watch and was stunned for a long time before thanking him excitedly. Okay, go and do your work. Go back and pay more attention to the affairs of the Parliament. If anything happens, let me know. Yes, Your Excellency. I will go back first. Little Stone and Thomas left together, leaving Alan alone in the sunroom and the musicians in the distance sighing and moving the pile of documents next to him onto his lap. Alan opened the top one and started reading slowly. This is this year's financial report, and he has been busy until now. The first is overseas business. Australia's steel mills continue to make profits, and their main business is canned packaging and other products. This stuff is not only used by other factories under Alan's name, but also sold to takeaways. This investment was considered a good one at the time. Now, about 60% of the products of this steel factory are sold internally, and the rest, that cannot be used, are sold outside. Among all the industries in Australia, apart from the steel factory, there is also an ingredient package production plant and canning production plant, and the efficiency in recent years has been moderate. In addition to these factories, there are also 7 smaller local media. These media Alan wasn't even planning to read it, but just as he was about to put the file down, he suddenly remembered. It seems that I will go to Australia with Boss Chan in a few days. Then, can I mobilize the media power of these companies to follow and report on myself throughout the process? In this way, it not only increased the visibility of the visit, but also exercised its own media team. Taking out a pen, Alan wrote a line of notes on the page about these media introductions. They would read this again when the secretary took it back in the evening. The business on the island country is also very simple. The Salia restaurant chain has made good profits this year and is expanding rapidly. They don't need Alan to worry about it. Looking at the financial report on the document, Alan nodded with satisfaction. I still make a lot of money, but all I make is pass-through money. If I make money here, I will use it to continue to expand the store without paying dividends. Looking at the introduction on the document, with the 15th of this month, the island country the last store was completed, and Salia stores now cover all counties and cities in the island country. Looking at the plans for next year, it is said that we will march west to China and continue to open stores. Alan sighed. Many of his industries are like this. Are they not profitable? They did make money, but the money they earned had to be used for expansion. With this expansion, the money that ended up in his hands was basically gone. Therefore, it is not unreasonable that Alan has been crying about being poor in the past 2 years. His net worth and assets are increasing day by day, but he does not have much living money on hand. He can only wait for the day when he can no longer expand completely before he can think of making some money. Alan felt a little headache looking at the remaining trivial matters on Sona's side. As the burden on him became heavier and heavier, how long had it been since he had made a serious movie? If he doesn't make movies, he won't be able to make money from Sony. He doesn't make money, so the communication between the two parties has become less, and now the relationship seems to be much more disconnected. How is this possible? Alan is always a little reluctant when thinking about Sona's big fat guy. Even if he lost money in business, it would not be more painful for Alan than not losing money from Sony. But now, Alan was holding a pen in his hand and hesitated for a moment. He was really busy recently and couldn't care about it at all. He could only wait and see if there were any big projects on Cameron's side in the future. Putting down the financial report of the island country, I picked up the year-end financial report of China and looked at the instant noodle factory, radio factory and the hospital in Shanghai. These two factories have long been profitable, especially the instant noodle factory. Now its products are sold overseas. It is Alan's leading company, with sales doubling year after year. As for the radio factory, sales have declined in recent years. The current plan is to cut off some of the production tasks of luxury models and change it to mainly produce some low-end models and take overseas routes to expand sales in Africa. The remaining hospitals have not yet been completely built, but the equipment is all ready. It will take almost April or May next year to complete all the preliminary preparations. Looking at the financial report about China, Alan nodded with satisfaction and moved his eyes downward to see the last separate explanation about the New Year's red envelope. Looking at the amount of the red envelope on the document, even Alan, who had always been very sinister, couldn't bear the amount. Alan has always had the tradition of giving out red envelopes during the Chinese New Year. Instead of just giving more money individually, he actually had people produce a batch of red envelopes, take the cash, and put them in, and distribute them to employees. It was a ritual. This trick is very easy to use. The wages of the companies under his name are generally a little higher than those of the outside world. The various welfare systems are in accordance with the formal standards. Coupled with the endorsement of his own reputation, the overall situation is still considered a well-known company. As for the annual red envelopes, most employees give them the same amount. The earliest was a few £100, and later it was increased to £1,000. But China is the only exception. The labor costs here are so low that the monthly salary of workers here used to be only more than 100 yuan. But Alan took the initiative to double it to nearly 300 yuan. These more than 300 yuan are in Chinese dollars, not pounds. Converted into pounds, their monthly salary is just over £30. Although such a direct conversion is obviously unreasonable, their income is very low in Alan's opinion. This is a fact. If they were given New Year red envelopes in the same amount as other company employees under his name, Alan would be afraid of scaring them. But now, seeing these people working diligently to make money for him, but the benefits they enjoyed were far different from those of employees in other regions, Alan felt somewhat sorry. Next year, the wages of employees and leaders of instant noodle factories and radio factories will increase by 50%, and red envelope bonuses will be doubled at the end of the year. After thinking about it for a while, Alan wrote a line of small words at the end of the document. Let's leave it at that for now. This increase is not worth mentioning to him, but for these employees, it should be considered good news, right? In addition to all the financial reports from overseas, Alan seems to have an even bigger headache when it comes to the domestic ones. For the sake of insurance, he used to divide all the industries very scattered. It felt a bit like a hammer in one place and a stick in the other. There was no coordination between various enterprises. They all do their own thing. The advantage of this, of course, is that it has a strong ability to resist risks. Even if others want to target him, it is troublesome to target so many unrelated companies. Even if some companies are really in trouble, there are other companies that can support him. The main business is a cunning rabbit with 3 holes, but the disadvantage is that it is a bit troublesome and time consuming to manage. Fortunately, flat management has been implemented from the beginning. The actual person in charge of each enterprise is more like a housekeeper. He oversees the operation of the enterprise for him, and the actual enterprise decisions are reported to the secretariat and finally sent to Alan. This kind of efficiency and innovation ability are a bit weak. It means that the people below do what he says, which is more traditional and moderate. Looking at the financial reports of takeaway companies and French restaurant chains, Alan was ready to make some small innovations and integrate them. For example, both of them are engaged in catering. Can we integrate the two similar places of the French restaurant chain in Celia on the island and the French restaurant chain in Great Britain, overlap and streamline the management, and then improve the mechanism of the central kitchen? Build a large central kitchen for global distribution mechanism. In this way, not only can we save costs, but we can also seize the lifeblood of these stores and centralize power, which is also more worry-free. Moreover, the central kitchen is centralized. With Alan's relationship, he can find the main origin of various raw materials, obtain the goods at a lower price than the market, and distribute them uniformly. Isn't this a disguised cost savings? On the one hand, it saves costs, and on the other hand, it gives these two chain catering companies a more secure collar. Well, Alan scratched his chin. The first step is to build a large central kitchen. The next step is to build a large supermarket after gaining experience. This is considered to be a way to explore the road first and wait until the supply of goods is available. The supply routes of supermarkets and supermarkets are naturally integrated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553. It's in vain that I always treat you as a good brother. When the supply of goods in the supermarket is complete, he will probably have a surplus of funds on hand, and he will be able to expand again. Thinking about it, Alan scratched his head again and again with a headache. Money, money, money is needed everywhere. Why is he still short of money after working so hard? Who is making money at the moment? All his hopes are pinned on the girls she rescued in the United States. He is waiting for them to make money for him after they are trained and put on the job. The future of Mr. Allen's business empire will depend on these women's troops. Run. What are you waiting for? If you don't run, I don't want to run away. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you don't want anyone to pick me up. Run. Hurry up. On Christmas Eve night, after dinner, Alan didn't even watch the Christmas party that was being screened. He had Kate Winslet picked up in advance, and the two were already playing on the 4th floor at this time. Alan was wearing a traditional aristocratic young master's satin shirt, a small vest, and tight pants underneath. He also had an unopened machete in his hand, preparing to play the role of a bad boy bullying a village girl. Kate, who is 17 years old this year, doesn't know if it's because she has eaten well in the past 2 years, but the lines on her face have become more rounded. With this figure, there is flesh in the places where it should be, and there are also a lot of places where it shouldn't be. It can be called the ceiling of the fat world, right? But her temperament is a bit strange. In the past, this little girl was a little girl who seemed very fun and a bit rebellious. Now she always feels a bit village-like in front of Alan, just a bit earthy. Especially her current outfit, which is an old-fashioned Scottish floral dress. This kind of large skirt also has a layer of supporting lining. She also wears a blue plaid scarf on her head, and a few wavy strands are specially made into the front of her hair. Just like a village girl who herds sheep in the countryside with no knowledge. The room they were in now was one of Alan's specially decorated love rooms, decorated in a country farm style. The innermost wall of the room has a special wallpaper background. At first glance, it looks a bit like a farm in the countryside. In the entire room, there is a dark imitation earth carpet on the floor, and a large pile of withered yellow carpets against the wall. Haystack. There are also full-scale models of lambs and calves nearby, and a large area of Yishu sheep shearing props is placed on the floor. Such an arrangement is particularly immersive. Alan excitedly raised his machete and prepared to rob the girl, who knew that Kate didn't run away or resist, but took the initiative. How does this work? Which village girl is like this? When you see the noble lord, you have to be afraid and run away. What's going on if you don't run? If she didn't run, Alan wouldn't be excited. Seeing Kate holding the hem of her clothes with both hands and looking at him pitifully, Alan took out a riding crop from the side with a heart of stone, snapped, "If you don't run away, I'm going to resort to tricks. Then hit me." Kate continued to look at Alan pitifully, as if he was cutting meat, snapped, "Ah. Fake. You really hit me. You're crazy." Alan was not one to tolerate her. As soon as the whip went down, Kate, who had been pitiful just now, instantly recovered and cursed. She wanted to come up and snatch the whip from Alan's hand. Seeing Alan raising the whip again, Kate cursed again. With a sound, he turned around and ran away. "Ha ha ha, that's right, run," snapped Alan. Excitedly swung the whip in his hand. This thing is not made of leather, and the pain on the body is still within an acceptable range. It is a sense of immersion when playing. Let me go. Let me go, you bastard. Alan chased after 2 steps and threw Kate into a haystack. The thing he used was real. He slammed into the haystack and the dry straw sticks hurt his face. Kate didn't know it was staged. He was still really frightened. Anyway, his eyes were red and he was thrashing and struggling while shouting, okay, whose girl are you from? Just scream, no one will come to save you if your throat is broken, so just obey me. Kate's golden hair was mixed with flying straw and her clothes were also stained with straw. There was a slight dust in the air, accompanied by a slight smell of grass and earth. The only drawback was that there was no a little bit of the smell of cow and sheep excrement. A little less interesting point, Alan tied Kate's hands with a whip, his eyes glowing red with excitement. Why did he let Kate play a Scotsman instead of a Welshman? This is just like, if a Chinese has a bit of psychology and morals, he is probably not too interested in the ordinary drama of raping a civilian girl. But what if this civilian girl is wearing a kimono, with tears in her eyes? This folk girl was shouting facts a day in her mouth. Bah, 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 bah. Does this make people feel excited about their bloodline awakening? In the same way, for an Englishman, if Alan is asked to bully a Welshman, he will no longer be excited at all. He has bullied enough people normally and is almost immune. It would be much better if he were a Scotsman. You don't even need to take off your plaid skirt that's stained with grass clippings, just open it a little and you'll feel full of anticipation. Pit after opening it with excitement. What came into view was not the traditional off-white cotton pants, but black lace ones. Snapped. Alan slapped Kate again angrily. Why don't you change it together? Huh. It's not professional at all. Aha. Then I'll change it now. Forget it, let's do it. Seeing that the bar was straight enough to hang a towel at this critical juncture, who had time to wait for her to change it? It was too late. Alan could only comfort himself against his will. The little village girl's outfit was quite sentimental. The sudden rise of Welsh TV. ITV may be the biggest winner in the Christmas season, with 2 independent TV stations taking over the most popular programs. Royal Performing Arts Show becomes history. Challenger or coexisting? Alan looked at the newspaper report and smiled slightly. This is the newspaper that has been compiled over the past few days. On the night of December 24th, Welsh TV finally broadcast the Christmas party edited over time on time. Once it was played, the response was huge. In the past, Great Britain had a program of the same type at the Christmas time, called the Royal Performing Arts. This program was recorded on the 18th this year and broadcast on the 19th, 5 days earlier than the Welsh TV station. They were all programs prepared for the Christmas period. It is broadcast again, and the audience will of course want to compare. But excluding the reputation and quality of the program, the biggest winner is ITV. This ITV does not refer to a specific TV station, but a general term. Just like a certain TV, it has many sub-channels. ITV in the UK refers to a large alliance of independent television stations formed in the mid-1950s. It is equivalent to the collective name of local satellite TV stations. There are several iconic channels, such as one that focuses on news and other entertainment channels. There are also programs, and the Royal Performing Arts Show is broadcast on Channel 1. Channel 2 and Channel 3 mainly host TV series, supplemented by advertisements. Channel 4 is a male channel and Channel 5 is a female channel. The programs broadcast by these 2 channels are slightly more targeted. There is also Channel 6, which is regarded as a children's plus advertisement. It mainly broadcasts some cartoons and advertisements for children's related products, such as toys. These are the first few regular TV stations of the independent channel. There are other independent TV stations that have not changed their names, such as Alan's Welsh TV, which is also a member of ITV, but the name of the TV station is Welsh TV. The relationship is like this. In previous years, the biggest winner of Christmas was the Royal Variety Show on TV. Not only did it attract everyone's attention, it was also something that everyone looked forward to. Unexpectedly, this year there was actually a Welsh TV Christmas party. The program is directly benchmarked against the Royal Performing Arts Show. Not only is the program standard higher, but the production level of the program is also significantly higher than that of the Royal Performing Arts Show. Point. No matter how awesome the Royal Performing Arts Show is, it has not broken away from the category of traditional TV programs. There were no competitors before, and the audience is used to it. They mainly watch the programs of the guests on the stage, and there are no requirements for the format of the program. Point. This time, Alan directly joined the entire film production team, spent a lot of money, and even the director was replaced by a commercial director of Cameron's level. Whether it was the camera used for the shooting, the layout of the scene, or the guests on site, they were better than the Royal Spectacular was several levels higher. Comparing 2 to 1, the Royal Performance has successfully served as a stepping stone for Welsh TV. The program of less than 3 hours was abruptly cut into nearly 4 hours, and the extra time was all advertising. But no matter how many advertisements there are, they can't stop the audience's curiosity. This is a party that even noble gentlemen will watch. In the past, the Royal Performing Arts Show was a program dedicated to the Queen, but the Queen rarely went to see it. The royal family usually sent someone to express condolences and cancelled the program without even watching it. But this time, Welsh TV at the party. Not only Boss Chow was invited to watch the party in person, but hundreds of domestic and foreign nobles were also present. Point. This is an eye-opener for many ordinary people who have never seen the aristocratic style. Point. However, Alan still wanted to show off. They were eating and watching the show off stage, but the camera shots were very limited, and most of them were sweeping shots. Many nobles are very low-key and don't like to show their faces. Being photographed once is their limit. It would be impolite to keep being photographed with a stern face. Point. Even so, some curious media compiled a list of most of the nobles who attended the party that day, based on a few shots. Many people had never even heard of such unpopular nobles as the last royal family of Italy. Point. What's more, you will be surprised. When will Italy still have a royal family? Ellen, I heard in the past few days that someone is very dissatisfied with you. A voice interrupted Alan's interest in reading the newspaper. He looked up and saw Gustav next to him. It was the 27th now. It was the third day after the party was broadcast. Alan happened to be free today, so he took Gustav with him. My husband went to the Bentley base in Llanelli to order a Bentley for him. Who is dissatisfied with me? These people. There is a heavy flip-down display on the roof between the two-person seats. This is a current car TV. Because of the signal, it can only receive a few TV stations, and can also play discs. Now the news broadcast on TV is the Christmas hanging ghost incident that happened in Wales in the past few days after police investigation. It was said that he was the murderer who killed the Jewish rich man some time ago. Although several murderers were caught, there are still 2 at large. These 2 notorious fugitives committed several crimes on Christmas night, and their methods were cruel, unheard of. As for why the 2 murderers wanted to kill these people, there are different opinions. Alan looked up at the TV with a look of disdain. He thought this was what Gustav was talking about. That's not the case. I heard from a friend of mine that at a party in London the day before yesterday, someone said that you were colluding with foreign nobles. Alan looked surprised. I obviously have a lot of friends. How come they said that I was colluding with foreign nobles? What era is this? What is collusion? Did an old man say that? In Alan's impression, there seemed to be only a few people who could say such unflattering words, especially the old guy he met in the parliament some time ago who was the most suspicious. That's the Duke of Marlborough. Thinking of this old man, Alan gritted his teeth. Before he could make trouble for this old man, he actually took the initiative to trouble him. Well, okay. Waiting for me to come back from Australia. I know who it is. I won't mention him anymore. I'll choose a car with you today, and I'll be leaving in a few days. Going to Australia? Didn't you say you would go on the 20th? Gustav also knew that Alan was going to visit Australia with Boss Chap. No, I have some personal matters here, and I have to go to France. Gustav nodded and looked at Alan with envy. This guy usually worked a lot, running here and there all day long. When would he be as busy as Alan? By the way, Madeline won't go back with me this time. She will also go to school with you in the future. You can help me take good care of her, just like a normal chat. Gustav said a new decision smoothly. Alan didn't even hear it clearly. Bertel? then stay. Let him be William's companion, not only Bertel, but also Madeline, my daughter Madeline. She also wants to go to school here, and will live here with you from now on. Gustav stared at Alan, raised his voice slightly, and explained again. Madeline? Alan blinked, and instantly thought of the sweet girl who was gentle and a little shy when she saw him, and spoke softly. Wouldn't this be inconvenient, Ellen? Madeline is already 11 years old, and she will get married in a few years. Alan's eyes widened for a moment. He felt that Gustav was a little confused at this time. Why did he say this so suddenly? Don't you think you and Madeline are a good match? Me and Madeline. Gustav looked at the somewhat sluggish Alan with some triumph. He could finally see Alan's embarrassment. No, Alan's mind was stuck for a moment, and then a burst of anger rushed straight into his heart. He has always regarded Gustav as a good brother. In Alan's perception, the two were good brothers, otherwise he would not have given Gustav a Bentley so generously. Now his good brother suddenly said that he and his daughter are very suitable. How could they be suitable? Needless to say, in vain. I have always regarded you as a good brother, but you secretly want to be my father. Chapter 554 Compensation. No. Even though Alan usually likes to play exciting things, when he thinks of Madeline, he can't connect the two words between this little girl and his wife. It's too abstract. Besides, he doesn't like to play with nurturing. Don't refuse in a hurry. Seeing that Alan was actually resisting, Gustav was instantly unhappy. He has also been doing psychological work for a long time, and even Madeline has figured it out. Now that he is here with the real owner, if something goes wrong, wouldn't he become a clown? No, he's still the clown king. Look, Madeline is actually not much younger than you, and you don't have a partner right now. Isn't my daughter still not worthy of you? It's quite worthy. Alan compared Madeline's status without shame. Not talking about her net worth, but just her status. A foreign princess was still barely worthy of him. Even with this status, she was somewhat shuddering. Like marriages between nobles, everyone pays attention to marriage. It doesn't mean that he has to be forced to marry a wife he doesn't like. Anyway, Alan doesn't even have a father now, and no one cares about him. But that's not how things work. Marriage alliance is the most traditional and most useful way to strengthen relationships between nobles. First of all, find the right person. Unless it is the second son of the family or a less important family member, marriages between nobles are rarely done to commoners. Secondly, you must gain something through marriage. For example, like Alan, most of his future business will involve industries such as catering and logistics, so it is best for him to choose a marriage partner from a family involved in transportation and shipping. In this way, everyone has an in-law relationship, and they will feel more confident when working together in the future. They are all our own people, which is equivalent to getting a big boost out of thin air. But looking at Madeline, she seems to have nothing but her status as a princess. It doesn't matter whether the family wants money or connections. She has nothing but the status of a bare princess. What's the use? Alan is now bargaining chip, as long as he is not married. Even if it is not easy to marry with other nobles in the country, because of his family's previous relationship, he has a wide range of choices. So why rush to find someone? A poor princess decides to get married. Will this thing help the Swedish royal family escape poverty and become rich after getting married? Do you really think that Mr. Allen's money came from the strong wind? Gustav was young and frivolous at that time, and he suffered the disadvantage of not using the opportunity of a good in-law to strengthen himself. What his queen was looking for was foreign civilians, and what she got in the end. There were not many nobles in the country to help him, and in the end, the queen and he were not of the same mind. To put it bluntly, it's not that Ellen looks down on the queen. With her pitiful knowledge, she doesn't even understand how normal social interactions occur within the aristocracy. Women with long hair and short knowledge, who were not in the same circle to begin with, were forcibly combined in the name of some bullshit love. In the past few years, they might have dreamed of a prince and Cinderella, but when it came time, To get down to business, what's the use? Not only did she not give any help to Gustav, she even acted alienated and held him back. Point. If Gustav could endure the humiliation and find a marriage with a powerful family that could speak in the parliament, how could he be so cleanly stripped now? Alan thought about these words for a short time. But he couldn't say them directly to Gustav. It would hurt his self-esteem too much. Alan, do you dislike our family's poor conditions? Gustav is quite a good guy. He has identified Alan. Of course, he has also thought about the various difficulties he will face in the process, such as the problem of being a good match. What can he give to his daughter or to Alan? Gustav summarized a few points for himself and finally found that the benefits he could give were extremely limited. Leo. Goo. I have always regarded you as my good brother. You know, Alan, listen to me. If you and Madeline get married in the future, I will give you the title of Duke. Alan curled his lips. If Boscha had said this, he would be somewhat motivated. But what kind of thing is the Duke of Sweden? Just stay where it's cool. He doesn't care. Looking at the expression on Alan's face, Gustav had a toothache. Sure enough, the silence was deafening. Although Alan didn't speak, his attitude was already very clear. Alan, we have known each other for such a long time. You know, I have always felt that you are very attractive to me. If I marry my daughter to you, you and Bertel will be real brothers in the future. You can stop. Alan interrupted Gustav's words with a righteous look and retorted, old boo, you can't say this nonsense. I have no interest in the internal affairs of the Swedish royal family at all. I'm a person who always behaves and does things. It's all about duty. Yes. What I mean is that you and Bertel can also help each other in the future. You are brothers. Looking at Alan's face, Gustav even felt a little bored for a moment. What does duty mean? What Christmas hanging case was reported on the news on TV? Others didn't know what was going on, but he knew it very well. Is this something a conscientious person could do? Okay, I think Madeline is still so young. It's a bit early to talk about this kind of thing now. If you want her to stay here to go to school, then let her stay. I will treat her as a sister for now. From now on, let's talk about it later. Seeing that although Alan said it tactfully, he did not refuse directly, Gustav sighed secretly in his heart. For a promising young man like Alan, he wants to count on Alan to help his son in the future. Alan is definitely not stupid. People will also be picky about future marriage partners. Obviously, their family's conditions are not suitable for him. Although it saved him face, Gustav still felt uncomfortable. No one wants the princess that comes to my door. Alan doesn't like the title. So what else can he do to attract Alan? The key is that he doesn't have anything in his hands now. He still has some antiques at home, but Gustav himself doesn't believe it. Just relying on these antiques can make Alan change his mind. When I think about Alan's young age, distinguished status, rich wealth, and even his own car factory. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed in Gustav's mind. Bentley is a luxury brand, but it is a purely handmade car company. Production has always been a problem. Luxury is luxury, but whether it makes money or not is hard to say aloud. If Alan has such a car company in his hands, is he interested in other car companies, or are you not interested in the opportunity to enhance Bentley itself? And it just so happens that there is a car company in Sweden with very poor performance. If through his matchmaking, Alan was able to successfully win the car company at a very low price, is this considered a big gift? In this way, he still dares to look down on his daughter. Thinking of this, Gustav, who had just experienced a little setback, instantly regained his energy and prepared to conduct an in-depth investigation of Bentley to see what the production workshop of this famous car company was like. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Flights from London to Sydney have always been a popular route. Whether it is going home to visit relatives, traveling, or doing business, there are very frequent exchanges between the two places. However, this route has not yet opened a direct flight. The first reason is that the distance is too far. A long flight is not only unfriendly to the crew members, but also unfriendly to the passengers. Secondly, few of the current large civil aircraft can fly directly from London to Sydney with just one full tank of fuel. Although some large aircraft theoretically have enough fuel, Civil aviation will never believe in theory, even before landing. Draining some fuel is wasting it. No airline dares to use just enough fuel to fly such a long distance. This is playing with fire. Therefore, most flights from London to Sydney have to pass through Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Singapore and other places before arriving in Sydney. The whole journey takes more than 20 hours. Alan looked like he was hopeless now. It was January 1994. He couldn't tell whether it was the 20th or the 21st. Anyway, he only remembered that he had been lying down since he got on the plane and listening to the faint sound of the engine outside, enjoying the service of the servants, living a prison-like life. It was too painful. The main task of accompanying Boss Chat during his visit to Australia this time was to celebrate Australia's National Day. Their National Day is very interesting. It does not mean that this day is the day of Australia's autonomy, but the day when Europeans landed on this island. In the words of some radical groups in Australia, it is the anniversary of the invasion. Boss Chat came here to award medals to some local elites in Australia who have made outstanding contributions in recent years. It seems to be called the Medal of Australia. This thing is not a formal British medal, it is a local honour, just like the Justice of the Peace in Hong Kong. It's just for fun. Your Excellency, Your Highness calls you over. Alan, who was in a daze, suddenly heard a long lost natural sound. He had not seen Boss Chat since he got on the plane. Alan thought Boss Chat had forgotten him. More than 10 hours have passed. Has he fallen out of favor? Okay, I'll go now and lead the way. Alan sat up from the recliner with a sudden jerk, wiped his face, and couldn't wait to see Boss Chat. He was almost going crazy because of the suffocation. It was so boring. After getting on the plane from London, Boss Chat took a nap first and then slept all the way to Singapore. After a layover to refuel, he handled some official business and took a shower before thinking of Alan. It's not that he forgot about Alan, but when I thought about the internal gathering of the royal family on the 23rd last month, Boss Chat specifically asked the Queen to mention the restoration of the Allen family guard force, but this matter was directly vetoed by the Queen. On some issues, the boss and the Queen have different stances and different ideas. In the Queen's view, if the establishment of the guard is restored, among other things, the funds to support this group of people must come from the royal funds. Nowadays, the royal family's annual expenses are decreasing year by year, and they are all supported by the income from the fief. Now, if the old lady is asked to spend millions of pounds every year to raise a guard, she feels a little distressed. There are already so many bodyguards. What kind of bodyguards do we need? It's enough to have a guard chief just to show off. The conversation between the mother and son seemed to have ended on bad terms. As for Boss Chat, he is very face conscious. Although he did not promise that the establishment of the Allen Guard would be restored, in his mind, as long as he talked to the Queen, it would not cost much per year. The problem not big. Now that the plan has been rejected, Boss Chat feels that he doesn't know what to say to Alan if he asks, but it will come sooner or later. Seeing that it is not long before arriving in Sydney, this matter has to be said. Come here. Go and ask the Earl of Carmarthen to come over. I have something to say to him. Yes, Your Highness. Are you looking for me? Alan looked at the rosy-faced and energetic Boss Chat, feeling a little disgusted. Sitting on a special plane may not necessarily be comfortable. Of course Boss Chat must be comfortable, but he himself would not be comfortable. Coming? Look at this. Boss Chat saw Alan come in, looked at Alan's haggard expression, smiled, took out a document, and handed it to Alan. Okay, huh. Looking at the document in his hand, there were a few big words on the cover. Canadian Empire Games. Just this topic confused Alan. What is this? After opening the introduction inside, Alan realized that it was this thing. This is the second largest international sports event on the planet, second only to the Olympic Games. It was originally called the British Empire Games, and its participating members must be athletes from the British Empire and its colonies. It is held every 4 years, and the host countries, other countries within the United Kingdom, that take turns to elect and host the event. Later, with the development of the times, the term British Empire Games had a bit of a colonial flavor, so the games were later renamed the Commonwealth Games, but the content remained the same. This year, it's Canada's turn to host the Empire Games according to the content in the information. The current participating athletes have almost begun to prepare for selection. Along with the selection of athletes, of course, there must be a team official with British characteristics, that is, the team leader. Alan put down the document and looked at Boss Cha with blinking eyes. Finish watching, Your Highness. I have finished reading. Well, it's like this. As for your qualifications, I think you still need to practice more. You have led the team to participate in the World Cup and the Olympic Games before. This Imperial Sports is an opportunity. As long as you go this time, you will be considered to have a lot of experience. He has led the team to participate in all major international competitions for the first time. Isn't this just gold plating? In the past, Boss Cha liked to arrange such gold plated jobs for Alan to increase his resume, but the frequency has become less frequent in the past 2 years. Now he suddenly offered another one, which made Alan a little flattered. In addition, for the Welsh representative team, you also serve as the team leader. England and Wales form a joint team, and you are responsible for it together. Is there such a good thing? Alan picked up the information on the table and took a look at it. This year's Commonwealth Games only started in July, so it was still early point at this moment. He suddenly felt that Boss Cha was hiding something from him. Why does it feel weird? Chapter 555 Xiyu by Damning Lake. Alan felt strange, not because he was asked to take 2 teams to participate in the competition. There were 4 participating teams in the UK, but the 2 teams from Scotland and Northern Ireland. Scotland are stubborn, they have their own ideas. As for Northern Ireland, they sometimes refuse to participate. Faced with these 2 thorns, who cares about who cares? Boss Cha is too lazy to pay attention to them anyway, especially Alan. As for Wales, the most obedient little brother, he is very active every time he participates in such activities. As a trivia fact, since the British Empire Games were first held in 1930, there have only been 6 teams that have participated in every games: Canada, Australia, England, Scotland, Wales, and New Zealand. Although our results in Wales are not very good, we are actively participating in the competition and have never been absent from work. Colonial areas like Zhejiang only participated in a few sessions in the past. This kind of thing was usually explained when the 2 of them were chatting, but on this occasion today, given the current atmosphere, it was somewhat formal. Your Highness, are there any performance requirements for this Imperial Games? Feeling that something was slightly wrong, Alan asked one more question. Don't ask for performance requirements when it's his turn to lead the team. If the gold plating fails, it will become a joke. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Snort Boss Cha looked at Alan's cautious look and snorted at Alan with great contempt. Be your team leader honestly. If you don't understand or don't know how, just ask the deputy team leader and the assistants who are accompanying you. Just don't give random directions. Oh. After hearing this, Alan was completely relieved. He happily put the information on the table, licked his face, and looked at Boss Cha with a smile on his face and said, Your Highness, Canada is such a shabby place, so vast and sparsely populated. I'm taking 2 such big teams to participate in the Empire Games this time. I'm afraid that I will be bullied there. How is the matter with my guard? I did not receive your letter a few days ago. If you give Canadians 100 courages, they won't even know whether they will bully you, but they still have the nerve to lick their faces and say they are worried about being bullied. Boss Cha has some knowledge of Alan's urine properties, especially since this guy has made an anti-war movie about Canada before. Fortunately, he doesn't have a guard now. If the Queen really agreed a few days ago, Boss Cha would have thought of it. At that time, Alan took hundreds of guards to Canada. TSK. He guessed that this guy would have his guards tie up the organizing committee and the referee, just to make the results look better. With Alan's personality, he might really dare to do such a thing. But seeing Alan mention the guards, Boss Cha frowned again. Pointing to the information on the table, he said, Put the guard affairs aside for now. I have my own considerations. You should prepare for this now. When we go back, you can keep an eye on the personnel selection and take a closer look. Learn more, and if we apply to host the Olympic Games in the future, you can use these qualifications to help us. Although Alan was a little disappointed, since Boss Cha said so, he had no other choice. The efficiency here was just like this. He thought it would take a long time to wait for the Queen's approval or something. However, Boss Cha's idea gave Alan some new inspiration. The Olympics. It turns out that Boss Cha has been inserting him into various sports events to make him gilded. Is this the way he has been doing after he leads the team to participate in the Empire Games this time? Will he sneak into the organizing committee next time when Great Britain prepares for the Olympic Games? This, if we were optimistic, we would have to wait at least 10 or 20 years before the Olympic Games could be held in Great Britain. Right. By that time, when Mr. Allen joins the Olympic Games organizing committee, will he be the chairman or something like that? That was the Olympic Games. Whether it was venue construction or other things, there was a lot of oil and water involved. It's very nice. Master, it's time to change. We should land in an hour. But not long after he came out of Boss Cha's office, Zio Shitao came over to inform Alan that he needed to change clothes. He didn't feel like he was on the plane. But it's January now, and it's still winter over in Great Britain. Although the snow has melted, the temperature is still around a few degrees above zero, so you still have to wear thick clothes. But what about Australia? It's summer here now. The real-time outdoor temperature in Sydney now is 29 degrees. Suddenly coming from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, you have to adapt to this gap first. 3:30 p.m. Sydney Kingsford Smith Airport point as Boss Cha's special plane came to a stop on the runway. The honor guard playing music was also ready to go, and the prelude of God Save the Queen could be faintly heard. Alan was wearing a fog blue suit and stood inside the boarding gate. Little Shitao was helping Alan arrange the fastening buttons on the gun bag under his arm. Alan just opened his arms and watched as several bodyguards prepared to open the cabin door. As the cabin door opened, a wave of heat hit his face, and the fishy sea breeze made Alan feel uncomfortable. After more than 20 hours of flying, he finally landed. Now he just wants to go back and take a good bath, let the master give him a good rub, and then have a good sleep. On the plane, even if other conditions were good, he felt uncomfortable after sitting for so long. Your Excellency, let's go down and set up security first. Well, go ahead. The bodyguard captain in front reported to Alan in a low voice and took a few people to get off the plane to be on guard. Looking down from the hatch, Alan curled his lips. People here in Australia are sometimes a bit fucked up. You said they don't pay attention to formalism, right? Sometimes they pay more attention to formalism than anyone else, but you would say they pay attention to it, right? Boss Cha is here to visit. Is that all the queue for the welcome ceremony? Has all the money in Congress been embezzled? When Alan first appeared at the airport gate with an expressionless face, even in broad daylight, the flashing lights almost made Alan unable to open his eyes. The welcome ceremony here today seemed a bit hasty, but the people who came here to take pictures, there are many media outlets from all walks of life. One side of the airport runway was darkly filled with photographic equipment and various media. With a habitual glance, his chin slightly raised, and relying only on the handrail to feel the steps under his feet, Alan got off the plane with an extremely cold and arrogant attitude. Gently shook hands with the receptionist standing on the side of the boarding ladder, and then I stood aside and waited for Boss Cha to get off the plane. The flashing lights were accompanied by the music, and the scene looked very chaotic, but it can be said without any objection that among the royal families that still exist today, the identity of the prince, the boss, is considered the most noble. Right, now that he has arrived in Australia, he deserves to be followed and reported by so many media. As soon as Boss Cha showed up, he was no longer as cold and arrogant as Alan. Boss Cha had heavy wrinkles on his forehead when he smiled, but his eyes and the corners of his mouth matched and looked very festive. While waving downwards, Boss Cha with a smile on his face walked down the boarding stairs with small steps. Your Highness, these Australian barbarians are so rude. They send so few people to greet you. Do they still have an empire in their eyes? Do they still have you, Your Highness? And the governor didn't come to greet you? It's really, haha, okay, this is what I specifically requested. It's not my first time here, so there's no need to be extravagant and wasteful. After finally handling the welcome ceremony, as soon as he got in the car, Alan started to make trouble. Boss Cha looked very happy and cheerfully waved his hand to signal Alan to stop. You asked for this? This, Boss Cha, who always cares about face, actually played this trick, and Alan was a little unable to say what he said next. Go back and have a good rest first. You have worked hard along the way. Tomorrow we will go to pray first, and then go south to Canberra. This time you come with me for a good walk. We will come back on the 25th. All right. Early the next morning, Alan suppressed his sleepiness and got into the car to go into the city. They stayed in Waverley last night, which is about 10 kilometers away from downtown Sydney. There is a famous cemetery nearby. It is a bit scary to live here, but the scenery here is good, and the royal family is here. A private small estate. Boss Cha appears to be calm on the surface, and this visit is nominally called a visit, rather than an inspection tour. However, when they arrive here, the visiting group does not need to live in a place arranged by the Australian government, but stays in the royal manor. This is a bit interesting. At the corner of College Street and Prince Albert Road, opposite Hyde Park, is Sydney's more famous St Mary's Cathedral, which is today's destination. Seeing the iconic Gothic architectural style of the church, Alan felt very warm. This place was very similar to his home, and the church was extremely grand. Don't ask why Boss Cha came to Australia and didn't do anything else first, but came to church first. Alan didn't understand it before, but now Mr. Alan feels that his political sense has improved. This time Boss Cha came to Australia. He seemed to be close to the people, but secretly he felt like he was hiding something. Whether it's where you stayed last night or today's trip. Pray in church. What to pray for? There is an old saying in the East that water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. This means that if the people cannot survive, they will rebel. But in ancient China, what was the most famous sentence for those who held power? If you receive orders from heaven, you will live forever. Theoretically speaking, this can be regarded as two understandings of rights, but when it comes to Great Britain, it is simple. There is only one, the divine right of kings. In other words, in the British royal family, the Queen's rights come from God and have nothing to do with ordinary people. The rights of the nobility come from the monarch and have nothing to do with ordinary people. Therefore, the former noble lords and people don't care much about the life and death of civilians, and few civilians will say anything about princes and generals, because this thing has nothing to do with whether you have sex or not. How many years has the British royal family existed? How many new nobles are there? How many of these new nobles have a certain family background? Therefore, coming to pray is not only a normal procedure, but also expresses a hidden meaning to the Australian official. The British royal family is also the royal family of Australia. As long as the Federation exists for one day, Australia will still be Australia. Where there is God, there is the British royal family. Alan was sitting in the church near the gate, feeling bored waiting for Boss Cha to pray alone in front. Checking the time. When the boss check was about to end, Alan asked people to go out to clear the way. It was not obvious at the airport yesterday, but as soon as he entered the city today, Alan was surprised to find that the people in Sydney seemed to be extremely enthusiastic about Boss Cha. Now he was sitting in the church and could already hear the noise outside. What did this mean? There are a lot of people outside right now. Ha ha ha. Hello. Ha. Ha ha. Thank you. Ha. Ha. Alan walked expressionlessly beside Boss Cha, looking at Boss Cha, who was smiling from ear to ear, stretching out his hands to interact with the people on both sides. As soon as I walked out of the gate of St Mary's Cathedral, I was already surrounded by Sydney residents who came after hearing the news. The people around me could not see their heads at a glance. Dozens of bodyguards and hundreds of police officers could only barely open a small narrow road more than 1 meter wide for Boss Cha to pass, with people standing on both sides. This scene was just like the last time Alan accompanied his Boss Cha to visit India. It even felt crazier than that time. The Indians were a little afraid of the police at that time. They came back in large numbers, but they really didn't dare to get too close. But it's different here in Australia. The people here are like chasing stars. Some people are holding light signs and posters asking for the boss's signature, while others are holding pens to ask for the boss's signature. Oh, my dear, I have been waiting for you for 18 years. My dear, do you still remember me? A piercing scream startled Alan, and he subconsciously stretched his hand into his armpit, preparing to draw his gun point. The voice was made by a blonde young woman. Her appearance was quite attractive, and at least it fit Alan's aesthetic standards. She was wearing a black dress, and was dressed like a lady preparing to go on a date with her lover at this time. The young woman was holding a black and white poster, which showed a girl standing on tiptoes hugging Boss Chap. Alan was full of gossip at this time. The face of the woman on the poster could not be clearly seen, but it was most likely that this young woman was young. Could this be some kind of gossip? Check the wild lover that the boss has found here before. What about Zayu by Damming Lake? Thinking about this, Alan subconsciously took another step closer to Boss Cha, wanting to hear what Boss Cha had to say. Oh, it's you. I remember you. You are very brave. Boss Cha was also attracted by the young woman's scream. When he saw the poster held by the young woman, the smile on his face became even brighter. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with the young woman across the two people. Alan blinked, feeling as anxious as if he was scratching an itch. Boss Cha actually still remembers her? What's going on, Your Highness? What is this? Do you want me to arrange for someone to ask him out first? Let's talk in private. No, it's not a big deal. Ha ha ha. Boss Cha lowered his head and said to Alan as he walked, I remember it was more than 10 years ago. I had just graduated from high school. When I came to visit, she was standing on the roadside. She stopped me and kissed me. The poster she held up was the scene that was photographed by the media. Ha ha ha. She also wanted me to marry her. Speaking of this, Boss Cha has a sense of superiority that he also has female fans. Chapter 556 Australian male gun is online. Your Highness, I just heard that she has been waiting for you for 18 years. When you come to visit this time, she is already in her 30s, right? If she is still waiting for you in the future, then when you come again in the future, she will be. When you become an old woman, she will still be waiting for you on the roadside holding a poster, like she is today. The smile on Boss Cha's face suddenly froze. When he thought about visiting Australia again, when he was grey-haired, what would happen if the white-haired old ladies on both sides of the road welcomed him? How should the media report it then? The Australian widow group held a grand welcome ceremony today to welcome the old British prince to visit. Hey, I don't dare to think about it. It's too eye-catching. I thought I had eaten a big melon again, but it took me a long time to do this. After saying a few words of joy and looking at Boss Cha, who had an unnatural expression on his face, Alan took a step aside with a disappointed look on his face, leaving Boss Cha alone to continue showing off. Looking at the enthusiastic welcoming crowd around him, Alan didn't like this feeling very much. When he was in Wales, there were few people on his way out and everyone was afraid of him. Only then did he feel that he was a noble lord and superior. What about Australia? Just like now, being surrounded by people on both sides of the road is like looking at some rare animal in the zoo. This kind of strange scene of being looked at by others, Alan is very repelled. Alan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He thought about the American celebrity who had his skull lifted. He was sitting in the car and waving to the people around him to welcome him. How similar was the scene back then to the present one? The current scene is even more oppressive than Amir's time. People on both sides of the road feel like they can reach out and touch Boss Cha. The distance is too close. Alan waved his hand and called the bodyguard captain who was following Boss Cha. You go ahead and prepare. Let's speed up the process and get on the bus early. There are too many people on site, and I'm afraid of an accident. Boss Cha's bodyguard captain was stunned for a moment when he heard what Alan said. In fact, most of the time, when Alan was not with Boss Cha, he was in charge of security work. To him, today's scene can only be regarded as having more people, and it's not like it has never happened before. Moreover, he also knew that Boss Cha sometimes liked such scenes, which would make him appear to be very close to the people and greatly improve his previous serious image. Alan's request might make Boss Cha unhappy and make a fuss out of Molehill Point. However, the first level of officialdom is overwhelming, and since Alan has given instructions, he has to do it. I understand, Your Excellency. I will make arrangements right away. Facts have proved that Alan's worries were misplaced, but Boss Cha did not blame Alan. It was Alan's job to consider his safety. However, Alan seemed to be a little sensitive during this period. Boss Cha believed that Alan had seen too few big scenes and still lacked experience. January 26, 1994. Australia Day is also called Australia's National Day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a warning cordon was set up in the distance on the lawn of Sydney Park, but this cordon had no effect on the enthusiastic Australians. People gathered outside the entire park. Although the media these days have advocated that National Day is the Remembrance Day of the invaders, this kind of statement is the opinion of a small and extreme group. Most Australians still recognize this day, especially those who the person who is about to be decorated. Award. In the system of all Commonwealth countries, it is a great honor. Of course, if you can be awarded an honor by the Queen personally, it will be a supreme honor. There are only dozens of places for this every year in all Commonwealth countries around the world. Most people would never dare to think about it. However, local medals such as the Order of Australia are already regarded as top honours for most Australians. Although Alan despises such medals, in Australia as a whole, every year, there are nearly 4,000 candidates. Each state and each city has its own recommended candidates. They finally bring all the recommended lists to the governor, and then the governor's office will conduct a final screening and select dozens of people. Among these dozens of people, there are high and low scores. Each person will be awarded different medals according to their industry. In the past, there were 5 levels of the Order of Australia, with 2 categories, the traditional civil and military categories. Later, the knight level medals were cancelled, and now there are only 4 grades left, divided into 2 civil and 4 martial arts. Liangman means that among the 4 kinds of medals, only these 2 kinds of medals are considered universal and can be awarded to non-military personnel, while Siwu means that in theory, these 4 kinds of medals are considered military medals, and all military personnel can be awarded them. Can be granted. Fucked up. It's a high platform built with scaffolding, and there are a few awnings behind it. That's it. Alan didn't know what to complain about. It was so simple. There wasn't even a red carpet or banners. It's still a while before the official awarding ceremony, and Boss Cha is holding the manuscript and preparing to give a speech. First. Alan was sitting in the seating area behind Boss Cha with a straight face. It was an area made of old-fashioned plastic folding back chairs. This shabby layout was called the guest area. Master, don't be angry. Old Carl is just afraid that you will worry. He only reported the situation a few days late. We don't have much loss, right? He's afraid that I'll be worried. I think he's getting brave. Call home soon and ask Hooter to contact old Carol. After he finishes handling the matter there, come back as soon as possible. It happens. I was the last to know about such a thing. If I hadn't read the newspaper today, when would I have waited? And those secretaries, why didn't anyone report the situation to me? Zaro. Shithouse stood bent next to Alan, listening to Alan scolding with a red face. What should I say about this? There was an earthquake in Los Angeles a few days ago. And it started shaking at 3 or 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. During this time, many night owls were asleep, so it was really unprepared. So, because of this earthquake, the losses were huge. The source of this earthquake happened to be near the San Fernando Valley. It's still far from the real downtown Los Angeles, but the address of Alan's Look Film and Television Company is right here. When the earthquake occurred, there were few people in the company, only 2 security guards were on duty, and no personnel suffered any damage. However, when Alan went to the United States to inspect the company last year, their 3-story office building was damaged by the earthquake. Most of it collapsed, and all the photography equipment in the company, as well as the film master tapes, etc., were destroyed. This time, it dealt a fatal blow to Look Film and Television Company, which was planning to make great achievements this year. Old Cole was also confused by this kind of natural disaster. He didn't expect that the biggest loss he suffered in the United States would come like this after the incident, since there were no casualties. Old Cole's first thought was to organize rescue equipment. But we had just organized a rescue team, and they bumped into other rescue teams that happened to be there. They were all there to rescue people, but their team was there to rescue equipment. Point later, I don't know who exposed this matter, and even moral kidnapping was used. Especially since Look Film and Television Company is originally a company that takes the adult film route. As soon as this was taken advantage of by someone with intentions, the discussion level instantly increased by several degrees. The level made old Carol a little tired of dealing with it for a while. Because it was not the local news media that paid attention to this matter, it was difficult even to find an acquaintance. If you were not careful, this news became very popular in the local area. In this way, old Carol, who had no intention of telling Alan, was a little disappointed. What he thought was that if Alan entrusted this matter to him, then he would have to be responsible to the end, even if something happened. And he had to wait until the situation calmed down before reporting to Alan afterwards. Otherwise, as soon as something happened, he would go to his young master to report or ask for help. Wouldn't this make him appear incompetent? Because Alan is busy traveling these days and doesn't read much newspapers, so no one thinks of this incident at home. That is to say, until today, Alan, who is bored and idle, actually read in an Australian newspaper. When you look at old Carl's old face, you know something is going on in Los Angeles. Alan, who was holding back his anger, raised his head and met the eyes of the Australian Governor Bill Hayden, who was sitting next to him. Well, Your Excellency, you seem to be in a bad mood. After the banquet is over in the evening, would you like to sit at my place? It's usually fine, but now, Alan's mood looks extremely wrong, and he can tell at a glance that he is still angry. Even if he heard every word of what Alan just said. The governor is the governor. Bill Hayden pretended not to know anything and casually invited Alan to chat in the evening. Where are you sitting? This is the first time in my life that I have sat in such a simple venue and participated in such a simple investiture ceremony. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought it was some kind of rural farming festival held by the country bumpkins in our villages in Wales. At the scene, Bill Hayden's face burned when he heard Alan's words. The layout of the scene was indeed a bit crude, but wasn't this requested by Boss Cha himself? What could he do? Your Excellency, this is all explained by His Highness. His Highness said that the current economic environment is not good, so don't be extravagant and wasteful. Snort. Seeing that Bill Hayden still defended himself, Alan snorted coldly. What a fucking waste. What does the leader say? Then, the Queen also said that you should be loyal to the Empire. It is not uncommon to see you making money. Why don't you say these words when you are making money? Seeing the chaos in the audience, Alan's mood became even worse. This time he came to Australia. How can I put it? It was completely different from the last time he came here to film a film and television drama. At that time, there was a person beside him. Nicole Kidman, the great heiress, was filming and playing at the time and felt that the impression was quite good. But now that she is here again with a different identity, the feeling is not so good. I always feel that this is a group of unruly people, and Boss Cha also likes it. They are so energetic. Go and ask people to drive these people back. The people in front will soon be pushed onto the stage. Go quickly. Alan, who was a little irritated, waved his hand and asked Zaoshi to arrange the bodyguards to do their work. The police here in Australia also feel quite useless. It is unrealistic for so many people to expect the bodyguards of Boss Cha to maintain order at the scene. They can only act like herding sheep and urge them after a while to get these Australian police to move and fight. Just move it with a whip. Puff. Boss Cha was wearing a dark maroon suit and holding a speech in his hand. He patted the microphone with a smile and looked at the crowd in the audience as if he were looking at his country. Alan didn't understand why he liked Australia, but now that he was here by Anne, the attitude and enthusiasm these people have towards him is something that Boss Cha had never experienced when he was in the UK. When he was in Daying, most of what Boss Cha faced all day long was criticism, saying that he couldn't do this well, or that he couldn't do that. All the news about him was either criticism or exposure. Even when the Queen, mother, and son meet, it rarely ends peacefully. Most of the time, the Queen is lecturing him. But it's different here. Boss Cha can experience what it's like to truly be a king. Looking at the fanatical looks of these people, he sometimes doesn't want to go back Today, I'm back here again after a long time, representing the Queen and the royal family. The last time I came here, I was with Princess Anne. We spent a happy, beautiful, and unforgettable summer in Australia together. When I went to St. Mary's Church to pray a few days ago, I met an old friend from the past. When Boss Cha said this, he put down his speech. Most of the people in the audience had also seen the report of that day. There was laughter all around, and the atmosphere became more lively. Alan unzipped a button of his coat. The temperature at the moment was about 27 or 8 degrees, but he was wearing a formal suit with a shirt and vest underneath, a coat outside, and a gun holster under his armpits. The heat is a bit unbearable. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a young Asian man who seemed to have been pushed onto the stage by the crowd. The young Asian man who was squeezed onto the stage lay on the edge of the stage with his butt sticking out, looked around, and then he was not in a hurry to get down. Instead, he bent down and slowly climbed up, and then quietly looked around. The crown prince in the distance is giving a speech. About 2 or 3 meters behind him is the guest area under the awning. The first row of the guest area is occupied by some local dignitaries, especially Governor Bill Hayden, and the person next to him, a young nobleman who is said to be the head of the crown prince's bodyguard. At this time, the nobleman happened to be looking this way, and the two looked at each other. The young Asian man cursed in a low voice, "Azibba," taking out the things from his waist. He kicked his legs and stood up suddenly, took 2 steps towards Boss Chap, and then bang, bang. Alan just watched helplessly as the young Asian man seemed to be squeezed onto the stage. Then he pupated on the ground like a maggot for a few times, then jumped up suddenly, and finally took out a gun like gun stuff. Then he actually shot. The first moment he heard the gunshot, Alan's face turned pale. He was even a little scared. He had no idea of protecting Boss Cha at this moment. His only thought now was that this man came up so arrogantly and fired. If this hits him, wouldn't he be doomed? Damn you. Chapter 557 Escort. With the sound of 2 gunshots, the entire scene fell silent for a moment. For just a few seconds, the scene seemed to have entered a force field, where time was suspended. Alan blinked, and saw that the assassin who fired was still trying to rush up. At this moment, he finally reacted. He reached his right hand under his arm to take out the gun, drew it, and turned off the safety point. The moment he stood up, Alan subconsciously grabbed the Australian Governor Bill Hayden next to him with his left hand. At this time, Bill Hayden was completely stunned, like a rag doll, and Alan picked him up by the back of his neck. Alan held Bill Hayden in one hand and blocked him in front of him. He aimed quickly with his right hand without taking a closer look. The two sides were too close. At this distance, speed is more important than accuracy. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 gunshots that rang out for the first time just silenced the scene for a moment, but the gunshots that followed Alan brought the whole scene back to its senses, with screams, noises. There were also exclamations. The noise was unbearable. A bunch of bullets were almost empty in an instant. The Asian who fired the gun had already fallen down when Alan fired the second shot. It was not yet known whether he was dead or alive. There was a bullet left in the pistol, and Alan shook Bill Hayden hard with his left hand. Go and call people. Please arrange for people to be careful not to cause a stampede. Go, you idiot, little shithole. Go see if that person is dead. Call all the bodyguards back. Don't worry about the outside. First, protect His Highness and control the few reporters who caught the camera. Don't let them escape. Alan hurriedly explained a few words, and while rushing behind Boss Cha, he glanced around vigilantly, and then changed the magazine. Boss Cha was speaking proudly in front of the microphone. He had not yet understood what had happened. When 2 gunshots were fired, Boss Cha did not react at all, until he saw that the spectators in front of him were in a mess. The boss turned around subconsciously. He happened to see Alan holding a gun and killing a person who seemed to be pointing a gun at him. Then he didn't hear what Alan was saying. Anyway, he saw Alan carrying the Governor of Australia, as if to teach him. He scolded him a few times like a dog, and finally looked at himself with an anxious expression. When he and Alan looked at each other, Boss Cha looked confused, but he was thoroughly impressed by Alan's heroic appearance just now. Your Highness, there is an assassin. Are you okay there? was only a distance of 2 or 3 meters in total. Alan walked up to Boss Cha and put his left hand on Boss Cha's shoulder. Boss Cha lowered his head, looking at Boss Cha, who was doing nothing. Alan was also a little confused. He just saw the murderer shoot, and he fired twice. If the place were changed, and the protagonist was replaced by the one named Zaya Sanzi, he would have fallen down long ago, clutching his waist. What is the situation of Boss Zha now? Assassin, Boss Cha blinked, and still had time to struggle, and turn his head, looking at the assassin who had been knocked down by Alan, and was being searched. The man has been knocked down by me. The opponent's attack was too sudden. He climbed on the stage and opened fire. Your Highness, are you okay? Let's retreat quickly, Your Highness. Boss Cha looked at Alan's concerned eyes towards him, and felt warm in his heart. This is his captain of the bodyguard. Although he has various minor problems, he can still rely on his own people at critical moments. Withdraw. Aren't all the assassins already under your control? Why should I withdraw? Listen, Alan, I'll leave the rest to you. I want to finish speaking and award medals before I leave. Boss Cha broke away from Alan's arm that was protecting him, adjusted his cuffs, and said calmly, Your Highness, Alan didn't expect that Boss Cha would be so talented at the critical moment. He even admired Boss Cha a little. Go on. I'll leave it all to you. We can't leave. Can you do it? Okay, Alan. Okay, Your Highness. Leave it all to me. Alan looked at Boss Cha's firm eyes and nodded helplessly. Boss Cha looked at Alan, who turned back to make arrangements, and took the opportunity to adjust his cuffs to hide his trembling hands without leaving a trace. It's not that he has the guts, but if Alan hadn't said there was an assassin, he wouldn't have even reacted. By the time he reacted, the assassin had been knocked down by Alan. He didn't have a chance to react before and after. Everything happened too fast. Now that everything is over, how can he walk away? He also wanted to show off, so he simply stayed and went through all the procedures of the ceremony. Alright. Anjing, there was a little incident just now, but my guard spear skills are pretty good, and he protected me with all due diligence. Let's continue. Boss Cha smiled into the microphone and downplayed the crisis just now as if joking. Only then did the panicked crowd in the audience realize that an assassination had come and gone so quickly. Many people looked at the tall young man not far behind Boss Cha, who had just stepped forward as quickly as possible and quickly killed the assassin. Bill Hayden's face looked as if he had just recovered from a serious illness, and he was so pale that there was no blood at all. He finally came to his senses now. Just tens of seconds ago, right in front of him, someone climbed onto the podium and wanted to assassinate Boss Cha. Fortunately, Mr. Allen had already killed the assassin, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He didn't even know how he would live the rest of his life if Boss Cha had his faults. The Queen was not a good person. Seeing Allen come back from Boss Cha again, Boss Cha was left alone and continued to talk. Bill Hayden greeted Alan, who came back anxiously, raised his hands to grab Alan's hands, and asked tremblingly, said, Your Excellency, is Your Highness okay? What's wrong with him? Snapped. Alan was holding back his anger, and now he was annoyed when he saw Bill Hayden's old face. Seeing that the old man wanted to grab his hand, Alan angrily slapped the old guy's hand away and scolded with a gloomy face, Look at your Australian police. There are so many people, but they can't protect His Highness. How did that person come up? He actually sneaked in with a weapon. Your Highness is fine, but something is wrong with you. Have you explained what I just asked your attention to? I've confessed, Bill Hayden rubbed his hands and looked at Alan with an embarrassed look. At this time, he no longer had the demeanor of a governor. This was the first time he had been scolded by Alan today. He couldn't even remember. Anyway, if he made a mistake, he would be scolded, but he would not dare to talk back. Master, the assassin is still breathing. Your shooting skills are really good. 2 shots hit his abdomen, and 1 shot hit his left knee. This is the assassin's weapon. Zhao Shitao came to Alan's side and spoke very quickly about the assassin's situation and the collected weapons just now. Alan had reserved his hands. It was indeed the safest to kill the person on the spot. However, at this distance, unless he hit the head directly, he had to take a closer look at him to be sure. But how could he have the time at that time? I can only shoot at close range by feeling. but according to Zhao Shitao's report, 3 of the 6 bullets actually hit the target. This shooting technique can only be said to be okay under the circumstances just now. He took a look at the transparent plastic evidence bag handed over by Zhao Shitao. The weapon inside looked a bit like a crude version of a revolver. Looking at this weapon, Alan frowned and subconsciously asked, "This is flag gun, master? It should be a flare gun." When Bill Hayden heard this word, his eyes suddenly moved. He finally understood why Boss Chad was fine. After a long relationship, it was a flare gun. The assassin actually used a privately modified weapon. Put it away, and we will bring it back today for experts to identify it. Alan glared at Zhaoshi. What kind of flare gun is this? It's called a privately modified weapon. He was a heroic escort just now. Only when the assassination is established, his escort will be meaningful. If this thing itself is not dangerous, then wouldn't he become the last clown? Bill Hayden listened to Alan's words. Now he was really anxious. Now that the boss is fine, the murderer still used a flare gun. In his opinion, this can basically reduce the big problem to a trivial matter. Mainly in this way, the impact on him is the smallest. He has no merit in the first place. He just wants to reduce the pressure on himself. But Alan said that the assassin used a privately modified weapon, so the nature has changed. The lethality of the flare gun is limited, but the lethality of weapons modified based on the flare gun has no upper limit. With such a small change, the fate of the assassin was changed, and the fate of many people. It will also change with this sentence. Sir, is this a signal gun with very little power? Did that person act impulsively and not want to kill him? Bill Hayden just explained that if this weapon is taken away by Alan, then they in Australia will not be able to explain it. Alan still had a gun in his hand. He glanced at Bill Hayden. With his little trick, Alan was clear, stretching out his left hand and patting Bill Hayden's face gently. Alan said with a gloomy face, "Don't play tricks on me. You can explain it again. His Highness insists on completing the rest of the process. If there is another mistake in the security work, I will be the first to shoot you. Get out." When Bill Hayden heard these extremely insulting words, his face turned red instantly, but when he saw the gun in Alan's hand from the corner of his eye, he was instantly frightened again. How is the situation with the media? Was the scene just now captured? As soon as Bill Hayden left, Alan handed the evidence bag to Zhao Shitao again, and he pushed the loaded bullet out of the gun again. "It's under control. I even found a video recorder. Bring it to me and see." Alan was a little hesitant for a moment, so even if he went to rescue Boss Chap before leaving, he did not forget to tell Zhao Shitao to control the media first. He was afraid that he had just lost his composure, or his face expressions were not done well, and were photographed by the media. If this kind of thing is leaked, how can he get around in the future when he returns to Ding? Zhao Shitao clapped his hands and called out to a bodyguard in the distance. This was Alan's own personal bodyguard. However, due to specifications, he could only bring up to 4 personal bodyguards with him every time he traveled with Boss Chap. Other people must use the one around the boss. This makes Alan very troublesome sometimes. Like today, some people listen to him, but it is hard to say whether they take it seriously and listen to it in their hearts. If you are not my own person, it is always a bit awkward to use. Today's cameras only have hundreds of thousands of pixels, but the angle and distance of this camera are very good. Alan looked at the image of him just now on the screen. At the time of the incident, he happened to see the Asian man climbing up the stage, and Alan was a little dazed at that time, but in the video, he seemed to be thinking carefully, and there was nothing wrong with his facial expression. Then, the Asian man fired, and Alan quickly came to his senses, pulled out his gun, stood up, and fired. All the actions were done in one go. Especially when Alan also pulled up the confused Governor Bill Hayden. With Bill Hayden as a foil, Alan's reaction seemed even faster. His image of being loyal to his lord was clearly recorded. Well, take a copy and send it back, then contact the embassy and ask them to send someone to support us. Where is the assassin? Send someone to keep an eye on him, and don't let the Australian police ask him any questions. If he wakes up, immediately notice me. Yes, at 7 o'clock in the evening, in Waverley Manor, Boss Chap, who had finally finished his day schedule, was watching the daytime video that Alan played for him in the study. It was the video that completely captured the assassin from the stage to being shot to death by Alan. Video, boom, there was a violent slap on the table, accompanied by Boss Chap's livid expression. Did he really say that? Just after the video was played, Alan immediately complained to Boss Chap, saying that the governor of Australia saw Boss Chap in danger and his first thought was how to escape responsibility. Alan exaggerated what Bill Hayden wanted to explain that afternoon, and said it again in front of Boss Chap, looking at the cowardly behavior of the governor being carried by Alan in the video. Boss Chap, no matter how good-tempered he is a little annoyed now. Alan has proven his loyalty and bravery in practice, but what is the Australian governor thinking about at this critical moment? This waste? It's absolutely true, Your Highness. Although the assassin did use a flare gun, doesn't the lethality of the flare gun depend on the type of ammunition inside? He actually believed that the flare gun was weak at the first time. He didn't use Your Highness at all. You take your safety seriously. There is one thing to say. What Alan said is not sophistry. At such a close distance, even if you throw a small firecracker at someone, it will cause some damage, right? Not to mention a flare gun. What if the stuff inside is a solid bullet? There are too many possibilities here. Boss Cha has obviously thought of this. During the day, he behaved calmly outside, but now that there are no outsiders here, he is no longer like this. Where's the assassin? I heard he's not dead yet. Yes, Your Highness. I have made arrangements. After he wakes up, I will interrogate him as soon as possible. But what? Alan looked at Boss Cha and whispered, Your Highness, I'm afraid that people from Australia will interfere in this matter. There are more than one like Bill Hayden. Chapter 558 Detective. Boss Cha is a very face-loving person. He and Alan are both such people. They can do whatever they want when they go out, but they can't lose face. But in private, Cha's boss' reputation for being petty is also very loud. Before provoking him, it was easy to say anything, but now that someone has assassinated him, Boss Cha can no longer be generous. On the contrary, when Alan mentioned it now, he thought of what happened today. If something happens to him, then the rest will definitely be out of his control. What will happen then? Now that he has not suffered any injuries, many people will think that they are evading each other, or that the matter has become a big deal. In Boss Cha's view, the reason why he was not injured was firstly because of his good life, and secondly because of his captain of the bodyguard. Alan reacted quickly and knocked down the assassin immediately, without allowing the assassin to attack him for a second time opportunity. It's not about whether the assassin's abilities or weapons work. Now that he has been assassinated, this matter cannot be taken lightly. On the surface, he can pretend to be generous and don't care. This is his external personality, but others cannot, let alone ignore this matter. All trips for the remaining 2 days are cancelled. I will be waiting for you here. You are responsible for investigating this matter. If you encounter any obstacles, tell me, boss. Cha crossed his arms and issued the latest order angrily. Alan grinned. This Shang Fang's order's coming. Yes. I'm going to the hospital now. Go ahead, Claremont. Private hospital. 9 p.m. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps disrupted the tranquility outside the operating room. At a glance, Alan saw a little old lady sitting outside the operating room and several women around her. The clothes these people were wearing looked familiar to Alan. They were high-cut skirts that looked like Korean clothing. My son is unjust. My lord, please spare my life. He didn't really want to kill the prince. There are no bullets in his gun. My lord. Yes, the prince is fine now. Grown ups. Alan glanced at the few people lying on the ground in disgust, as if begging for mercy. They chattered a lot of words that Alan couldn't understand. Who put them here? Alan turned to look at the bodyguard guarding the door of the operating room. Boss, it was the Australian police who let them in. We have few manpower, so we drove them away. After a while, they came in again. They are always here, and don't make any noise. Alan raised his right hand and moved his middle and index fingers slightly to signal Zhao Shitao, who was following him, to chase away people. These people were like flies, which made him feel sick. By The way, find me a Korean translator. Is the assassin inside awake? Not yet, recovering. I don't have time to wait for him to wake up normally and ask the doctor to use medicine to forcefully wake him up. The bodyguard was a little hesitant, not because he questioned Alan's decision, but because the doctors in Australia might not agree. The other gun's on your waist just for the taking. Alan glared at the bodyguard and motioned for him to go quickly. Yes, David Kang is an Australian of Korean descent. He just graduated from college. His family immigrated to Australia in 1987. There are also his father, mother, 2 sisters, and 1 sister at home. Alan sat beside the hospital bed, holding the assassin information he had just collected in his hand. Point in the photo in the file. The boy has a green face and a smile. Maybe it's because he finally left Korea and joined the free world. He looks very happy. Point the people who were at the door just now should be his mother and 2 sisters. David Kang slowly opened his eyes. His whole body was numb, and he felt nothing. He had just finished the operation and the anesthesia was still wearing off. Point gently shaking his somewhat groggy head. The last scene in his memory was that of the tall young man standing up in his peripheral vision, as if he was shooting at him. He only heard the first gunshot, and what happened next, I don't remember. Looking at the ceiling and the surrounding environment, he should be in the hospital now. He turned his face slightly, and David Kang's pupils dilated instantly. The person sitting next to his bed was actually the person who shot him. Who are you? Don't kill me. Me. You David Kang. Why did you assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? The assassin finally woke up. Unexpectedly, he could speak English, which saved a lot of trouble. Alan asked the translator to go out first, helped the assassin lift the oxygen mask on his mouth, rolled the information into a paper tube, and held it in his hand, crossed his legs, and asked the assassin who had just woken up. I didn't want to kill him, I just wanted to scare him. Oh, you took a gun and shot His Highness twice. Is that what you said? You wanted to scare him? What I took was a flare gun, not a real gun. Whether it's a real gun or not, I can't tell. Let me ask you, who ordered you to assassinate His Highness? Are there any other accomplices? David Kang heard Alan's words. He hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem yet, but he was panicked. I was not ordered by anyone. I just wanted to scare him. I have no accomplices. Without any accomplices, how did you bring the weapons in? How did you get on the stage? Me, David Kang had just woken up, and he was still confused. Alan asked more urgently, and he had a headache from being asked. I just saw in the newspaper that he was going to award medals there today, so I went over. I didn't have any accomplices. I was squeezed in by the people behind me. Oh, the police did not conduct a security check on you, but instead allowed you to enter the venue with weapons. Alan's eyes flickered and he began to ask seductive questions. I don't know. No one checked on me. Well, the Australian police allowed assassins to bring weapons into the scene, but what about the people behind you who pushed you? Do you know their names? I do not know. I do not know. Well, there is an unknown person cooperating with the assassin. Alan nodded. David Kang said something, and he followed up with an explanation. The tape recorder in his hand faithfully recorded the conversation between the two. This will be the evidence after he goes back. I'm not an assassin. I'm not an assassin. Alan just smiled at the Korean's explanation and continued to ask, why did you want to assassinate His Highness? I don't. Be anxious. Think slowly and tell me your truest thoughts. I saw the news in the newspaper, and after discussing it with my classmates and teachers, I became dissatisfied with the Australian official. Alan's eyes lit up. Did he finally get some substantive news? Talk about it. What news? It belongs to Cambodian refugees. Their policy on accepting Cambodian refugees is not good. They are desperate. Why not help them? Alan was a little confused by this answer. How could he go from Australia to Cambodia in one go? Where is this going? Wait. A minute, you mean, because a group of Cambodian refugees came to Australia, and some of Australia's policies were very unfavorable to them, so you held a grudge, discussed it with teachers and classmates at school, and decided to assassinate Cheo. His Highness is visiting Australia. I'm not an assassin. Ahem. I just want to scare him. I'm protesting and demonstrating. Well, if you think about it carefully, is there anything else you want to add, Alan? Put the paper tube on the bedside table next to him, picked up the tape recorder in his hand, and tilted his head to look at David Kang on the bed. No, I'm really not an assassin. I didn't want to kill him. I'm not an assassin. Haha. Okay, I will make a conclusion for you after investigating whether you are an assassin or not. You have a good rest. Let's stop here for today's questioning. After Alan finished speaking, he stopped the recorder and looked at the Sony logo on the recorder. Every time he does this kind of thing, he likes to use Sony products. The quality is okay and the sound quality is good. The key is that this kind of island countryman, the feeling of being an accomplice will make him feel less guilty. Point under David Kang's confused gaze. Alan picked up the pillow under his head, covered his face with a smile, and pressed it down gently. Even though the anesthesia on his body had not completely worn off, David Kang still struggled as hard as he could, but all his struggles at this time had no effect. His stature was originally several times smaller than Alan's, and their strength was completely disproportionate. What's more, in this situation, Alan kept covering his pillow for 3 minutes. He just watched quietly as David Kang struggled hard, then struggled slowly, and finally became motionless. He even twitched a few times in retrospect, until finally he smelled a smell. This should be a human being. Incontinence caused by body mechanisms when being forcibly suffocated. Point. After taking away the pillow and seeing that David Kang, whose mouth was wide open and the facial features on his face were a little distorted, was completely dead, Alan was relieved. Point. Today's matter, even if Jesus comes, must be an assassination. Ever since he refused to admit the assassination, Alan never wanted to let him go. If he had admitted the assassination openly, Alan could have spared his life, but he did everything, and in the end he still quibbled. You with such quibbles, you never thought that it would affect Mr. Allen's performance as a guardian, who could bear it if half of the credit he received was lost because of his excuse. You are so young and ignorant. In order to fully realize his credit, Alan could only send the assassin on his way first. And the rest was up to him to restore the truth of the matter. Hey. Sighing, Alan looked at David Kang. I'm really working hard and worrying about the Empire. Somebody come. Master Zhao. Shitao opened the door and came in, and immediately saw the dead assassin on the bed. He was not curious at all about what Alan had just done, and he even felt that it was true. Take this and make a few more copies when you go back. This is his interrogation recording. Take it to their school and ask his teachers and classmates. Alan glanced at Zhao Shitao and said meaningfully, give them some pressure. Just say that this was the assassin who assassinated His Highness. Let them talk about their feelings about this assassin, such as whether he can't get along well with the classmates around him, get along, or have extreme personalities or something like that. When disaster strikes, everyone will fly away. No one understands this principle, right? Alan is going to do this now. David Kang has a criminal record before, so that the classmates around him will exclude him and even discredit him after knowing that he is a murderer. He didn't believe that the classmates or teachers around him would put in good words for him when the charges were proven. In addition, we will send someone to wait here. 4 hours later, it will be said that the assassin committed suicide out of fear of crime. We are still tracking his accomplices, correct? Having said this, Alan was just about to leave when he remembered the arrangements for the media. Has your family been notified? Let RTV broadcast the news early tomorrow morning. First, we will convict him. Then we will report the process as I said. Later, we will wait until the videotapes and other evidence are returned. Make a separate special program. Clear? Zhao Shitao was busy taking a notebook to record Alan's words. With so many things, he had to arrange them one by one, and he couldn't forget any of them. Arrange a room for me, and let me rest for a while, Alan recalled briefly. First of all, the assassin is dead. Death means death without evidence. Now the last evidence is the interrogation recording in his hand, and he also has the final right to interpret this recording. Everything in it can be said. It's ambiguous and has a lot of room for maneuver then, as long as his classmates decide that he was not good enough before. This second step will be over by tomorrow. In a few hours, news is spreading that the assassin committed suicide out of fear of guilt. Not only is his charge confirmed, but it is also confirmed that he has an accomplice. As long as the media here can keep up with the promotion, everything will be finalized. Alan just has the media in hand now. Regardless of the influence, he has the first mover advantage. Then we will arrange some conspiracy theories or something, saying that some people in Australia have different intentions and are involved in this matter. They want to murder Boss Chap, so Alan's escort this time will be more meaningful. How many medals will the Queen be able to award to Alan immediately when he returns? When he thought of this, Alan was instantly full of motivation. The assassination was good. He didn't expect to get a medal when he went out. He just didn't know how the Queen would reward him. TSK point, can't you just give me the Order of the Garter? Well, not bad. Who says Alan's abilities are not good? If anyone says something like this in the future, his boss will be the first to deny it. In just 2 days, Alan gave him a satisfactory answer. This is simply a detective looking at the thick stack of information in his hand. The evidence was conclusive. The assassin's background, family background, motive for committing the crime, action trajectory, speculation about the accomplices behind the scenes, etc. were presented in front of him in a logical and clear context point. After reading the investigation report, Boss Chad was relieved. He happily came to Australia for a visit, but in the end he was almost assassinated. This is because someone in Australia wants to make a fuss about him. Looking up at Alan sitting opposite him, such a loyal minister, Boss Cha suddenly felt that the compensation given to Alan a few days ago was not enough. Such a loyal and brave minister needs a reward. To prevent him from feeling cold, Alan has always wanted to restore the establishment of the guard. But the Queen disagrees. This matter has something to do with it. If Alan can bring the guard with him when he goes out this time, the security force will definitely not be at the same level as now. Now that the Queen's side is blocked, Boss Cha suddenly came up with an idea. Can he think of a way elsewhere to give Alan a name that can lead troops reasonably? Thinking of this, he suddenly had some inspiration. Chapter 559 Nights. If the road to restoring the establishment of the guards does not work, the previous Boss Cha would not have thought about other aspects. But after the assassination the day before yesterday, he finally figured it out. Strengthening the power around Alan is equivalent to strengthening his own strength. With more soldiers in Alan's hands, it will be more convenient to protect him or do things for him in the future. In addition, Alan's escort was successful this time, so he must be rewarded, no matter what point. Therefore, when the purpose changes, but the essence remains the same, it would be easier for Boss Cha to broaden his horizons and look outside, and find a way to gain some military power for Alan. Although nobles cannot hold actual positions in the British Empire, in this world, you can't lead troops only by holding positions in the army. Nor can you only restore Alan's family guard. For example, Boss Cha suddenly remembered that the famous Knights of St. Lazarus had been a little unstable recently, and there were signs of this last year. Speaking of this knighthood, it may sound abstract to people who have never been exposed to this kind of thing, but when it comes to another name of this knighthood, the Leper Knights, it seems to be much more famous. This thing is very religious in nature, but now it has become secular among all the knights. There are 3 most famous knights, the most famous of which is the Knights Templar. This riding regiment has a strong family background. When they returned to their hometown in France after the Eastern expedition, the knights had a lot of looted wealth in their hands. They were crazy about the financial industry, lending money and the like, and their assets doubled. In the end, King Philip IV of France, who owed them money and was jealous of them, found an excuse and killed them. And because of the demise of the Knights of Christmas, a promotion event that is still used today is called Black Friday, which refers to the discount and rush purchase of the property of these Templar Knights by the King of France. In addition to the Knights Templar, there is also a knightly order known for its combat effectiveness, called the Teutonic Knights. This knightly order has extremely strong combat effectiveness. After the Eastern Expedition, it continued to cause cholera throughout Eastern Europe and parts of Northern Europe. It became famous and later remained. So far, it has only lost its former glory point. Apart from these two knights, the only one left is the Knights Hospitaller, the so-called Knights of St. Lazarus, the Knights of Leprosy Point. When the knights were established, they were set up to take care of wounded soldiers later. He also participated in the battle, and the path of this knight's order was different from that of the other two major knights. It was a little wild, not to mention those who were sensitive. The Knights Hospitaller wore black robes when they fought. Anyway, it developed to the end. The Knights Hospitaller took off their black robes and replaced them with red robes, then turned to sea and became pirates from then on. He got out of control and accumulated a lot of property. Point in short, let's briefly describe the three major knights. The Knights Templar are the richest, but the shortest lived. They only existed for less than 200 years before perishing. Point the Teutonic Knights were the best at fighting, but their end was not much better, but they have managed to survive to this day. Point the Knights Hospitaller, they have the strongest medical ability among the knights, the most capable of fighting among the doctors, and the most nourishing life. Although there are many ups and downs, they have survived to this day, and the longer they live, the more nourishing they are. Point it almost perished a few years ago, but after experiencing many twists and turns, it was finally rebuilt. It was not until the eve of World War II that the Grand Master's office was officially restored. Point this Grand Master refers to the top leader of the Knights Hospitallers. Decades ago, in the 1960s, the knights split into two factions, one for Malta and the other for Paris. The Maltese group bought a small courtyard in Rome and used it as an office. They are as large as the knights, but their status is quasi-national, because they have no territory, but they have a special status. They also serve as permanent observers in the United Nations, and other personnel have passports. All types are complete. Point as for the Paris branch, it can be regarded as the Orthodox Hospitallers. There is no mortal enmity between them and the Malta branch. The reason for the split announced to the public is a healthy competitive relationship. The Paris branch also has a grand leader in Paris office. Point the Paris team wants to develop new members from the outside, and it happens that Boss Chat is now a deputy leader level leader in the British region. Point now, what Boss Chat is thinking about is that he is going to get a medal for Alan. Let Alan sneak into the Knights Hospitaller and make him a branch leader. This branch leader can be understood as the squad leader level in the Knights, second only to the deputy captain. Point with this identity, Alan can recruit new knights reasonably. Although the Knights Hospitallers now have no military functions, if Alan has a position, he can recruit its guardian knights. As a guardian knight, it makes sense to have some weapons and equipment, right? No one stipulates that guardian knights cannot have weapons, right? Coupled with the privileges of the Knights Hospitaller, this thing is even more powerful than international mercenaries, mainly because of their special status. The laws of many countries have very vague restrictions on them. It depends on how the individual operates. With Alan's character, Boss Chat thinks Alan is quite suitable. As long as Alan has money, as long as he doesn't go too far, he can recruit as many knights as he wants. Now Alan happens to still have a hospital in his hands, and they are all alive. Alan has soldiers. It is reasonable for him to protect Boss Chat, the head of the British headquarters, in the name of the branch leader of the Knights Hospitallers. It is all about protection anyway. By the way, I remember you opened a hospital in China. After putting down the information, Boss Chat didn't rush to tell Alan how he planned to reward Alan. Instead, he first asked Alan about his current situation. There is such a hospital, but it is still under construction and has not officially opened yet. Alan was a little confused when asked by Boss Chat why was he talking about assassins. Why did he end up in the hospital again? Well, that's fine. When your hospital is ready, you can serve as the president or honorary president yourself. I will give you some special rewards then. Boss Chat looked at Alan with a smile. He thought it was quite interesting to think that Alan could become the dean. If Alan had been born in the Middle Ages, with his physique, he would not have been able to sneak into the Knights. Do you know what Alan can do? Ah, my dean? Okay. Alan blinked and looked at Boss Chat, who was smiling inexplicably. He was even more confused by what Boss Chat told him. Okay, you go and hand over the information to them. The rest depends on how the Australians check it. We will go back tomorrow. Now, the evidence is conclusive and the context is clear. Now that Alan has found out everything, Boss Chad is not going to stay in Australia any longer. He will hand over all the information to them and let the Australians investigate themselves. Anyway, in the end, this matter will have to be solved. I'm personally responsible for this as for the Australian Governor General how his career has been messed up by Alan. When his term ends, there is a high probability that he will directly retire and return to his hometown, and there will be no other honors. As for the standard knighthood after the governor leaves office, he is worthy of it. Master, are you okay? At Cardiff International Airport, the first time Alan stepped off the special plane, old housekeeper Hooter greeted Alan with a worried look. He had already seen the news and knew that something had happened to Australia this time, but he did not know the specific situation. It's so clear. I only know that Alan shot and knocked down the assassin and protected the crown prince. Other specific news has not been released in detail. The news these days has been very busy, and there is everything. Anyway, Boss Chahi was assassinated while giving a speech. This is confirmed news. It's nothing serious. Let's go home first. Alan took a deep breath and went out for a while. In the end, he felt the best at home. Wales. Even the air was filled with a reassuring smell. He first accompanied Boss Cha to Heathrow International Airport in London. After Boss Cha got off, he asked a special plane to take Alan back to Wales. This was a treatment he had never received before. In Alan's opinion, this is a symbol of improved status, and this year's award has been finalized. As for what will happen to those Australian officials implicated by his sufficient evidence, then who cares whether they live or die? Touching the bronze artifact next to the seat. After this long flight, Alan had some new ideas. First of all, he doesn't have a private jet so far. This will be put on the agenda. It depends on the performance of Cameron's movies in the future. If the box office in America continues to be good, then the down payment of the plane can be enough to save a little money. Others. Looking at this new Bentley that he has only used for a short time, Alan is a little bit tired of the old. He now hates confined spaces and small spaces. He wants a big car. He used to have modified RV, but it was a bit too big and looked a bit unique and not very good looking when driven out. Who? Tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, you notify the person in charge of Bentley and call their designers. I want to build a new car. Let them come to see me and I will tell them my design ideas. Who? Te was sitting in the front passenger seat. Alan had not spoken since he got in the car. He thought the young master was deep in thought, but he didn't expect these words to come out of nowhere. Okay, I understand. I'll tell them when I get back. After looking at Ute's face, Alan relaxed and asked, how is the information I asked you to check? I've collected them all. You can see them as soon as you get back. Okay. Humph. When Alan thinks of the Duke of Marlborough, his teeth itch. This old man dares to speak ill of him outside. He has finally returned with honor from Australia. Now he has nothing to do. Alan, the first thing I thought about was to cause trouble for this old man. He is not a generous person. If he meets ordinary people, when Alan is in a good mood, he might actually forgive them. But bullying such an old man, especially when the other person is a duke, would be so fun. Master, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll call now to make arrangements. What day is it today? Traveling back and forth across the northern and southern hemispheres. Alan couldn't even remember the date. Friday, then. Let's get some fish and chips. I haven't had anything like that in a while. Okay, it's old Carl back. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest for a while, Alan thought of old Carl again and instantly felt a little pain in his balls. This old guy was also stubborn, and it didn't give him any peace of mind at all. Old Carl, who? Te felt a toothache when he thought of old Carol. Master, Carol hasn't come back yet. He said that he can't leave now. When he finishes handling the matter, he will come back to you as soon as possible to apologize. HMPH. How much did you lose this time? Well, Carl said the initial estimate is $6 to $7 million, possibly more. How much? $6 to $7 million. When he heard this amount, Alan suddenly became energetic. Even though he usually didn't treat money as money, but with millions of dollars, Alan couldn't treat it like dirt. How could it be possible? So much loss. He finally understood why old Carol was so anxious. If it were him to deal with such a big loss, he wouldn't have the shame to come back before he finished dealing with it. Have you forgotten? They just purchased a batch of new photographic equipment a few years ago. They are all good equipment. This batch of equipment alone is worth more than $2 million US. There are also old equipment and other props and equipment. In addition, half of the office building has collapsed and will need to be rebuilt in the future. This is already the preliminary calculation of losses, and the subsequent losses due to lost work during this period have not yet been included. Ted told Alan all the losses one by one. Alan's heart was bleeding when he heard it. It was all his money, just an earthquake and nothing happened. Is he encountering any difficulties now? When he thought of this, Alan had no time to blame old Carol for not reporting the situation to him. Well, it is said that some tabloids said that he did not donate money. Carol has been in a lot of trouble recently, so he can't leave. Alan was shocked. When did someone blame old Carol for not donating? Damn it, my company has suffered such huge losses and I'm also one of the victims. Why do we still need to donate money? Listening to Alan's complaints, Huth shrugged and said, Americans, their brain circuits are always a little unpredictable. Okay, if you hear any news about him again, tell me as soon as possible. When you get back, give him a call to see if there is anything I need to do to help him. Let him tell me with confidence that, if something like this happens, he won't do anything. Blame him. Please don't put so much pressure on him. Old Carl is old and still the old man in the family. Alan still misses some of his old feelings and just curses occasionally. If something goes wrong, he can't be blamed. Okay, I see. Friday, according to British tradition, is a day when most family members get together. It is quite warm for the family to have traditional fish and chips and talk about what happened during the week. The largest restaurant in Alan's house is located on the 3rd floor. In the corner of the restaurant, there is a small round table. Today, the family of 5 is finally here. Alan sits in the main seat. He is the big brother of the family. Sitting on Alan's left side was William, who looked not very good and was obviously a little unhappy. On the right is the new Swedish Prince Bertil. Next to William is chubby Harry, and next to Bertil is his sister Madeline. What happened to William today? Haha, was he criticized by the teacher again? Alan took a piece of fish and dipped it in some sauce, took a bite, and teased William next to him. Cousin, I know, my brother's girlfriend. Shut up, Harry. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560. William. Seeing that Harry sold him directly, William's face became even more ugly. He used his right elbow to lift the big-mouthed Harry, and the muffled sound of his elbow hitting Harry's chest was clearly heard by the 5 people present. Harry clutched his chest and screamed in pain, and the chips in his mouth fell out. Alan blinked, didn't expect there was news about the naughty kid. Seeing that William didn't want to say it in front of so many people, Alan didn't mind either, fully respecting the child's privacy. William, come to me in the bathroom upstairs later and let's talk. Alan winked at William and prepared to have a good chat with this little brother after dinner. William depressedly grabbed a piece of fried fish, dipped it in the sauce, and was about to eat it when he saw Harry, who seemed a little angry next to him. He put the fish in his hand on the plate in front of Harry and whispered, "Don't be so big-mouthed in the future. Eat it. Thank you, brother." Ha. Ha. Alan looked at the 2 brothers and smiled, then turned to look at the Swedish brother and sister next to him. After this period of adaptation, the 2 of them have not yet gone to school and are in the stage of waiting for arrangements. Bertil, Madeline, are you getting used to living here during this time? I'm adapting very well. But brother Alan, it would be nice if there were fewer classes. The teachers sometimes speak too fast, and I can't understand them well. Before Bertil could speak, Madeline next to him answered with a smile, complaining to Ellen that the royal teacher at home spoke too fast, and she, a foreign girl, could not understand it well. Well, I understand. I'll tell them later that you guys should take a break on the weekend and I'll ask the teachers to arrange a new teaching plan. Alan nodded. These teachers sent by the royal family do not teach ordinary cultural knowledge. They are only responsible for other noble skills, such as etiquette, music, equestrian and other classes. They teach the brothers and sisters just by the way. Anyway, teaching 1 is teaching, and teaching 4 is teaching. Bertle secretly glanced at his sister, curled her mouth slightly, and looked at Harry across from him. Harry also made a face at him. This family seemed to him very atmospheric, and the person in charge of the family was Alan. They are a big brother, but this big brother basically doesn't care about them. Except for mealtime, you basically can't see him during the day. In short, Bertle feels that the atmosphere here is better than that at home. Especially the living standard is several grades higher than his family. He didn't have a dedicated servant before, but now that he's here, Alan has assigned him 2 dedicated servants. As long as he wants, he doesn't have to do anything about eating, drinking, and toileting, and the servants will take care of it. This is the first time that Bertle has experienced this kind of life in his more than 10 years of life. This is the treatment a real prince should enjoy. Thinking of this, Bertle couldn't help but look forward to his future school career even more. An extremely soft piano music, accompanied by the gloom in the bathroom. Alan soaked in the huge pool, with a wooden tray floating on the water, and a plate of cut fruit assortment placed on the tray. What he held in his hand was the information Huth gave him about the Duke of Marlborough. John George Vanderbilt Spencer Churchill. This is the full name of the current Duke of Marlborough. Churchill is their family's surname, as is Spencer, but in theory, they are all in-laws, and their relationship is a bit too entangled. In short, this old guy's the current 11th generation Duke. He was born in 1926 and is now 68 years old. Under his knees, he also has a son who is nearly 40 years old and is still his youngest son. A few years ago, after his divorce, he found a new wife, and now he has a son. His youngest son, just over 1 year old, was born in 1992. Looking at this information, Alan squinted his eyes and subconsciously wanted to start with his youngest son. It is said that the most precious thing is to have a son when you are old. This old guy has a new son at the age of 68. If he takes this son, killing him would probably make the old Duke angry to death. No, no, no. As soon as he had this thought, Alan shook his head hard. He dared to kill people, but as long as he killed him, if Boss Cha knew about it, Boss Cha could hang him on the flagpole of Buckingham Palace and beat him. The Queen will not let him go. Killing 1,000 enemies and damaging oneself 800 is not appropriate among nobles. This kind of behavior has exceeded the bottom line, and the other party is also a veteran duke. But this idea can be used a little bit. Alan shook the information in his hand and continued reading. The following introduction was about the old duke himself, about all his life in the first half of his life, and some major events about him. In fact, there is not much to say. Their family has been in decline for a long time, and it is only because of the wealth of their ancestors that they have been surviving until now. If it weren't for the celebrity Qiu Zhantang who came out later, maybe few people in their family would remember them now. Skipping some very common information, Alan focused on his personal hobbies, ready to see if there were any loopholes in the old guy's personal hobbies that he could exploit. A line about the Duke of Marlborough's special interest soon caught Alan's attention. Xerophilia. Seeing this word, Alan even thought about it for a long time before he understood the meaning of the word, and then even now that he was in a large pool, surrounded by warm water, Alan shivered hard. Alan no longer knows how to complain about this kind of hobby. Although there are all kinds of weird things among noble lords, Alan also knows that some of his usual hobbies may seem a bit perverted in the eyes of some people. But Alan, I always thought he was a normal person. He only occasionally plays with his wife and cares about married women. So what? Can this be called a perversion? A hobby like his is not even considered a trivial matter in the aristocratic circle, compared with these really perverts. Alan is a good boy who is extremely pure, just like this paraphilia. When Alan thinks of such words like human sticks instantly come to mind, and the two parties are connected together. A It's a bit disgusting. It's not that he discriminates against disabled people, but normal people. There is no such thing as a hobby point. In order to satisfy their own hobbies, some people don't just limit themselves to their immediate needs. There are many disabled people in the world, but some people are not willing to be disabled point, and this old duke still likes to play this at such an old age. No wonder the children and their family habitually die young. They really deserve it. Alan uses himself to judge others. Just by looking at this description, he can guess that the old duke has done a lot of unscrupulous things over the years. Thinking of this, Alan already had some idea of how to deal with the old duke's preliminary plan, playing dirty. He is still very professional. With this habit, it will be easier to handle. This old guy wants to save face so much. Then if his hobby is secretly exposed, the old duke will surely be very happy then, right? Cousin William walked into the bathroom wearing a bathrobe and a pair of slightly larger slippers. He looked at Alan, who was soaking in the pool and reading information, and shouted softly, "Come in and have a drink together. I'll ask you after I finish reading this information." Alan pointed towards the pool, motioning for William to take a dip with him, then ignored him and continued to look at the information in his hand. Point below is an introduction to the relationship between the old duke and his son. Point his eldest son is now 39 years old. The relationship between father and son is extremely bad, and they often quarrel. Especially during this period, the relationship between father and son has progressed to the point where he ordered his son to move out of the manor. Alan frowned and looked at the information on the two sons of the Duke of Marlborough. One was the old son, who was already 39 years old and was not yet a man. The relationship between the father and son was extremely bad. The other was the younger son, who was only 1 or 2 years old. Baby. Very point, there's something wrong. Clatter, crash, crash. Alan quickly flipped through the information and quickly found his son's information. Point, look at the photo. The 39-year-old little duke looks as haggard as a man in his 50s. Moreover, there is an extremely obscure description in his information. He is suspected of taking prohibited substances and was warned by the Ministry of Noble Affairs. Ha ha ha. Seeing this paragraph, Alan laughed very happily. Judging from the information, their family is full of loopholes. As long as he makes a random move, Alan can hit their weak points. With this strength, he dares to provoke you. Mr. Allen, who gave you the courage? Hearing Alan's sudden laughter, William, who had just put his feet into the pool, was frightened. His feet slipped, and his whole body slipped into the pool. Point, William's thumping sound made Alan turn his head and give him a hand point. After being interrupted like this by William, Alan was no longer interested in reading the information. He put down the information, took some water with his right hand, and poured it on William's face. He said with a smile, "What's wrong? I see that you haven't been happy these days. I'm leaving. You were like this before. If anything happens, tell me." William didn't pretend in front of Alan. He had just interrupted Harry at the dinner table because he didn't want the new brother and sister to hear his private affairs. For Alan, he didn't care. On the contrary, point, in William's opinion, his cousin is almost equal to half a Jesus, and this Jesus belongs to the Lord. Point, in the past few years of being with Alan, William has never seen anything that Alan can't do. He admires this cousin extremely. Now that his cousin has asked, William is not going to hide it. Point, lifting the hot water from the pool to his shoulders, William said dully, "Cousin, I have encountered something recently. Can you help me think of a solution?" Just say it. Alan took a fork and stabbed a piece of watermelon, ready to hear what happened to little William. I have a friend. Just say your name." "Oh, it's Kate. You know her. My mother likes her very much." "Kate." Alan frowned. He also knew a Kate, but that one was called Winslet, and she was his little gun carrier. She was not the same person as William. Point, after thinking for a long time, Alan remembered. Wasn't it the girl that Diana abducted last time? The little girl who was said to be William's childhood sweetheart? No, keep talking, Kate. She was always bullied at school. William hummed and recounted the situation to Alan. It turns out that since Diana's divorce, when she recovered, she didn't know whether it was because she was overthinking it or because she was bored. In short, she had little contact with Alan, but as for William and Harry, she would occasionally take advantage of Alan's absence. At that time, I met my two sons and Diana's character is not particularly reliable. Sometimes she actually transferred William's childhood sweetheart to Wales without permission, and the little girl's parents didn't have any objections. It is estimated that in their view, it is their honor to be able to climb the high branches of the royal family. It is not too late to be happy, so how can they object? Anyway, this little girl is going to school in Wales now, but fortunately for William, he is a little boy. At school, everyone knows that he is a prince. He is not bullied by his classmates like his father was when he was a child. In Wales, as long as he takes the name of Alan, no one dares bully William. But his little girlfriend is different. The little girl is only 10 years old, which is when the comparison is serious. She is still at an age where she is not deeply involved in the world. In addition, the children on Daying's side have reached their age. Somewhat rebellious, this little girl suffered at school. Everyone knew that she had fallen in love with the prince, and there were many problem girls who bullied her out of jealousy. Occasionally taking her stationery, books, etc. This is a trivial matter. Sometimes someone even does something to her when she goes to the toilet. The little girl was very stubborn at first, but gradually she couldn't hold it anymore. She was isolated, and more people bullied her. She was bullied and could only talk to William. There was nothing he could do about William. He couldn't let the bodyguards teach those children a lesson, right? Just like that. The more the little girl was bullied, the more helpless William became. The more helpless he became, the worse his mood became. The key was that little William did not expect a solution to the problem. The relationship between the two, there are even some cracks, but because of his pride, William doesn't want to tell others about this kind of thing. If Alan hadn't taken the initiative to ask now, he didn't know how long he would have been holding it in. Isn't this just campus bullying? Alan was quite surprised after hearing this. This is kind of interesting. Cousin, can you help me? I can't think of any way to help her. William slapped the water hard with a sad look on his face, and water splashed everywhere. The smile on Alan's face suddenly froze. If this matter is to be solved easily, whoever bullied that little girl should find the parents of the children who bullied her and put a gun to their foreheads. They will naturally educate them well. Home children. But for the sake of an outsider, there was no need for Alan to go to such great lengths. Moreover, this method treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. Among children, sometimes just threatening the parents doesn't work. Ellen can't bring someone to threaten her every time someone bullies her, right? What does that sound like? Look at you. When your cousin and I were in school, there were so many things going on. Alan complained that if he wanted to solve this problem, he had to find a solution once and for all. If it were him, he was only harassed by love letters from female classmates when he was in school, but he was never bullied by others. Who would dare to bully him? He beat them to the head. P.S. I want to take a look today. Who said I'm short? Exclamation mark. Chapter 561 Green Tea. Thinking of this, Alan's eyes suddenly lit up. Let the children handle the children's affairs. Protect your own little girlfriend, William. You just can't. As she was about to trick William into giving a lesson to those naughty kids who bullied her little girlfriend, Alan thought about William's identity. If it were a boy, he would have beaten him, but now, the people bullying his little girlfriend must be little girls. Boys can't hit little girls, right? It would be embarrassing if word spread. If he really did it, how would William be able to see people when he grows up? What's wrong, cousin? Have you thought of any solution? Seeing that Alan was about to speak, William looked at his cousin seriously, ready to hear what his omnipotent cousin had to say. This looking at William's hopeful eyes, Alan hesitated for a moment. He had led William a little crookedly. He admitted this, but there was a difference between crooked and crooked. He hoped that William would become a little more irritable, but still a little crooked. Get close to him and trust him as the future prince, but you can't be all dirty. This will not do him any good in the future. Well, wait for me to think about it first. It's not convenient for me to intervene directly in this kind of thing, don't you think? After all, you are still children at your age. By the way, how old is your little girlfriend? Alan was going to talk about something else and change the subject. Not a girlfriend. Just a good friend. William seemed a little shy when he heard the name little girlfriend and retorted slightly, but this rebuttal lacked strength and seemed very indifferent. She is the same age as me. We were classmates in elementary school. Well, I'm about the same age as you. I'm in 1982. You guys are still kids. Alan murmured. They are both 12 years old this year. What a good age. They seem to be the same age as Madeline. Thinking of Madeline, Alan suddenly had some new ideas since Gustav gave him his daughter to take care of. Don't blame me for bringing your precious daughter crookedly. She happens to be needed now. Isn't this a coincidence? I have some new ideas. You should comfort your little girlfriend recently. It's not a big deal. Don't keep a straight face all day. Do you know? Let me study it carefully, and I will make some progress. Tell you. Okay. Cousin, I knew you would definitely help me. William stood up excitedly and hugged Alan's arm. Okay. You soak here for a while and let the masseur massage you. I'll go back and study it first. Okay. Cousin, please walk slowly. William looked like a loser and put the towel on his shoulders by the pool for Alan to step on easily and supported Alan's arm in a decent manner. The next day, Saturday, Alan slept until 11 o'clock at noon before waking up naturally after lunch and doing some official business. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the small living room at home, Alan asked Madeline to come over and have a drink with him. Afternoon tea. Originally, he wanted to chat with her in the study room, but when he thought of a little girl making an appointment in the study room for the first time in a long conversation, it was a bit too serious. Alan was afraid of scaring her, so he simply made an appointment for afternoon tea. Talk to her first, brother. Alan invited me to have afternoon tea with you. Madeline was a little surprised when she heard what the servant said. Afternoon tea culture is considered traditional culture in Sweden, but not everyone in Sweden drinks afternoon tea every day. And according to different people, the afternoon tea they drink is also different. For example, for some office workers, their afternoon tea consists of a cup of coffee and some dessert. But children still drink less coffee. Madeline prefers sweets. She usually likes to drink sweet milk and the like for afternoon tea. Now that she received Alan's invitation, Madeline didn't know what she thought of. Her little face turned red, and she nodded and let the servant lead the way. Due to Alan's personal preferences, the new castle was decorated with excellent lighting. The marble corridors were cleaned spotlessly and even a little reflective. The afternoon sunlight shone into the room through the large French windows, although the windows were not opened. But the circulating ventilation system still brought in the smell of earth and flowers after the outdoor ice and snow melted. Walking in the corridor and looking at the surrounding decorations, Madeline felt very complicated. Gustav didn't tell her anything Alan disagreed with. In her opinion, this castle was where she would live from now on. Got it. But now, Alan's invitation is obviously to increase the mutual understanding between the two. Although Madeline was still a little confused about some things, she was a little fanciful. Before she saw Alan turning a corner, there is an open area near the window, which is a small open living room with classic European decoration, large light-colored velvet sofas, and classical solid wood furniture. It all looked so luxurious. Much better than her previous home. Today, Alan is wearing a black retro long-sleeved shirt and a pair of light-colored trousers. He is sitting quietly on the sofa by the window. The cigarette in his hand has been half burnt, and the green smoke is coming out of it. Smoke is floating around, and the sun shines through, making the light look a bit dreamy. Looking at Alan's side face, Madeline became even more shy and shouted softly, "Brother Alan, haha, Madeline is here. Sit down. I heard you like sweets. I just asked someone to prepare a milk tea that you might like. You can try it later. Thank you, Brother Alan." Madeline sat on the sofa opposite Alan very ladylike. There was a tall dark solid wood coffee table between the two of them. Desserts were already set, and the servant next to her was helping Madeline place tea drinks after all the desserts and tea were placed. Alan waved his hand for the servant to leave. He put out the cigarette, but with some embarrassment, and smiled at Madeline again. This kind of thing of leading other people's daughters into trouble. This was the first time Fallen to do it, so I felt a little guilty and also had a sense of novelty. He hasn't done anything bad in days. Try this and see if it suits your taste. Alan gestured with his right hand to the cup of milk tea in front of Madeline. This was the jasmine green milk tea he had newly developed. During this period, Alan preferred to drink jasmine tea. This one just added some milk to it, and the taste of the tea was a little lighter. Maybe it's more suitable for people here. Thank you. Madeline picked up the cup and took a shallow sip. She still couldn't let go. This was her first time chatting with Alan alone. Well, are you still used to eating and living here during this time? Habit. Alan rubbed his hands in embarrassment. This little girl, when things came to a close, he was not hesitating, but thinking about how to fool her. He couldn't tell her directly that he wanted her to be a Swedish princess as a thug for him, right? This is too lucrative. You have to think of a reasonable name to help her change her mind. Have you visited our families on a room? I visited, by the way. Brother Alan, I heard that you were in the Navy before. Did you participate in the Battle of the Falkland Islands? Ahem. Alan didn't expect Madeline to ask this. The so-called Falkland Islands are the Falkland Islands. The name of this island on the British side is called the Falkland Islands. In this matter, Sweden is of course on the British side, so the news they see and the propaganda in the news calls it the Battle of the Falkland Islands. And the so-called Falklands is what they call it in Argentina. Well, the war was already over when I joined the army, so I happened to miss it. It's a bit of a pity. Alan pretended to be regretful. Oh, Madeline nodded, but this did not affect Alan's image in her heart at all. In her perception, whether it was what his brother told her or what she knew, Alan was a brave and extraordinary young hero, which is a consensus throughout Britain. Young girls, who doesn't like this kind of tall, handsome, and capable Prince Charming? Alan's character is basically a killer for all ages, and even Madeline's age can't escape it. Seeing that the atmosphere of the chat was getting a little lively, Alan changed the subject to school. Did you read the information I gave you before I left? Which school do you want to go to? I've seen it, but I don't understand these things very well. I think I'll just follow your arrangements, Brother Alan. Madeline never thought about choosing a school by herself. She didn't know anything about Wales. Before Alan left for Australia, he gave her a stack of school information to look at. She was spoiled for choice and didn't have any intention. Oh, a very wise choice. Alan's eyes lit up. This girl actually asked him to make a decision, so there's no need to be polite. Well, Madeline, I remember you and William are about the same age, right? You were both born in 1982, right? How about we go to the school where William is? From now on, it will be convenient to pick you up and drop you off at home when you go to and from school. Besides, with William, you will also have someone to take care of you at school in the future. Okay. When Madeline heard Alan's arrangement, she felt sweet in her heart and her face became a little rosier. She glanced at Alan again quietly and found that Alan was looking at her. She quickly lowered her head and picked up the teacup to drink tea. Yeah, but you may not know much about our customs in Wales. The folk customs in Wales are relatively simple, and transfer students from outside are more likely to be bullied. Bullied? Madeline didn't understand what Alan meant. That's it. Alan raised his right hand, clenched it into a fist and shook it. Children like to fight. We in Wales, regardless of gender, like this. If you don't want to be bullied by others, you have to hit them first. Madeline used to be a bit naughty and quirky at home, but that was because she was the youngest in their family and she was not as strong as her sister. But now Alan told her the little Madeline couldn't accept it for a while. When going to school in Wales, all the children have to fight. No wonder Harry is so skinny. Is that so? This is too barbaric. Well, it's like this. I'm mainly afraid that you will be bullied at school, so I want to say hello to you first. But don't worry, even if you are really bullied by them, I will go to your school to help you. Brother Alan, when you were in school, did you have to fight with your classmates? Madeline asked weakly. Of course. We are all like this in Wales, regardless of gender. If you are too weak, you will be looked down upon by others. TSK. Think about your brother and your father. Are they weak? Look at me again. Looking at Alan's face, Madeline felt that Alan was not lying to her. He was telling the truth. But this made Madeline feel stubborn. She was in front of Alan, and she hadn't gone to school yet. If she was scared first, would she be looked down upon by Alan? When she thought about what her brother and her father had done in Sweden, Madeline didn't want to imitate them. She also didn't want Alan to look down on her. She will live in Wales in the future. Brother Alan, I won't be bullied. Oh, Alan looked at Madeline with a worried look, his eyes full of concern. As an aristocratic gentleman who had competed with many famous actresses, Madeline would never be able to see Alan's current acting skills in her lifetime. Hey, it doesn't matter. Get used to it first. With me here, I won't let you be bullied too hard. Madeline saw the flash of disappointment in Alan's eyes and suddenly became anxious. Brother Alan, if I were like you when you were in school, I wouldn't be bullied. Then if you defeat them first, they will definitely not bully you again. Then I will conquer them. Madeline clenched her little hands into fists, imitating what Alan had just done, and shook her fists. This Alan looked at Madeline. This little girl is not too short in height. She is already over 1.4 meters tall at the age of 12. Girls develop early and have a big frame. Her physique is higher than those of her peers. It's not the highest, but it's definitely not the lowest. If you train him well, he still has great potential to become a school bully. You want to beat them yourself, not me instigating you. Well, if you really want to avoid being bullied, I'll ask someone to teach you some fighting skills before school starts. But, seeing Alan's somewhat uncertain tone, Madeline agreed without hesitation. Office building of the Ministry of Peerage, London. This is a 3-story independent building facing the street. Judging from the appearance, many people don't know what it is about. They don't have a sign anyway. But for most nobles, this place has a famous reputation, and most of the mad dogs considered by the nobles are here. They would show their most ferocious fangs when the previous generation of a noble family aged out, and a new member succeeded to the throne, and would come to collect the inheritance tax from the nobles. As for what some people say about tax avoidance, and setting up a trust to evade inheritance tax. How long have I, been involved in the financial industry? How many years has London been the financial center of Europe? No one would think that this method would be useful in a place like this, right? Of course, some methods may be useful in the United States, but that is in the United States, and this is Great Britain. This is not the same country, nor are the two parties the same law. Can this thing be applied randomly? Chapter 562. Dare I be inconvenienced? To some ignorant people in later generations, the British aristocrats seemed to be idiots who didn't know how to use these little tricks to evade inheritance tax. They kept talking about how the United States was doing. More than 95% of the heirs of the British aristocracy have received elite education and graduated from prestigious schools. These people are not stupid in the first place. Secondly, from the post-war period to the present, in just 50 years, how many nobles have lost their families and their families because of inheritance taxes? Are they all fools? They don't know how to avoid taxes. Is there any way to avoid this aristocratic inheritance tax in the UK? Yes. But the price paid by this method is sometimes even higher than the inheritance tax itself. As for a trust or something like that, by substantiating and transferring their own private things, are some people pretending to be the British financial elite and unable to find the loopholes in this? There is a rule in Great Britain that the private property of nobles is inviolable. It is because it is inviolable that they cannot lose it, so there is inheritance tax. If something is in the name of a noble, it is called private property and cannot be violated, but if it is not directly in the name of the noble, but separated by a layer, it becomes property. These two things are not of the same nature. But after all, noble masters do not die every day. How many noble families are left in Great Britain now? Therefore, such a small department composed of descendants of aristocrats and financial elites, apart from the main business of collecting inheritance taxes, what they do most on a daily basis are small chores. For example, conflict resolution. If there is a conflict between two nobles that needs to be reconciled, this is an internal matter for the nobles. Family scandals should not be made public. Some things cannot be brought directly to court or to the queen. In the end, these are not serious matters. The internal affairs of the nobility, which are not too small, will also be coordinated and handled by the Noble Affairs Department. Sort of like a full-time mediator at this time. In the private meeting room on the second floor of the Noble Affairs Department, there was an old man with black hair and a strong face, wearing glasses and an angry face. I don't care. If you don't give me an explanation for this matter, I will go to court, and I will go to the Queen. Your Excellency, please calm down. This request of yours has no precedent. We really have never experienced it. Listening to this title, the identity of the old man opposite is somewhat self-evident. Those who can be called Your Excellency must at least start as an earl. Most earls do not dare to use the title Your Excellency. Except for those with a prominent family background like Alan, it is enough qualifications in Great Britain. The dukes of the royal family are also addressed as Your Highness, but few outside dukes like to be called Your Highness, and they are basically addressed with the honorific Your Excellency. George, the commissioner of the Department of Noble Affairs who had dealt with Alan before, and a descendant of the nobility, was the person to receive the old man this time. Hurt's official position has now been promoted, and as the only person in the Department of Noble Affairs who dares to face the existence of the hard-steel Earl of Carmarthen, he is almost a legendary figure in the department. He was someone who was pointed at a gun at the gate of the Hill family manor, and could still escape in a hail of bullets. The business ability is extremely professional. Therefore, this time the Ministry of Affairs received the mediation business of the Duke of Marlborough, and Hurt, the director with the strongest professional ability, personally handled it. No precedent? I can pass my title on to whoever I want. They are all my sons. I don't even have this bit of sovereignty. Hearing Hurt's words, the little old man, the Duke of Marlborough, became even more angry. He is a duke, has a proud heart, and has a prominent family background. He has always been arrogant in front of ordinary people, and no one has ever dared to refute him, like he did today. Your Excellency, you just brought it to court. According to our British rules, the succession of the eldest son is the succession of the eldest son. You cannot appoint an heir privately without the eldest son's fault or the Queen's order. I am a duke and you are a duke, snapped. When the Duke of Marlborough heard that Hurt was trying to argue with him about the law, he angrily slapped the armrest of the sofa and stood up. I'm a great hero, but I'm a human society and follow the law. Now someone actually teaches him the law? What do you mean? If my son dies, the title will be inherited by my younger son. Looking at Duke Marlborough's sinister expression, Hurt looked confused. What's going on? That's not what I meant. No, sir, that's not what I meant. This is a clearly stated inheritance law. Stop. Just tell me what I should do to give the title to my youngest son. Your Excellency, I really can't give it to you. If it's anything else, I don't want anything else. I'm the Duke. When I get old, I will pass it on to my youngest son. What should I do? The Duke of Marlborough glared at Hurt and continued to press. This Hurt sighed. How could he, a small director of the Noble Affairs Department, take care of this kind of thing? Even the Queen would have a headache over this matter. 3 days. I'll wait for you for 3 days. If you don't give me an explanation within 3 days, I will go to the court. I want to see who can stop me. The Duke of Marlborough turned around and left angrily. After taking just 2 steps, under Hurt's confused eyes, he turned around, picked up his hat, put it on his head, and knocked the cane in his hand hard on the ground. He snorted twice before walking out of the private room. Hurt bent down and waited for the Duke of Marlborough to walk out of the private room door. He raised his head and glanced at it. After making sure that the old guy was gone, he walked to the door and deliberately said loudly, "Your Excellency, please go slowly." Snort. Another cold snort came from afar. Hurt curled his lips and hummed softly. He shook his head and imitated the walking posture of the old Duke just now. He turned around and staggered upstairs to his office. "Gentlemen," the sweet voice of the female secretary interrupted Hurt, who was thinking while walking. When he looked up and saw that he was already back in the office, Hurt glanced at the female secretary and said softly, "Mary, you go out first. I want to make a phone call." "Who are you fighting with?" You want me to go out first? Feeling that the secretary's hand was about to touch him, Hurt grabbed Mary's hand and said with a cold expression on his face, "Get out. Wait until I finish making the call." Okay, I'll go out first." As the office door was closed, Hurt took out his notebook and pulled out a black gold gilded business card with a series of names written in a row of large characters. This is Butler Hoote's personal business card. He had just received an explanation some time ago, saying that Master Allen asked him to pay attention to whether there was anything going on at the Duke of Marlborough's house recently, and to report it at any time if anything happened. Now he just happened to receive the Duke of Marlborough, and he still had first-hand information. Hurt was already impatiently preparing to call and claim credit. Turning the old-fashioned landline phone, he dialed Butler Hut's personal number, doo-doo, when the phone rang for the third time. The person on the other end answered it. Hurt's waist instantly bent. Even though no one could see him now, his tone was slightly lowered and a little flattering as he prepared to speak. "Hello, this is Sir Hut's personal phone number. I'm his assistant. Hey, hello, I'm Hurt George, Department of Noble Affairs." "Okay, Mr. Hurt, is there anything you need to convey?" "Please ask." "Is it convenient for Butler Hoote to answer the phone now? He told me something some time ago, saying that I can contact him at any time if I have any situation. I just encountered something here, and I want to report it to Butler Hoote one time." "Okay, please wait a moment." Okay, thank you." In early March, just as the lively assassination news subsided, another international news detonated Europe. Something happened to the famous tenor Domingo. The BBC has been chasing this news for a long time, but Allen made a sneak attack. He first picked the peach from the clues that the BBC had chased. The person he first went to Los Angeles to rescue last November made this multinational service gang a mess, and even the boss was arrested. Although this somewhat disrupted the BBC's plan, Allen and the others couldn't afford to offend him, so they could only treat it as a coincidence. Although some of the women who stumbled were rescued, the evil deeds this international gang had done before and the huge network of connections involved within it still deserved to be exposed. The BBC was about to report the news before the Los Angeles Police Department's investigation was clear, but who knew that it happened to encounter the Los Angeles earthquake and the assassination of Boss Cha. All these things have caught up. Boss Cha is top notch at such a critical stall. The BBC was not stupid enough to use this kind of news to check the popularity of the boss's assassination. They simply kept waiting. As soon as the news here went down, they broke the latest news without affecting the enthusiastic people at all. And this famous tenor, as a singer who is somewhat famous internationally, is a good breakthrough point. So at the beginning, all the firepower was directed at him. However, among the lively news, a piece of inconspicuous but important news was mixed in, and has not been completely fermented. The famous Duke of Marlborough turned against his father and his son, and the two sides went to court. As for the news about the little Duke, there have been tabloid reports in the past 2 days saying that the reason why the little Duke turned against his father and his son was because he was immoral and contaminated with contraband. Anyway, the so-called little Duke is now at his wit's end, and his black material is everywhere. James is the second son of the current Duke of Marlborough. He used to have an older brother, but his older brother died early. He is 39 years old this year. In theory, as the first heir to the Duke, at his age, even if his father is alive and well, he must at least have a lower level title. For example, Diana's father, the late Earl, when he was young, before inheriting the earldom title from his family, he still had the title of Viscount. Even if there is no such thing, at least he must be given the status of an official heir, something like a young duke, and the old duke must first pave the way for him in public. But James has none of this. Ever since his mother and father divorced, he has been like a stepmother, whose father does not care for his mother. Over the years, he has never enjoyed any of the conveniences provided to him by his family. It's not that he's stubborn, but that his father didn't give him any preferential treatment at all. Only a pitiful amount of living expenses paid to him on time every month. But such a small amount of money is simply not enough for James to squander. He is the son of a duke, the future duke. What can you do with so little money? James sighed. His money this month was completely cut off by his father because his father wanted to force him to give up his right to inherit the title in favor of a man who was more than 30 years younger than him and whom he had never met. Brother, how could James accept such a shameful humiliation? Opening the door, James was going to meet a friend. He wanted to find a lawyer who asked for a lower price, but was also highly professional. His father has now sued him. Who are you? As soon as he opened the door and saw the man in black standing at the door, James was a little confused and thought he was someone sent by his father. Mr. James, it's me. Hearing the questioning tone of the other party, James breathed a sigh of relief. This was not someone from his damn father's side. My master invites you to get in the car and have a chat. Your master. Hearing this title, James became even more confused. This kind of domestic servant is rare nowadays. The man in black smiled, turned slightly and pointed at a Bentley among several cars parked in front of James' house. Please, this Bentley is a style that James has never seen before. It has an extremely exaggerated interior space. Sitting on the right seat is a young man who looks very fierce, but also looks familiar. The key is that his knees there is also a small tiger that is not too big, and the two of them are having fun at this time. Ouch. Ouch. Alan put his hand on Dahuang's paw. Dahuang subconsciously raised his paw and put his paw on Alan's hand. The two of them were wrong. Anyway, they were touching each other. Neither one wanted to let his hand be pressed by the other. He got anxious at the end, and when Alan raised his hand to give it a slap, the car door opened and an old face stuck out. You are James. Alan smiled when he saw this guy. It's me. James was confused. He felt that Alan looked very familiar, but for a while he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Introduction. My name is Alan. I live in Wales. Do you know me? James had just sat down and his left leg had not yet been put into the car. When he heard this self-introduction, he shivered subconsciously. He finally remembered why this person looked familiar. It turns out to be the famous Earl of Carmarthen. This is a ruthless man who dares to duel with people in the streets of London and even kills them. This person's reputation is still very high in the aristocratic world, especially for the younger generation, which is very intimidating. Hello, sir. I don't know you. James was afraid subconsciously. He was afraid that Alan was coming to fight with him. Haha, don't be afraid. I came to see you specially today. Is it convenient for us to chat? The corners of James' mouth were trembling. Is it convenient to chat? That's right. Why am I inconvenienced? Your Excellency, if you have any instructions, just tell them. P.S. I'm visiting relatives tomorrow, so I may be late, and updates may be unstable in the past few days. Chapter 563. We are brothers. Haha. I heard that your father is preparing to file a lawsuit with you recently. There is a lot of commotion in the city. How about it? Are you afraid that your future title will be lost? Alan has always liked to gossip in person. Although he knew the general outline of the matter, as soon as a Duke of Marlborough made trouble. After all, it was not what the person involved said personally, but what others reported to him. There is a layer in between, so there is a lot of charm missing. To hear gossip, you have to ask someone in person. This is a good quality that Alan learned from Diana. Well, you don't have to worry about that. No matter how incompetent James is, he still knows the historical origins of the Hill family and their family. He doesn't think Alan will have any good intentions towards him. Today he blocked the door of his house looking for him. He probably came to see him. It's a joke, right? Given this person's bad character, this style of behavior is also in line with his personality. What are you talking about? Our families have been friends for generations. Over the years, we have always helped each other and been friendly like brothers. Now that something has happened to you, why don't you ask me for help? Despite the 10-year age difference between the two, they are almost the same generation apart. But Alan is now as kind as a big brother, complaining that his little brother won't come to him if something happens to him. James didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard Alan's tone. However, these words made him relax a lot, and the tight tension in his body also dissipated a lot. Alan, this is all a family matter in our family. Since he wants to litigate, let him do it, and I won't trouble you. Thank you for your kindness in advance. Oh, looking at James's appearance, Alan was still smiling, but his tone suddenly turned cold, and he pointedly said, "Do you think I want to help you for no reason? HMPH, no wonder that old guy in your family looks down on you. Just a word. I'll help you keep your title. When you succeed to the throne in the future, I'll take half of your family's property." The smile on James' face suddenly froze. This feeling he felt, that the two of them had just met and had a good chat, but suddenly they fell out against each other, and the fallout was so embarrassing that he was extremely embarrassed. No wonder the old guy looked down on him, being mocked in front of a little guy who was more than 10 years younger than him. James' face turned red instantly. "Don't go too far, Alan. This is London. It's not your turn to worry about our family's affairs. As for our family's property, no matter what, it's not your Hill family's turn to make decisions." "Oh. Ha ha ha. Okay, yes." Bang bang bang. Alan was quite surprised to glance at James, who was blushing and quite tough. Unable to control himself, Alan clapped his hands, looked at James with a sarcastic face, and even stretched his hands in front of James' face to applaud. "I don't know if you have heard of it. At the end of last year, there was a vicious assassination of a rich man in Wales. Later, 2 of the murderers of the rich man escaped and have not been caught yet." James looked at Alan inexplicably. Although he was almost 40 years old, he could be said to have been outside the aristocratic class. Based on his experiences over the years, he doesn't even know much about some really dirty methods. So, what Alan said was obviously threatening, but James didn't understand. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he really didn't know why Alan was telling him these things. Neuropathy. Patting James on the shoulder with his left hand, Alan explained, "If you don't cooperate with me, I will let my men kill you and then frame the 2 fugitives. Anyway, my goal is not your family's property. As long as your family is not peaceful, I will be happy. Do you think this is good?" At this moment, when James heard Alan's blatant words, his scalp instantly became numb. This numbness flowed along his scalp, through his neck, and down to his tailbone point. This is the first time he has come into contact with a real nobleman like Alan, or such a cruel and hostile family. Alan's words instantly frightened James. You, James trembled and wanted to accuse, but at this moment, he was so nervous that he didn't even know what to say. TSK, 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 I told you, don't be nervous, don't be afraid, and don't point fingers at me. I hate it when others point fingers at me. If you make me hate you, I will kill you. Alan used the gentlest tone and said the most vicious words to James' ears, so much so that James kept saying you for a long time, but his fingers were so trembling that he didn't dare to lift them up. Point. If you want his help, you have to share half of the family property with him. If you don't want his help, the family property has nothing to do with him. How to choose? James was decisive and timid again. Okay, I need you to help me. TSK. TSK TSK. Have you figured it out? But it's too late. The price is no longer the same as before. Suddenly I don't want to help you anymore. I'd better let someone kill you. Haha. Alan put his left hand on James' head and rubbed it gently, then pushed hard and said coldly, "Go back home and wait to die." James was pushed backwards and almost fell out of the car. When he came to his senses, he was even more nervous this time. He moved closer to Alan in an instant and stretched out his hands to pull Alan. His left arm said, Alan, please don't scare me. I don't know how to behave. I really need your help. What do you want? How about 70% of the family wealth? I know your family is well established and rich. It was still 50% just now, but now it has increased to 70%. James' heart was trembling. This asking price was too harsh, but if he dared not to obey, he didn't know if he would be able to return home alive today. Just a short distance away, he was being blackmailed in London, on his doorstep, in broad daylight. I'm fine. As the saying goes, those who know the current affairs are heroes. James doesn't know how much money the Duke of Marlborough family has, so he doesn't feel distressed about how much Alan wants. On the contrary, with his help, as long as he keeps it, if he has the right to inherit the title, he will definitely get more in the future than he has now. James, who had quite a bit of RQ spirit, comforted himself while secretly glancing at Alan with his peripheral vision. TSK. By the way, I like smart people. It's great now. We will be brothers in the future. Regarding your matter this time, don't worry. I will pay for you to hire the best lawyer in Britain. I'll put in a good word for you with the Queen. That old guy in your family is so disrespectful. How old is he? And he actually dares to tamper with the inheritance rights privately. Huh? Alan snapped his fingers with his left hand and said, "Drive." Yes, James. Watched the car door being gently closed by the strong man outside, and the car slowly started moving beneath him. He subconsciously became nervous again. Where was he going? Have a look. Richmond, on the Thames River, in the back garden of the manor that Boss Cha gave to Alan. Alan stood on the second floor terrace, stretched out his hand, and handed the binoculars to James, who stood next to him, and looked submissive. James took a car, and followed Alan all the way to this manor, which seemed to him to be extremely luxurious. After arriving, he realized that this was a new residence that Alan had found for him for his safety and to improve his life. Looking at the telescope handed over by Alan, James subconsciously took it, and then looked in the direction Alan had just observed. Through the telescope, there was the small manor of another neighbor one house away from the current manor, about 300 to 400 meters away. The neighbor's back garden is a lawn of about several hundred square meters. At the end of March, spring has already arrived in London. The green lawn has been trimmed extremely neatly, which makes people feel comfortable. On the lawn at this time, a man wearing a floral skirt. The little woman was clapping her hands and looking at a child riding a pony not far away. The child was probably being taught riding skills by his father. The little pony was fully equipped and looked cute. The child was also dressed in children's riding clothes, holding a small riding crop, and was riding happily on the little pony, cracking the whip. James frowned and looked at the family of three, a little confused. He didn't know why Alan wanted him to see this. He was not a pervert, nor did he have this habit of spying on his neighbors. When the little knight fell off the pony, his father seemed to shout in distress and called the servants to take the pony away. Then he picked up the crying little knight lying on the ground and held him in his arms with a smile on his face. He coaxed his son kindly. It wasn't until this moment that James saw the father's face clearly. This man had black hair, but he could see his face clearly through the telescope. This is actually his father, although his father has now dyed his hair black again. James swears that he definitely did not admit it wrong. The father holding the child is his dad. The little woman next to her, who looked to be in her 20s, saw the father and son communicating there and moved in front of the man. The family of three were talking and laughing, just lounging on the lawn. When James saw this heartwarming scene, his face was instantly distorted. If you read correctly, the little woman is not even older than him, only 20 or 30 years old at most, and the little knight should be his brother who he has never met. For the sake of this younger brother, his father is now going to court with him and wants to deprive him of his inheritance rights and give all these things to this little guy. Looking at the picture in the telescope, James' face was distorted for a long time, remembering the grievances he had suffered in the past decades. In his nearly 40 years of memory, his father had never faced him with a smile. As for teaching him how to ride, technique, that is unheard of. Now, snapped, the telescope was slammed to the ground by James. He turned his head angrily and looked at Alan. This is what you want me to see? This is where you want me to improve my life? Right next to these bitches? You James, don't get excited. Alan put his arm around James' shoulders, grabbed his shoulder with his right hand, and gave a slight squeeze. James's eyes calmed down instantly. It wasn't that he could control his emotions well, but Alan's hand was so strong that it hurt his shoulder too much when he pressed it. I just want you to see what kind of life they lead. As for this is the manor His Highness gave me a few years ago. They didn't seem to live here at that time. Do you understand what I mean? Alan looked at James, who was confused and felt a little resentful that iron could not become steel. His brain was worse than a pig's. That old guy of yours bought a new manor here with the money that should have been yours, just to house their mother and son. The things they are enjoying now should have been yours. Do you understand? When James thought about what Alan said, he felt a little empathetic. Yes, those should all be his. That's all his. Snapped. A document was slapped on James' chest. Alan looked at James with a smile and said, after signing this entrustment agreement, I will help you take back everything that should belong to you. How about it? Is it interesting? But James grabbed the agreement and took a look. His eyes seemed to be bloodshot at this time. Every time he thought about the warm scene of the family of 3 together, and then thought about how destitute he was now, he would go crazy. He was always like this. What a tragedy. His father still won't let him go. Come. Here. Take His Excellency Little Duke James to rest, and wait for him to sign the agreement, before bringing it to me. Alan called the servant on duty next to him, and asked him to take James down, to rest first and sign the agreement on the way. Ellen. Thank you. I didn't expect you to help me in the end. At this time, James was no longer obsessed with Alan's sharing of his family property. What he was thinking about now was that, even if he didn't want any of it, he didn't want that bitch who was so many years younger than him, and her bastard son to snatch it away. He lost his title and property. Ha ha ha. I said, from now on, we are brothers. I never cheat on brothers. Haha, that's true, but I still want to thank you, Alan. If you need anything from me these days, just ask. Okay, James, let's go and rest first. But, Alan smiled as he watched James follow the servant to his room. When James' back was no longer visible, he tilted his head and looked at the little stone waiting next to him. Master, which lawyer should we invite? I need to make arrangements in advance. Lawyer? Just hire a trainee lawyer. Alan waved his hand, looking unconcerned. Zao. Shitao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask any more questions. The young master certainly had his reasons for doing this. Okay, has his room been decorated? Room. Oh, it's decorated. Alan smiled sinisterly when he heard Zao Shitao's answer. He prepared a fun little gift for James, which is a spice with gradual effects. It can make people manic. The effect is not very strong, so it takes a few days now. James lives here, which makes it convenient for the servants to add food to him every day. As for the purpose of this, Alan turned around and looked at the manor in the distance. At such a close distance, what if a man who was gradually going crazy ran over and did something stupid? Who can say for sure? Chapter 564. A short essay will increase your strength. There is a small collection room in the room that Alan arranged for James. This thing, at first glance, reflects the owner's taste, but the collection room only contains some old-fashioned shotguns and ammunition. Weapons and medicines have been prepared for him. Whether he can seize the opportunity or not depends on him. Think about that scene. His eldest son rushed to his younger wife's house and killed his younger wife with his own hands, and even his younger son. TSK. Killing flesh and blood is really too cruel for an old father who is nearly 70 years old. It's sad just thinking about it. When a person is sad, he may not be able to take a breath and go to see God. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Alan knows the rules very well. This is not something he personally caused trouble for the Duke of Marlborough family. This is an internal matter within their family. As for whether anyone will suspect that James' state is a bit abnormal, this guy has taken contraband before. The things Alan gave him were just a way to attract attention. Who knows whether this was voluntary or passive? He is already a black crow, so who cares whether what others drip onto him is ink or ordinary water? Even if his whole body was covered with mouths, James couldn't explain it. Alan wasn't worried at all that he would be implicated. As for what he said about helping James preserve his inheritance rights, as long as James's rival, his half-brother, dies, won't the old Duke only have James as his heir? In this way, wouldn't the inheritance rights be preserved, regardless of whether the means are dirty or not? Just say whether the inheritance rights are guaranteed or not, right? As long as he keeps it, Alan will not be considered a breach of trust. But James killed someone in broad daylight. Alan didn't care if there would be any consequences. Anyway, the Hill family and the Duke of Marlborough family have always been feuding. What does James' death have to do with his master Alan? Regardless of whether James is grounded, jailed, or even dead, by then, Alan will have an agreement signed by James himself to help him deal with his family property. At that time, Alan can happily help James take over the family property. He can pick and choose and take over all the good assets of their family. As for some junk assets, he can leave the remaining 30% to James. The premise is that James is destined to survive until that time. Let's go to my study. I want to write a letter to your majesty. In order to sincerely help James, Alan is also going to add some more information. That old Din Alan is so petty that until now, he still remembers the old duke saying bad things about him. What he just did was all related to James. Now, it's his father's turn. My great and venerable majesty, it's been a long time since I wrote to you. On the gilded letter paper, Alan took a traditional quill pen and used the cursive calligraphy he had learned so hard to write a letter to the Queen. Apart from the fixed format at the beginning of the letter, he did not add any fancy details to the following content as before. Work point instead. Let's talk about the casual things first. Point from the scenery of Wales to the reply he received from the Queen that year, and how he liked the gifts the Queen gave him. Point. After writing 2 pages of nonsense, Alan changed the topic and started writing nonsense that was not so nonsense. Point. He first reported the good news about his new home to the Queen, and then wrote that Boss Cha wanted to help him design the back garden of his home. But he didn't really like the country style designed by Boss Chap, but he didn't dare to disobey it. Check the boss's kindness. Point. Alan made the image of a heroic minister look like a doormat. Point. He also wrote between the lines how he calmly analyzed last year and then personally led the team to catch the murderer later. He expressed it very humbly. The police in Wales are not good enough to do this kind of thing. It would have to be someone from their Hill family. The meaning between the lines is that Wales has me, so don't worry, Her Majesty the Queen. After writing this, Alan began to turn the topic to the Queen again. Thinking that the Queen's birthday was coming soon, he used very formal words and praised her from 360 degrees. Her Majesty the Queen has to deal with all kinds of things every day for the sake of the empire, no matter how hard she works, but over the years, Her Majesty's hair has not turned white and her appearance remains the same. If he hadn't been born decades later, Her Majesty the Queen would have been a goddess in his mind. After writing this, Alan looked at this paragraph with a strange expression and thought for a while. He felt that this paragraph was a bit inappropriate. This paragraph was too explicit. From the Queen's thoughtful perspective, wouldn't she think that I want to seduce her, right? Alan shuddered hard and quickly crossed out this sentence and changed it to a slightly softer compliment. Point. After finishing changing this paragraph, Alan nodded with satisfaction. So far, this letter has been written on 5 pieces of paper, and he hasn't gotten down to the business yet, but this is a private letter written by a minister to the monarch in private. It's not a formal memorial or anything like that. It's too formal. It seems too raw. Point. Retainers should act like retainers. Thinking of this, Alan also wrote about the situation of William and Harry. He has helped the royal family raise children for many years, and this is also a credit. He wrote it in the letter not to take credit for himself, but to let the Queen remember these things. He, Alan, is a loyal minister. While writing this, Alan mentioned the matter of his heroic escort to Boss Cha in February. Point. He is still thinking about the Queen's birthday next month, when the Queen will give him a new medal or something during the annual knighthood ceremony. Point. Seeing that everything that should be said and what should not be said was almost said, Alan organized the grammar and described it briefly in a nonchalant tone. Your Majesty, when I accidentally participated in a local charity event recently, I heard that there are rescue centers for the disabled in some areas of England that do not do practical things. After your investigation, I found that there is a welfare home for disabled children, and it seems that the Duke of Marlborough is behind it. Family background, but in that orphanage, it is said that the child casualty rate is very high, so high that it is a bit abnormal. When I think of those children who are not only disabled at such a young age, but are even under inexplicable threats, my Majesty. But there is something wrong with your investigation now. I beg your Majesty to take a moment to investigate, for the sake of these children. When Writing this, Alan briefly introduced a little bit of the situation, and then stopped writing. When someone's birthday is approaching, and she receives this letter, once she reads it, she must be somewhat touched, right? The Queen is old and has grandchildren. In the letter, Alan mentioned William and his family's happy life in Wales, and finally mentioned that the disabled children seemed to be having a hard time comparing this before and after. He believed that the Queen would definitely be aroused by him, and then, check it out, the power in the Queen's hand, which usually doesn't move, is fine, but it is really activated. What does she want to know? Not just at your fingertips, although the above things were all fabricated by Alan, and he didn't even know if there was an orphanage under the Duke of Marlborough's family name. But I framed you, and it doesn't matter whether you have done it or not. The key to false accusation is to make something out of nothing. He made it clear in his letter that he was in England with limited means and unclear investigation. Even if there was a misunderstanding, it was none of his business. At best, he was overly concerned in a desperate situation but if the Queen really investigates and finds out something even though the Duke of Marlborough is almost 70 years old, if the Queen really finds out that he has done something outrageous at this stall, at her point Alan didn't believe it. He could find out that the old Duke had a fetish, but the Queen couldn't find out with this connection. Old guy, just wait for death. A short essay to give you more strength first. If you don't want to kill him, let him shed his skin first. Alan copied the letter again, put down the letter, and nodded with satisfaction. If you are looking for trouble for others, you must be good at using your own advantages. He is a royal retainer, and has a backer. If the Queen put such a big backer here, if she doesn't make good use of it, how can she be loyal? The old lady is usually so busy. I occasionally find something new for her to open her eyes. I believe the Queen will be very happy then. Small stone master, I'm here. Give the envelope and send it to His Majesty's Secretariat. Okay, little Shitow didn't dare to read Alan's letter to the Queen directly like Butler who did, and even helped Alan polish the words. Little Shitow's hand was careful when holding the letter, and the ink on the letter was dry after he glanced at it first. No, after he was sure that the handwriting was dry, he took out the special envelope, put the letter in place, stamped it with wax, and of course he delivered such an important letter in person. In mid-April, Alan's temper has become increasingly irritable these days. He felt that he had made a mistake. After all, James is used to being a coward. Even though Alan has people feeding him every day, the servant said that the most he can do is to say something to the pillow after returning to the room. Other excessive things seem to be just holding that he quietly took a look at his father's side through the telescope, but the rest was gone. But from the Queen's side, not only did Alan not receive a reply, there was not even a notice inviting him to attend the investiture ceremony. This feels like it's summer vacation, and all the classmates around him are waiting for their college admission notices, and I squat at the entrance of the village every day, just unable to wait for that green delivery truck and that envelope. Suffering. What a pain. Alan didn't even know which link had gone wrong. Did he raise William poorly, or is he not protecting Boss Chad well enough? I have worked so hard to help you raise your grandson and protect your son. Even if I don't get any credit, I still have to work hard, right? You are so cruel. Seeing the time getting closer to the annual medal day, Alan became more and more restless. He was not interested in anything, not even studying about the Imperial Games. After tossing and turning, Alan was going to go to the nearby reserve to hunt and relax. Only blood can extinguish the irritability in his heart now. The tires of the off-road bicycles ran over the dirt road in the woods, bringing up mud and grass clippings, and sticking to the mud tiles above the wheels. A man and a woman, both in their 20s, were wearing trousers and jackets, carrying camping backpacks, and looking at the scenery on the roadside. In April in Wales, the grass is growing, and the orioles are flying, and the smell of spring is everywhere, due to the impact of last year's Welsh Christmas party. Wales' tourism industry seems to have improved a bit this year, whether they are from Europe or America. There are always some tourists who want to visit Wales. Take a look at the location where the party was filmed, and take a look at the legendary land of Thousand Castles. But most of those who can come to the protected area for camping are self-guided tours, which are not affordable for ordinary people. Only if you have a small fortune can you afford the high insurance premiums and the deposit to enter the protected area. Leonie took a deep breath, looked at the deer that had just escaped not far in front of them, curled her lips, and said to the white man next to her, "Have we entered the hinterland of the reserve? What happened during this time? Do you encounter animals so often?" "Maybe." Hearing his wife's words, the white man riding the bike next to him frowned. He didn't know why. He hadn't paid attention to it at first, but after his wife reminded him, he suddenly remembered that it seemed like he had just half an hour ago. Within the frequency of their encounters with wild animals, some too often Pointy often travels outdoors and has some knowledge of the outdoors. Some species of wild animals are not afraid of people, but those are places where there are few human beings. The animals in those places rarely see people, so they are not afraid of people. But in such a place with a small road, even if people don't often appear, the surrounding animals should be somewhat afraid of people. This shouldn't happen now, where a wild animal pops up from the roadside from time to time, and then disappears, and the directions they ran in seem to be the same. Like running for your life. When he thought of this, the white man suddenly applied the brakes. The wheels were instantly fixed, and the off-road bicycle skidded a deep mark on the ground. "What's wrong?" The movement here startled Leonie, who was riding a bicycle, and she quickly stopped and looked back. "Something's wrong. Have you ever felt that these animals don't look like we encountered them by chance? They seem to be running for their lives. There seems to be something coming over there." The white man looked nervously at the roadside. The woods in the distance were sparse, but no matter how sparse the woods were, they were so far apart that nothing could be seen clearly. "You are too nervous. Before I came here, I checked the information at the New York Library. There are no large wild carnivores in Wales. They don't even have wolves here. The biggest ones seem to be foxes. Are you afraid of foxes?" Speaking of this, Leonie glanced at the direction of the white man's bicycle seat and sneered mercilessly. "You can't do it when you are nervous. Don't think so much. Maybe it's all a coincidence." Snort. Hearing his wife say this, the white man was very angry, but he had no way to refute, so he could only kick his feet and prepare to move on. Buzz, buzz, buzz. There was a violent sound of an engine. They didn't give them time to think about it. The sound came from far away and approached. A black off-road motorcycle followed the path they came from, instantly closing the distance with them, then surpassed them, and finally violently the ground drifted in front of them, and the off-road motorcycle stopped steadily. The helmet's visor moved upwards, revealing a face that looked full of flesh. Chapter 565. What are you doing? Where are you from? What do you do? Hearing the other party's rude tone, as if interrogating a suspect, Leonie frowned. "As a citizen of Danzu Lighthouse. Who are you? Why are you stopping us?" The white man pedaled his bicycle and slowly came to his wife. He squinted at the roadblock on a motorcycle with a wary look on his face. The sinister looking motorcycle man snorted disdainfully when he saw the young couple looking so wary. If it weren't for the fact that they both had blonde hair and were probably from England, he wouldn't even bother to remind them. The dignified Earl of Carmarthen is out hunting, and these idiots are actually hanging out in the hunting area. Isn't this looking for death? If you are hit by a stray bullet, your death will be in vain. Now he was kindly preparing to remind the two of them, but what happened in return was such unwary vigilance. The motorcycle man was too lazy to talk to these two people anymore. He put down the visor of his helmet and said in a low voice, "Don't go any further. Your Excellency is out hunting today. If you don't want to die, go back." As soon as he finished speaking, before they could hear what he just said, he pressed the switch and the motorcycle engine started furiously. Turning the accelerator, the motorcycle swerved gracefully, and the dirt was thrown over them. In the angry eyes of the man, the motorcycle bumped twice and disappeared into the woods. "Who are these people?" Leonie stared at the direction where the motorcycle disappeared and complained. The white man next to her didn't listen to his wife's complaints, but frowned deeply. The man riding a motorcycle just now gave him a deep sense of uneasiness. This person is a bit unscrupulous in both his words and his behavior. If this were in America, he would be a full-fledged gang member. People of his class rarely have contact with these people. But, let's say he was a gang member, but the other person seemed to be quite polite in addition to being a little rude. He just said a few words and left, as if he didn't care whether they listened to him or not. Such inconsistent behavior left the white man puzzled. Why let them go? And what he just said about your excellence is hunting. What are these things? Doesn't it say that it is forbidden to harm any wild animals and plants in the reserve? They paid a huge deposit before coming in. After calming down, the white man accompanied Charlie and he absent-mindedly. And the two of them continued to move forward, not taking the words of the motorcycle man seriously. This kind of forest path is sometimes winding and sometimes wide, and the distribution of the woods is not as neat as artificial planting. After walking another 2 kilometers, after passing a tree-lined path, there is a large open grassland in front of it. This feeling of sudden broadening of the field of vision is very shocking, like a paradise. However, on the pasture in the distance, a few deer were running here in panic, which somewhat ruined the scenery. Charlie and he frowned and looked at a man riding a motorcycle in the distance with a whip in his hand, who was following the deer to drive it away. She frowned in disgust. Why did she see this man again? Wrong, the man on the motorcycle he saw just now was wearing black clothes, but now the man on the motorcycle was wearing red clothes. The bright red top was extremely eye-catching on this grassland, and judging from his body shape, this man was a little thinner than the motorcycle man she just met. Boom. With the sound of a gunshot, the deer running at the front fell down. Under the action of inertia, the deer's body slid forward several meters. Bang. Bang. Boom. With the first gunshot, and then the loud crackle of gunfire, Charlie and he was stunned for 2 seconds before screaming and hurriedly braking. She was only about 10 meters away from the deer at this time. At such a close distance, she felt that some of the bullets even passed in front of her. Even the air seemed to be getting hotter because of these bullets. Rumbled the sound of horse hooves, accompanied by the whimpering growls of dogs, slowly reached Charlie in his ears as the sound of gunfire came to an end. She turned her head blankly to the left. On the other side of the pasture, a group of cavalry just emerged from the woods walking in front, and on both sides were a dozen knights holding dogs, all dressed in red coats. The dogs they were holding had the chains around their necks tightly tightened. Those dogs, they seemed to be in a strange state, as if they were running for their lives, as if something frightening to them was chasing them behind them. Even the knight leading them was controlling the horse and comforting the dog. The whole scene, in addition to being majestic, also seemed a little comical. It's like a group of broken soldiers, but the sudden appearance of this kind of old-fashioned cavalry in the wilderness is quite scary, especially when there is a man in a knight uniform riding an off-road motorcycle in the distance. Just like that. The picture of modern transportation and primitive riding horses mixed together looks very fragmented and magical. After dozens of scattered knights came out, they were followed by several looks like a rich man. No. After Charlie and he saw the person behind her clearly, her mouth opened slightly, a little dull. A tall knight rode a pure white tall horse with his left hand just like this. There was an extremely fat bird standing on his shoulder. I couldn't see its appearance clearly. I didn't know if it was an eagle or something else. Anyway, it was white. A big clump. There was a large iron chain tied to his saddle, and at the end of the iron chain, there was a tiger. The little tiger doesn't look big, and its size can't keep up with the size of the dogs in front of it. But its belly is round and its long tail is wagging. It looks very excited. At this time, the little tiger is holding on to the iron chain and struggling to move forward. Sprint. And beside him, there were several children who looked young. Some of them looked to be in their teens at most, and they were also riding big horses. The youngest kid, with a shotgun on his shoulder, was laughing and joking. He was chatting with a naughty kid next to him who looked a few years older than him, pointing at the deer in the distance. While chatting. At this point, Charlie and he finally came to her senses. What did the motorcycle man say just now? It seems that this group of people came out to hunt, but where did such an arrogant person come from? This is a protected area. Why do you just come and so arrogantly to hunt? This is illegal. Thinking of the fact that the other party had hunted in front of her just now, and the bullet almost hit her, Charlie and he was angry and prepared to step forward to reason. She was still a star in the United States, although she was only a third-tier star. But her social status is still a bit high. She usually hates these lawless rich kids. Shire. The white man watched his wife adjust her pedaling and prepare to pass. His expression changed, and he held her handle tightly. Point from his experience, this group of people seemed to have unusual identities, not to mention anything else, but this kind of red cavalry uniform is not something that ordinary people can wear if they want to in Britain. Point moreover, as a youngster who has been hanging out in Hollywood all year round, he has attended some wealthy parties before, so he is somewhat discerning. Point the horse that the tall young man in the middle rides doesn't look cheap given its appearance and coat color. In addition, the other party didn't seem to even look at them from the beginning to the end with such a arrogant attitude. Point it's not simple at first glance. Don't go. Don't cause trouble. Let go of me. You are still like this, weak at critical moments. I've had enough. Let go of your hand. Shire. Leonie struggled hard, shook her right hand violently, shook off the white man's hand, got on the bicycle, and rushed towards the tall young knight in the middle. She was ready to go up and say a few words. Is it great to have money? Slow down. Slow down, damn. I told you to slow down. Alan pulled the chain hard with his right hand, and Ah Hoang's tongue stuck out. But today was the first time that the animal went out for a long time since it was adopted by Alan. When it came out suddenly, Da Hoang was very excited. He ran at full speed along the way, like a crazy dog, curious about everything he saw. Point because of its excitement, the dogs in front, who were supposed to be responsible for hunting, were frightened and became a little unstable. If the servants at home had not trained them well, they would have finished running away long ago. Point seeing a little girl riding an off-road bicycle from a distance, Alan was a little curious. This was the first time in so many years that he met an outsider while hunting. Point could this be a Welshman out for an outing? Do you know that you just shot and almost hit me, Shire? Leonie looked at the tall young man in front of her and raised her hand. The knights who had almost surrounded her dispersed. She was not timid and pointed at Alan. Oh, I almost hit you? Then why did you block our bullets? Are you trying to blackmail us? Alan looked at the little sissy. Point khaki loose trousers. The trouser legs may be tied up specially for riding. Point the top was a short-sleeved one, and he could see a small slit when he looked down, and her coat was tied around her waist. Point she has short blonde hair. The front hair is stuck to her forehead with sweat. Her nose is very upturned, and her teeth look interesting. In short, a feeling like a country wildcat came over me. Point Alan had only played this trick with Kate some time ago, but he didn't expect to see it happen today. As a result, he became more interested, and he didn't care about being angry. Alan was ready to tease this little girl. What did you say? I'll take your bullets, Shire. Leonie raised her face. She could not see Alan's face clearly until now. Point then her voice unconsciously dropped several decibels, mainly because of the appearance of the young man on the horse. Point there is clearly something evil about him, but the more he looks at him, the better he looks. He is either effeminately good looking or simply good looking. This is the kind of good looking that the opposite sex is attracted to. Very pure. Even just looking at this face, all the anger that Leonie had just felt dissipated. She likes the kind of extremely tough and domineering men best. Her husband used to be like this, but it was all in the show. In reality, he is not so tough anymore. Now that they have been married for more than 2 years, their marriage is on the right track. On the verge of being broken. This trip to a foreign country is also where the two of them want to try to reconcile. Point. But now it seems that her husband is still as weak as ever. Shire. Ugh. The white man rushed to Shire Leonie's side in a panic and looked at the little tiger on the ground. This little thing didn't look big from a distance. When he got closer, he saw that it was already bigger than a dog. When he saw him come on, the little tiger is like a horizontal bar engine, making a low roar and baring its teeth. If it weren't for the iron chain around its neck, it would look like it was ready to eat him. I'm sorry that my wife and I are traveling from the United States, and I didn't know I disturbed your hunting. We're leaving now. The white man dragged his wife and apologized to Alan. These people seemed to be difficult to mess with, and he was panicking to death. Oh, it was okay that he didn't speak. As soon as he spoke, Alan's eyes suddenly lit up. They were actually a couple, and they were Americans. You have come all the way to Wales to travel and even to the hunting area in front of my house. Isn't this delivered to your door?" And the little girl in front of him, the more Alan looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. She seemed to have some impression, but he couldn't remember it for the moment. But it didn't matter. The important thing is that, although this little girl doesn't look stunning, she is very attractive, and the more she looks at her, the more interesting she becomes. "He is going to rape a civilian girl," snapped. The white man suddenly heard a noise, and then the burning pain on his face swept through his body. He touched his face with his right hand, and then he realized that the young man in front of him, without saying a word, whipped him with a riding crop. "Did I ask you something? Who asked you to stand in front of me and speak? Come here. Tie me up." "Me." The white man covered his face with one hand and looked at Alan blankly. He was a little frightened. "What is going on?" snapped. Before he could react, as soon as the young man finished speaking, the white man was whipped again from behind. Then he suddenly felt something being tied around his neck, followed by an unstable. Then he fell down, and then he was dragged on the ground by a knight holding a dog next to him, holding the lock set in his hand. This was in the woods, and there were old dead leaves, branches, stones and other debris on the ground. He was not wearing thick clothes, so he just dragged them for a few meters. His whole body felt burning, and he was about to be dragged to death. "Who are these people?" "You, Shire." Leonie looked in shock as she watched her husband being tortured like this. Although Alan was good looking, wasn't this too lawless? Is this still Great Britain? Haha. "What are you?" "Come here." Alan flicked the reins with his left hand, and the white horse that was sitting suddenly stood up with its hooves raised, startling Leonie. Then Alan reached out to grab her, and Leonie was pulled directly onto the horse's back by her, lying across the groove in front of his saddle. "Let's go. Get the prey. Send the Yankee to the police station in the town. Get some people. Find an open space in front, and set up camp. Let's spend the night here tonight, Prince." Bertel rode on a horse and watched blankly as Alan snatched a girl away and then walked away in a swagger, and her husband was actually arrested. He turned to look at his sister next to him. Chapter 566. Your problem is serious. At this time, Madeline didn't feel humiliated at all. She has been living in Wales for 4 months. He has gotten a first glimpse of what kind of person Alan is, and about the things between the two of them. During this time, Madeline was assigned by Alan to train and go to school for sparring. She had no time to care about her and Alan's affairs. Instead, at this moment, he felt that Alan was very manly and domineering, even if it is bad. Not everyone can do it, right? Some people are born to be bullied, and some people are born to bully others. This cannot be compared. Seeing Alan bullying others so blatantly, she felt normal. If Alan stopped bullying others one day, she would feel abnormal. Just get used to it. Let me go. Let me go. Alan, who had finally achieved the goal of holding the yellow on his left and holding the blue on the right, was a little high-spirited at this time. He didn't expect that going out for hunting would bring unexpected joy. Looking at the little girl lying on the horse, who was probably uncomfortable, Alan slapped her with his right hand, snapped. "Be honest, aren't you afraid of being disfigured if you fall from such a height?" "Sure enough, in the face of such serious consequences, no matter how fierce a woman is, she will calm down." Looking at the woman who is no longer struggling, Alan poked her back with his finger and asked, "Where did it come from? I think you look familiar. What is it called?" Interesting. Seeing that she didn't speak, Alan was not in a hurry and would talk about it later at the camp. "Why did you catch me in the military green tent?" After the servants set up the tent, they were inflating the air mattress. Leonie was squatting in the corner of the tent, holding a water glass in her hand, looking at Alan with a wary face. At this time, she finally recognized who Alan was. Isn't this the aristocratic director who makes movies? She really couldn't figure out how the gentle nobleman on TV became like this. She couldn't imagine these two images going together. "Oh, you can leave anytime you want." Alan pointed to the tent door and looked at her with a smile. "Where was my husband taken by your people?" "Ah, you interrogating me?" Looking at this little girl's mouth like a machine gun, she hasn't stopped. since entering the tent, and Alan is not angry, just teasing her like a kid. Alan opened his hand and asked the servant to help him change his coat under the watchful eyes of Shirley. The clothes were stained with a lot of dust as they passed through the woods. Shirley looked at Alan's movements and thought about the humiliation she had just suffered along the way. He was hunched over on horseback like a piece of cargo, and he came here in a bumpy way. On the way, she vaguely heard the two children next to her discussing the issue of prey. The younger one the most naughty, although his marksmanship is not good, but in his words, he has the courage to participate. As for the older one, although he was a bit reticent, his marksmanship was pretty good, and he hunted a deer at a young age. From the beginning to the end, the children did not look at her, as if she had been forcibly abducted on the road many times. Recalling the names of those people, Shirley slowly came back to her senses and looked at Alan, staring at her with a half smile. He is a nobleman and a hereditary earl. Moreover, this earl is a little different from ordinary earls. His status is much higher than ordinary earls, and even higher than most marquesses. Is someone who can hunt with him. There is a high probability that they are the two well-known British grandsons William and Harry, right? As for the other two, their status is probably not too low. They are a group of outright playboys. You arrested my husband and forcibly brought me here. If our embassy finds out, you won't be afraid, didn't you know where this was before you came here? It's 100 miles away. I can arrest whoever I want. Let's continue the conversation on the road. What's your name? You look familiar to me. Looking at Alan's face, Shirley felt a little timid unconsciously. Thinking about this wilderness, her husband was taken away. What if something happened? I am Tiliani. I'm an actress. My home is in New York. I'm here to travel. Actor. Oh. Alan finally remembered it. No wonder he looked familiar. It turned out to be this guy. I still remember that this guy became more mature as he grew older, and his face became tougher and tougher as he got older. Alan used to know a girl. She is known as the female version of Tom Cruise. She was talking about her. For a while, she liked to keep her hair short and play the role of a housewife who needs to strengthen herself. From a certain point of view, she is very similar to Tom Cruise, which is very interesting. Unexpectedly, I met him in the protected area in front of my home today. Now this one looks, not to mention like Tom Cruise. She is still young anyway. Her face looks very attractive. She is definitely not a tomboy. It's her personality that makes her feel a bit like a tomboy. Alan, who has come into contact with so many people, this is the first time he has met a man-in-law of the opposite sex, and he can't help but be a little curious. What are you going to do to let us go? Seeing that Alan stopped talking, Shirley looked at Alan cautiously. You guys? Haha, it's up to you. Alan didn't want to tell her so much, so he left Shirley behind, opened the curtain, and went out to have a barbecue. First, the torn deer hind legs were thrown into a large stainless steel basin. Dahuan watched helplessly from the side, his big fat face full of a grieved expression. This guy has never been fed raw food since he was a child. Firstly for safety reasons, and secondly for hygiene reasons. Moreover, Alan feeds it himself every time and rarely lets servants feed it. He always waits for him to put something in Rhubarb's rice bowl and listens to his command before eating. If it disobeys, he will give it a slap. After being spanked a lot, the little thing became obedient. When he went out, the servant brought his stainless steel rice bowl with him. It has now developed a habit of not eating anything that is not put in this basin. The venison legs were put in place. They had been peeled and soaked in water, but not cooked thoroughly. They were still a bit half cooked, with a little salt sprinkled on them. They were even suppy, and had a fishy taste with a hint of meat. Eat it. After wiping his hands with a wet towel, Alan looked at Dahuang, who was eating the command. This little guy is almost half a year old now. Sometimes he can hardly hold him. Although he is not too big, his flesh is solid, and he does not look fat. Ah, you hungry? After feeding the rhubarb, Alan looked at Shirley, who was still squatting in the corner. I just asked someone along the way, you destroyed a lot of vegetation and rode in areas that are prohibited from visiting. Your husband won't be able to get out for a while. Hearing Alan's words, everyone in Shirley was dumbfounded. Destroying vegetation? cycling in a no-visit area, then why don't you talk about those people riding motorcycles and you hunting on horseback? Come here and give me a shoulder massage. It's a bit sore. Alan didn't care what she thought and directly ordered her to rub his shoulders, but the little girl seemed quite obedient and let her rub it. She stood up and came over shyly, and he felt aggrieved like a frustrated little daughter-in-law, standing behind Alan and rubbing his shoulders. Now in the tent, Alan was wearing little clothes and was still a little sweaty. The broad shoulders and muscular lines were obviously full of strange male beauty, especially the smell of Alan mixed with the smell of sweat, which vaguely filled shyly in his nasal cavity. This made her feel a little dazed. Such a manly scene. How many years had she not encountered it? How many years have you been married? Do you have children? Just as she fell into fantasy, shyly and his thoughts were interrupted by Alan's questioning voice. She subconsciously replied, married for 2 years, no children. Oh, are you too tired from acting? No, we are not very stable yet. And she didn't know why, but although she felt very wronged in this scene, shyly and he suddenly wanted to find someone to talk to, even if this person had just kidnapped her. We met on the set. He changed a lot before and after marriage. We didn't see each other very often. Not to mention having children. He sometimes didn't even want to go home. Yo. Alan felt the soft little hands on his shoulders, and when he heard these words, he immediately became energetic. She was actually a resentful woman. This kind of thing is somewhat abnormal in the United States. Thinking back to the cowardly look that the man looked like just now, Alan twitched the corner of his mouth. These Americans are interesting. With his left hand, he forked a piece of roasted venison with a fork and passed it behind him. Shyly and he looked at this scene and was stunned for a moment before lowering her head to eat. When she lowered her body and leaned on Alan's shoulder, Alan pushed back with his right hand and pushed harder. Shyly and his whole body instantly lay on Alan's back. That touch. Don't worry about your husband for now. Let's talk about you first. Your problem is also very serious. Alan's right hand moved upward slowly, tilting his head and looking up at Charliani, whose face was red, and looking at him. Let me go. Such a close distance, and this kind of behavior made Charliani's heart beat wildly. She was very panicked. The look in Alan's eyes was very wrong. So wrong. She felt that the problem was indeed serious. So serious that she felt a little hot. I feel a little itchy all over. Ha. Ha. Alan tilted his body, and with a sudden force, he hugged Charliani and sat on his lap. Let's talk about this situation first. As the nominal person in charge of the reserve, the American broke into the restricted area and rode a bicycle, which violated the local laws of Carmarthen. As the person who talked about this for hundreds of miles, he should handle the problem properly and torture and interrogate the suspect. Is this reasonable? For the first time, Charliani felt what is violent and what is happiness. Yes, most people in the entertainment industry are very messy. But she was considered a child star when she debuted. The entertainment industry she was exposed to before was not that chaotic. At least it was not that chaotic here. Therefore, she maintained her innocence from beginning to end until she met her current husband and the two got to know each other on the set. Then enter the marriage hall, and finally emotional discord. Over the years, she even felt that her life had been in vain. Charliani was nervous and stiff as she was moved to the air mattress by Alan, but Alan's movements were extremely violent, as if he didn't care about her feelings at all. She felt as if she was being thrown out. Being thrown so hard onto the air mattress that it was the roughest and most disrespectful thing she had ever experienced in her life. Although rude and even a little uncomfortable, Charliani didn't know if she was crazy. She actually liked this rudeness. Even though the nails on her hands were about to dig into Alan's back, she still held back. Master, are you back? Huh? Zio. Shitao didn't go to the war with Alan this time. There were other things at home that he needed to stay and watch. When Alan went out hunting and came back after 3 days of hunting, he found that his young master had brought back an unknown woman. Zio Shitao was a little surprised. Turning around and looking at the others. The two young highnesses. How? The dark circles under my eyes are a bit thick. Is this because I didn't get enough rest after going out? The two Swedish little highnesses also had thick dark circles under their eyes, and they seemed to have not had a good rest point. As for his young master, he is quite refreshed. The lady who followed him back seems a little shy and hides behind him. Arrange a new room. Miss Shire will stay here for the next few days. She is a tourist from the United States. This time she comes to visit us. I will host her for a few days. Okay. Alan walked as he talked. After experiencing the pure Welsh wilderness in the wild for the past few days, he felt that most of his anger had disappeared. It was because he had no medals and no praise. I don't care. Damn it. By the way, young master, His Highness called you and asked you to go to Highgrove Manor on the 25th. His Highness said he would reward you. Alan paused, and the resentment that had just emerged was a little unstable. Your Highness wants to reward me? Yes, I didn't say the specific content. I just informed you. But how is it? You are not included in the Queen's honors list this time. Are you disappointed? April 25th. 3 days ago, the Queen held a group investiture ceremony at Buckingham Palace, but Alan's name was not on the list. Although he had expected it, Alan was still very unhappy. As soon as he arrived at Highgrove Manor today and was taken to the study by Butler Capel, Alan was no longer in the mood to joke. Now seeing Boss Chap and hearing Boss Chap's words that were either a joke or a test, Alan felt something in his heart and said with a solemn expression, "What I did is what I should do. Protecting His Highness belongs to our Hill family. Glory. As for whether His Majesty's award rewards me or not, I have no complaints." Boss Chab was holding a large desk with his right hand and wearing gold-rimmed glasses on his face. Hearing Alan's words, the corner of his mouth curled up, looking very happy. People like Alan are rarely serious, but when they become serious, they look. It looks like that. He has been waiting for this day for more than a month, just to disappoint Alan first, and then let him show mercy. This is called Imperial Service. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567. From now on, in the name of God. Come here. Why are you standing so far away? This is for you, boss. Cha had a straight face and pointed to a stack of several small notebooks and a small box on the table. Alan took a step forward and sat down. He usually wasn't too serious in front of Boss Cha. Now I borrow the donkey to get off the slope without giving in at all. The little black box on the table. This kind of box Alan is very familiar. This thing is usually used to hold medals, and the first of these books is a passport. What's going on? This is opening the passport and looking at his photo and information. Alan was a little confused. This thing was said to be a passport, and there was an ID card stuffed inside. That is to say, unbeknownst to him, Boss Cha had given him a new identity point. And where is this? The cold sweat on Alan's forehead fell instantly. Could it be that I was deprived of my title? Boss Cha wants to drive him to a tribe in Africa to become a chief. Little black stick, am I here? It shouldn't be. Seeing Alan's uneducated appearance, the smile on Boss Cha's face froze again. No matter which knight you are a member of, the first and most basic quality you need is firm faith. Generally, those with firm beliefs, even if they don't understand their history, can already start to get excited after seeing the logo on the box, instead of looking blank like Alan is now. If this can be done, there is no other reason. Yes, it must be that the faith is not firm, but these things are all trivial and everyone understands them. Boss Cha was too lazy to talk about Alan and explained himself. This is a reward for you. Do you know what this medal is, your highness? This one looks familiar. Alan hesitated, not knowing how to answer these words. There were some things that he hadn't studied before. They were too unpopular, and he didn't quite understand them. Snort. Listen, this is the Grand Cross of St. Lazarus at Jerusalem. Do you know this? Have no idea. Alan shook his head honestly. He really didn't know. While listening to Boss Cha's explanation, he opened the box. The box contained a cross medal with a green base and a green ribbon. The color seemed a bit unpleasant. You know about the Crusades, right? Do the 4 major knights know about it? This is a medal exclusive to the Leper Knights, the Knights Hospitallers. Oh, when Boss Cha said this, Alan was a little impressed, but he didn't understand. Is there any connection between this thing and passports and other messy things? This is too troublesome and too fancy. Point. After working on it for a long time, this is the reward. Touching the medal, Alan looked disgusted. Darn. Darn. Boss. ZHA knocked on the table with his right hand and said, yours is the Commander's Grand Cross. With it, you will be considered a half clergyman from now on. Looking at the green little medal in his hand, Alan's forehead was a little big. Does this mean he has become a clergyman? This kind of thing is no joke here. There are hundreds of clergy in the House of Lords. Don't worry about other things. Just say that their status as clergy is, at some point, no worse than that of a noble lord. And sometimes, on certain occasions, clergy are more prestigious than nobles' rights. It doesn't seem like much, but whether it's hidden benefits, social status, or even the convenience of making friends, the range of people you can come into contact with at work, etc. The benefits are huge. Point of course, the distance between ordinary people and this kind of profession is too far. Maybe the only clergy that ordinary people can come into contact with in this life is priests. Even if he was like Alan, he never thought that he would be able to become a clergyman in this life. Point. Here goes. In ancient China, a certain emperor suddenly gave his bodyguard the title of Jinshi. Point. It was somewhat unacceptable for a while. With this medal of yours, you will not only be considered a clergyman in the future, but I will also officially promote you to the title of Minister of the Welsh branch of the Paris branch of the Knights Hospitaller in the name of the British Regional Deputy Commander. What kind of strange thing is this? It sounds pretty awesome. Point. Alan held the medal in his hand and was a little overwhelmed by the continuous new information that was coming to him. I have prepared your identity information and passport for you. From now on, you will be equivalent to having dual nationality. The identity of a clergyman can bring you unimaginable convenience in all the Christian world, and the Knights of Wales, the status of branch minister, gives you the right to recruit new knights. Facing Alan's gaze, Boss Cha raised his chin slightly, pointed at himself and said, you can decide the quota yourself. You are responsible for recruiting people. I can give you approval. Remember, this is a real knight from the Crusaders. Conquer the knight who has been passed down to this day. A surge of electricity flowed from top to bottom, and as soon as Boss Cha finished speaking, Alan was instantly excited. Point. Real knights, branch leaders, recruit people, and decide their own quotas. Is it the kind of thing you have always wanted? When talking about the Eastern expedition, the sentence that impressed Alan the most was, in the name of God, massacre, burning, looting, and looting, wearing the cross flag. I'm the craziest in Europe. Point. A real knight is not a title in the usual sense today. Britain originally had a knighthood, but this thing is a bit useless. Lower than a baron, but sometimes it is slightly higher than an ordinary knight. However, nowadays, it is rare to reward this kind of status. It is something that noble masters look down on and ordinary people cannot get. Point. And what Boss Cha means is that this real knight is a soldier. The little green medal that was a bit disgusting just now suddenly became pleasing to the eye at this moment. Point. Alan feels that he has always liked environmental protection. Environmental protection, isn't it green? He has been associated with the color green his whole life. This green medal is a perfect match for him. Thank you, Your Highness. As soon as he stood up, Alan didn't need Boss Cha's help. He consciously put the medal on his chest, stood up straight, and looked at Boss Cha. Point. It's true that he served well in escorting him. Is this a belated reward? However, in the future, when he recruits knights, he will have to go through Boss Cha's approval, which is somewhat of a stumbling block. Point. But you have to take your time in everything, right? What if I become the leader of the knights in the future? Who can say for sure? Boss Cha nodded and looked at Alan with satisfaction. He finally looked decent this time. The medal was hanging on his chest, and his whole temperament was different. The Empire Games will be held soon. You don't have to worry about anyone bullying you when you go to Canada this time, right? Thinking of what Alan said on the plane when he went to Australia, Boss Cha did not forget to tease Alan. Don't worry anymore, Your Highness. Don't worry anymore. Now, Alan officially has military power. No. This is called the Knights, not a soldier, but the function is the same. When he thought of this, Alan instantly thought of Wales again. Didn't he do whatever he wanted in Wales? He won't even have to pretend anymore. The two escaped Jews could finally go offline, to rest for a while, work hard. After a while, you can go to the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst, to register for further training. When you come back from leading the team to participate in the Empire Games this time, I will arrange a new position for you. Looking at Alan's look, Boss Chan nodded happily. He can still give you what the Queen won't give. This time, he finally managed to save some dignity as a monarch in front of Alan. Oh, Alan's eyes flickered. Name, Royal Military Academy. New position. The subsequent benefits of this escort seem to be many. Thank you, Your Highness. I will definitely study hard when the time comes. Just keep an eye on me. Okay, get your stuff and get out, boss. Cha looked at Alan's playful smile, waved his hands in disgust, and started to chase people away. Your Excellency, congratulations, Butler. Capel saw Alan hanging a medal and holding a few notebooks. He came out of the study with great satisfaction and congratulated Alan with a smile on his face. Haha. It's all a reward from His Highness. People feel refreshed during happy events, and this time Alan had time to chat, and his spirits were different. Butler. Capel. Wait a moment. Seeing Alan's expression and tone of voice, Butler Capel instantly became nervous again. He had already guessed what Alan wanted to do before he left. He did this every time. Your Excellency, His Highness's chickens all have ID cards. His Highness said that if you steal his chickens again, he will. TSK. I haven't spoken yet. What does stealing mean? When His Highness went to my place last year, he specifically told me to hold an agricultural selection meeting in Wales. You know what those unscrupulous people in Wales will raise. Looking at Great Britain, only the chickens raised by His Highness can be used as the selection criteria. If I want to hold a competition, I have to find a reference standard, right? Don't you think so? Well, Alan's words made it a bit hard for Butler Capel to accept. He didn't dare to deny it, but admit it. So what is the reference standard? What about you? Go catch me some chickens raised by His Highness. I'll take them back and use them as a reference. I'll also show them to those Welsh bumpkins, even if they're borrowed by me. Butler Capel looked a little helpless as a guard followed the two of them. The guard saw the look in Butler Capel's eyes, sniffed, turned away with an ugly expression. He already knew what the butler's look meant. Struggling was in vain. He had to give what was due. Wow. The iron door was opened, and the policeman outside looked at the man inside with a straight face. The man has an unshaven face and a haggard look in his eyes. He has been detained here for more than a week. In theory, if he wants to continue to be detained, he has to wait for a formal conviction before he can continue to be detained. Come out. We have investigated your matter clearly. The man walked out of the door expressionlessly and dejectedly, looking at the dim environment outside and the stairs in the distance. He had not been tortured in the past few days. The wounds on his back from being dragged had long scabbed. Is it still there? He was a little itchy and the food tasted terrible. Other than that, his wife had never contacted him. All day long, all I face are the walls in the detention room and the various messages left by the seniors on the walls. Can I go now? Come to the office with me to sign and collect your things. Thanks. Sign your name here and these copies too. Rex looked at the American in front of him with a strange expression. Although it has been clearly investigated, the deposit he paid this time is also quite large. This impulsive trip to Wales would probably require him to take on a not too small loan. As for other losses, he didn't dare to think too much about that. Those of them who work as policemen can just have some soup with Mr. Allen. The new year has only just begun, and the Carmarthen police station has new income, which is not bad. Swish swish swish. The man looked at several documents, and some of the contents on them seemed to him to be fabricated out of nothing, such as statements, liability documents, etc. But now that he was under the roof, the detention in the past few days had made him realize the reality. He didn't even dare to refute. He just hoped to finish signing quickly and leave this hellish place as soon as possible. How is my wife? Where is she? Putting down his pen. The white man finally remembered that his wife was still outside at that time, and he didn't know how she was doing, or whether she had suffered during the past few days without her. Hearing the white man's question, the corner of Rex's mouth moved. He was not present at what happened that day, since he knew about the specific situation. This daughter-in-law was pretty good looking and pretty. He understood the rest. Now she's waiting for you outside the police station. You can see her when you go out. So take these and pay the fee. Once you pay the fee, you can leave. Thanks. The white man didn't pay attention to Rex's eyes. When he thought about finally being able to go out, he picked up the file and got up and walked out. Shah, are you okay? How have you been doing these days? Carrying a travel bag in one hand, the white man walked out of the police station door and saw his wife at a glance. He didn't even notice the new skirt she was wearing. Shyly, and he subconsciously avoided the man who reached out to hold her hand. It is said that when men cheat, they usually don't cheat on their hearts, only on their kidneys. But when women cheat, generally speaking, there are more people who are distracted by the heart than by the kidneys. Shyly in a situation can be regarded as seduction and forced cheating, and then she loses both her kidneys and her heart. Now, she was a little tired of seeing her husband again. If it weren't for the remaining shame supporting her, she wouldn't even want to pick him up today. I'm living a good life. Don't ask so many questions. Let's just rest in the town for a day, Taya. Leonie changed the subject, but the white man didn't. Looking at his wife's radiant face, it was as if a field that had not been plowed for decades had been dug through from the inside out by an excavator. After not seeing each other for a few days, the two of them actually became estranged. This is a bit abnormal. The white man's lips trembled a little. At this moment, he thought a lot. He still remembered that after he was taken away that day, his wife didn't seem to leave. So how did she become like this in a short period of time? When he thinks of all the possibilities and looks at the charm on her face now, the white man's heart feels like it's bleeding again. Chapter 568, Missing Mr. Allen as the team leader. Let's get a divorce. Looking at the white man's eyes and thinking about the past few days, shyly Annie brushed her hair behind her ears and mustered up the courage to speak. The sense of humiliation that had just arisen in the white man was dispelled by these words. Before he could linger any longer, I was arrested and detained in the police station for a few days for no reason, and I had to pay a large amount of fines. When I first saw my wife, when I came out, I didn't even say a few words, but I was about to get divorced. What's the situation? Why does it seem like my wife has changed into a different person in just a few days? Why? Why? Alan held the information in his hand and was puzzled. James Little Duke had been living in his small manor in London for more than a month. Why hadn't he taken action yet? Looking at the amount of medication recorded in the file, it seemed okay to think about it. A large amount had been added. Why didn't this guy show any signs of going crazy? Even if you are a pig, you have to have some temper, right? Why doesn't he act? Master, I think, is it because the court has not formally opened the case yet and the pressure on him is not strong enough? As you know, the information shows that over the years, he has just been more dissolute, but his courage, he's really not that big. Zio Shitao was also a little helpless. This was already the second time he had to increase the dosage. He was afraid that, if he added more dosage, something would happen. Something happened not to someone else, but to the little duke. Isn't the preliminary investigation at the court over yet? How many months has it been since the beginning of the year, when I was preparing to go to court to seek an explanation? Are British courts so slow? Is the efficiency so low? I asked someone about it, and it is expected that the trial will not be officially held until the end of the year at the earliest, and even if it is held, there is a high probability that there will be no results. Hearing what Zio Shitao said, Alan knew that despite all the auras attached to Ding, the aristocratic group has remained very stable from the war to the present point, whether it is various policies or the policies of each family. Although everyone keeps a low profile, it does not mean that the aristocracy is not important in Britain, not to mention anything else. Just how many properties are owned by all the nobles in total, if a casual lawsuit can change the heir to the title. This will cause chaos in the entire aristocratic class. Today's British aristocrats, even illegitimate children who are related by blood, are not qualified to touch the title, let alone this kind of situation, where the elder is abolished, and the younger is established. As long as the family is alive, the younger son will never be able to run the family. This is the bottom line of the aristocratic class. This is the rule. The laws of our ancestors cannot be abolished. Knowing this result, Alan planned to find a lawyer to help James litigate. Ever since the Duke of Marlborough started this thing, there has been no chance of winning. Even if Alan doesn't stand up to help James, someone will help him secretly. Even if no one helps him, the Queen will not agree. The heart of the matter is that simple. Alan now wants to encourage him to take action and destroy their family, but James has not moved yet, which is a bit painful. He wants to make some big noise. London isn't busy lately. Hey. The person being supported is too timid, and sometimes this is not necessarily a good thing. After putting down the information, Alan thought for a while and asked, what does the Welsh Assembly say about our plan? There is no problem with the railway, but we have no contact with the electric power company and the gas company. They are too deeply involved with the London Parliament, and they are unwilling to let go. Master, I think if we really want to win, we need to. The price to pay is too great. Some time ago, the development plan that Alan asked his female secretary to make was completed, and the overall plan was very large. His main purpose was to take the opportunity to acquire some state-owned enterprises. Now, the London Parliament has been forced by a group of old guys to let it slip. All it takes is a little push from the last person to make it happen. As for Wales, although there are people who want to make plans in this regard, Alan believes that these small fish and shrimps can only follow him and pick out the remaining crooked melons and crack dates. The best affirmation: let him, Mr. Allen, choose first. As for state-owned enterprises, don't even think about industries that are too profitable. The Parliament won't let them go. Those that can be released now are basically assets heavy, require a lot of manpower to operate, and are still in poor operating conditions. For example, roads, railways, electricity, gas, etc. The latter two have basically been booked by their political families. People like Alan can only focus on the first two now. Alan doesn't want the road. This poor place in Wales is vast and sparsely populated, and it's hard to pay for roads. So there's no need to think too much. Invest hundreds of millions of pounds to repair the road. What next? Is it more convenient for these country bumpkins to drive their cars to sell cattle and go shopping in the city? Even if there is a toll station every 10 miles, how much money can we make in a year? Even if Alan doesn't buy the road, he sends people to block the intersection, so he can't use this road alone. In recent years, he has gone out without even looking at the traffic lights. Who dares to say a word? But the railway is different. Tickets can be sold, and tickets are charged per person. The most important thing is that many Welsh people usually go to England to work. The wages are high there. After working, they take the money with them and return to Wales. Flour in the past, when the railways were in the hands of the government, the fares were not particularly expensive, basically no more expensive than driving. But what if Alan takes the railroad? Double the ticket price for him first. Just this move can make those Welsh people who used to work in other places vomit blood. The cost of living has increased. Even if the wages in England are high, after deducting the round-trip expenses, the rest is almost the same as the income from working locally. So why go out and work for a pittance? In this way, if many people choose to stay and work locally because of the high train tickets, wouldn't this be able to stimulate domestic demand? As long as population mobility becomes less, the public security situation will improve accordingly. Isn't it his job to improve the security situation? As for whether the economy will recover as a result, Alan has no control over it. What does the life and death of ordinary people like them have to do with him? As long as you control the railways, it is equivalent to controlling the ways for Welsh people to go out to work. Of course, if someone is tough and can accept driving 6 or 7 hours a day to go to work in England, then there is nothing he can do to stop him. As long as the train can intercept most people and keep them locally, then he can sell the goods. which is not equivalent to, are these millions of Welsh people to be rounded up and harvested as leeks? As long as he cuts skillfully, he can cut it for a lifetime. Sighing, Alan rubbed his brows. He had almost finished all the matters at hand in the near future. The rest was waiting for him to lead the team to participate in the Commonwealth Games in Canada in July. By the way, you will write an application in a while, and you will be my night attendant from now on. How is the progress of the people I asked you to choose? As for the knights, although Boss Cha has now given him the rights, Alan is not in a hurry. He has people on hand, but this thing cannot be organized by the above. It didn't take long for him to get hundreds of knights from the entire Welsh branch. Right, if he really dared to do this, what would Boss Cha think? If Alan makes the decision on everything, it would not be impossible to be a little more efficient. But now every newly promoted knight on his side has to send a list to Boss Cha for approval, so he has to be cautious. Clicked. Alan is going to use this quota as a reward while selecting people. Only the most loyal bodyguard in the family and the most responsible bodyguard in the past few years is qualified to get this quota. Mobilize the enthusiasm of his subordinates. In the past, Alan still had a knighthood in his hand. This thing was somewhat too high for a bodyguard. Now, only 3 people in the entire family have been given knighthoods. Just to ensure this, the value of honor, it's okay now. With unlimited knight quotas, it will be easier in the future. A dozen people have been selected, do you think? Then, take them with you first. This time when I go to Canada, I will take them with me. Okay, I see. July 17, 1994. The outdoor temperature in Los Angeles was nearly 30 degrees in the afternoon, but at this time in the Rose Bowl, the cheers, noises, and sounds of various horns from the fans were mixed together, so much so that the window glass in the box was shaking. Alan sat on the large sofa and opened his mouth to take a mouthful of watermelon smoothie. Shyly, Annie next to him very obediently took a napkin and wiped Alan's mouth again. As the opening of the Commonwealth Games approached, Alan ran away as usual. He told the deputy team leader that he would first come to the United States to watch the World Cup. Originally, this trip was not included in Alan's plan, but no matter what, the crowd's voice was too loud. The last time was the 1990 World Cup in Italy, when Alan was also the team leader. That time he led the England team to a very heroic breakthrough to the semi-finals. Although they lost in the semi-finals, everyone at the time, no matter the main team, both the coach and Alan received a medal for this, which was regarded as the best result of Britain's World Cup tour in the past 10 years. But I didn't expect that in just 4 years, Great Britain would have the Premier League, the international suspension period would be restored, and the domestic league would be bustling. But when the World Cup comes among the 4 handsome boys in Great Britain, not a single team could make it into the World Cup finals this time. The Welsh men's football team is relatively poor. It is understandable that they cannot enter the World Cup, but this time even the England men's football team, which has high hopes, was blocked from the World Cup finals. Britain is the birthplace of modern football and a powerful European football country. He didn't even make it to the World Cup finals this time. This is regarded as England's biggest humiliation in recent decades, from the head coach to the team leader. Not to mention medals, not a single feather. With the World Cup officially held in June, watching other national teams appear on TV, the traditionally powerful England team can only stay at home and watch TV. Who can understand this feeling? With resentment, fans will vent all their grievances on the head coach and team leader. Obviously there was a playboy and a young aristocrat who led the team in the last term, and he was able to lead the team to the semi-finals. This time, the team was led by a more professional person, but they couldn't even enter the finals. In addition to the abuse of the head coach and team leader of this term, countless fans began to miss the leader of the team, Mr. Allen. Some people even came up with fallacious theories, saying that Mr. Allen was a naturally lucky person, and that as long as he was involved in anything, others could get his good luck. Then there were the curious media who listed Allen's life story, including how he had a bad personality and a slight stutter when he was a teenager, how he had a sudden change in his family when he was young, and how he inherited the title in a sudden change point, and in the past few years, whether he has been working as a nanny for the royal family, taking care of the 2 princes, or Alan's own family property has increased rapidly. In short, Through scattered reports, many people have discovered that Alan seems to have grown up since then. After inheriting the title, everything goes smoothly. Although I may not be the best in whatever I do, the results are okay. Although it has not reached the perverted level of cheating, this kind of good luck, coupled with Alan's own identity, is enough for most ordinary people to envy. Being stirred up by domestic public opinion, Alan simply came to the United States to have a look. It happened that the World Cup finals were held in Los Angeles. He could also see the achievements of the Old Carol during this period. It was regarded as half official business and half tourism. Stop being busy and come here. Alan watched Charlene busy, especially the suspender skirt she was wearing today, and the collar in the front. Every time she squatted down, she would catch Alan's eyes. It's not that Alan has poor control skills, it's just that today is too boring. The Brazilian team and the Italian team off the field have been playing for an hour. Dunga and Baggio, such big stars, haven't even scored a goal in an hour. Although the two teams have a confrontation, they are not as good as Alan. For non-fans, he just felt that the game was not good to watch. Both teams were very nervous. There was only a confrontation but no goals. Watching this stuff too much will make you drowsy, and the sunlight coming in from the floor to ceiling windows will distract you from wanting to do something. Point touching Charlene's little face. Alan gave a bad smile. The temperature of the air conditioner in the box was set to very low. He suddenly felt a little cold and needed to be warmed. Come on. I found a play for you. I will arrange for someone to contact you in a few days. Then you go to the crew to audition and go through the process. Charlene is a girl who is very honest in front of Alan. As soon as Alan touches her head, she understands what he means with just one look. She fucks her, and Alan talks to her. When the arrangement was given to her, she might have been too excited and exerted a little force, which made Alan take a breath. Dang. There was a very untimely knock on the door outside the box, and Alan didn't want to pay attention. He squinted and looked at the game below in a daze. It seemed that someone had committed another foul. Alan might not like other parts of the Italian team, but this defense, really good. What is this kind of classical defender? People don't foul people after tackling them. They only take people down with a small probability. Just like now, although they fouled, they didn't get any cards. The defense was very clean. Unlike now, the England team is nothing but reckless. Chapter 569. Such a great thing. Why don't you go? As the pace became faster and faster, Alan's eyes were already in a trance. The pace on the court was not fast, but the pace in the box was fast. The knock on the door rang several times, but when there was no response from inside, the sound became more intense. Master, knock. On what? Wait a minute. Alan couldn't hold it in anymore. The knock on the door was like an alarm bell in the morning. The more he knocked, the more annoying it became. He scolded him in response, and then looked down at Charlene. Dr. Shire has good medical skills. The warm effect is outstanding and immediate. Look at the little suspender skirt on her body. Only at this moment can Alan realize how great the invention of skirts is, especially this kind of short skirt. Only when you use it can you know how avant-garde the thoughts of the predecessors were. This short skirt is so convenient. Even if you turn around, you don't even have to lift it. You just need to gently push it to the side, and you will be able to find a winding path to a secluded place. Mr. Alan is also a very particular person. He enjoys having fun, but he usually doesn't do it for nothing. Since they have brought him enough emotional value, he just throws some film and television resources to her. This thing is very important to him. No difficulty. In this way, no one owes anything to each other. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, Alan's voice calling for someone came from the box. Only then did Zio Shitao dare to push the door open and come in. He didn't come in directly, but only showed his head and glanced in quietly. He saw my young master leaned on the sofa with his hands and just slumped on the sofa with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked a little tired. On the ground next to the young master, Miss Shire was squatting on the ground holding toilet paper to wipe things. After casting a slight glance to make sure that the situation was safe, Zio Shitao walked quietly to Alan, bent down and whispered, "Master, His Majesty Gustav is watching the game in the box not far next door." He heard said you were here and wanted to come over. Would you like to see? Alan tilted his head weakly and glanced at Little Stone. How could he meet Gustave while watching a game in Los Angeles? Why is this old boy here? Glancing at Charlene, who was squatting on the ground mopping the floor, Alan touched her with his foot and said, "Go to the lounge next to you and wait for me. I'll have a friend here soon. Let him come over and take Ms. Shire to rest." "Okay, Zio." Shitao waited for Charlene to stand up, and then he saw clearly that this woman's head was almost soaked. Her bangs in front were stuck to her forehead, her face was flushed, and her eyes were almost out of focus. Walking as a bit light point, quickly reaching out and carefully supporting Charlene's arm, Zio Shitao then helped her go to the lounge next to her. "Ha ha ha. You didn't expect to meet me here, did you? If I hadn't seen your housekeeper, I wouldn't have known you were here. When did you come?" Gustave wandered into the box. The old guy was wearing a beach short-sleeved upper, large pants, and a pair of leather sandals. The key is that when he wore sandals, he also wore a pair of sandals underneath. A pair of white socks is expected of a man with a German wife, just the habit of wearing socks and sandals. In this world, only Germans like to wear it like this, right? Alan moved to the side with some disgust, motioned for Gustave to sit down and said, "I just arrived last night." Seeing Alan's weak look, Gustave's nose moved, and then he smelled that something was wrong in the private room. When he thought about Alan, who didn't know what he was doing here, just before he came over, Gustave felt disgusted and really wanted to stand up and leave point. But seeing that Alan still knew how to let people go out and avoid taboos, Gustave could only hold his nose and admit it. "Why are you everywhere? Are you following me?" Alan made a joke. He was currently in the sage time. He had no energy to do anything and just wanted to stay quietly for a while. "Fuck. Yesterday there was our Swedish match, 3rd place. I was invited to watch the match." "You're only in 3rd place. What's there to brag about? It's better than not even being able to enter the finals in some places, right?" Gustave now has the confidence, and the Swedish team will strive for success this year. Yesterday, at this stadium, the Swedish team beat Bulgaria 4-0 and won the 3rd place. Alan couldn't answer what he said. The England team didn't live up to expectations in this World Cup, so what could he do? "What are you doing to me? Tell me quickly." When encountering something that cannot be refuted, Alan is ready to cheat. "TSK, I was just planning to contact you during this time. Your 2 children are very good. Nothing is wrong. Don't worry." Alan thought that Gustave was concerned about the children, mainly his precious son, so he told him about the situation of the 2 children before Gustave finished speaking. "That's not what happened." Gustave imitated Alan's previous behavior and put his hand on Alan's shoulder. Originally, he wanted to tease Alan with this matter, or in other words, he wanted to take some initiative, but with Alan's current attitude, he didn't know how to take the initiative to arouse Alan's interest. "Well, my car is a customized Bentley you gave me. Is it ready?" Thinking about this, Gustave had some inspiration and was going to direct the topic to cars first. "Haven't I sent it to you yet?" Alan was slightly surprised. Although he didn't understand cars, even if it was customized, with Gustave's status and Alan's special instructions, the factory would definitely give him the highest priority. "Yes, it has been more than half a year. It should be done by now." Little Shitao, come in. Thinking of this, Alan called Zio Shitao, who was on duty outside the door. After Zio Shitao came in, Alan asked in a low voice about Gustave's customized car. After listening to Alan's question, Zio Shitao slightly glanced at Gustave next to Alan, organized his words, and whispered vaguely, "Master, have you forgotten? Some time ago, didn't you call Designer Go Home and ask them to help you develop a new customized car? Maybe it was delayed because of this? After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be because of this." Alan coughed in embarrassment and waved his hand to signal Zio Shitao to go out first. After the door was closed, and just as he was about to speak, Gustave shook Alan's shoulder hard and said, It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. It seems that the production capacity of the factory you have is not very good. Hahaha. Well, they are all handicraft workshops, and there are not many people in total. When we acquired them, one was about the brand value, the other was various equipment and debts, and there was also the placement of some old employees. Alan doesn't take this seriously either. Cars like Bentley, anyway, have not been doing well in sales since Alan's acquisition. It's not that the sales are not good, but that the production is not good. Point. After relocating the factory and optimizing employees, Bentley now basically does not even share the resources of Rolls-Royce. It is an independent development of a purely manual model of a small workshop, and follows the high-end route of luxury car customization. Point. The brand is indeed high-end, and the quality control is also high-end, but the output is not good. You can't expect a group of old men and women to work hard every day. If they can go to work normally, it is already good. Sometimes Alan also thinks, if we really build a fully automatic robot production line and the output increases, how can the sales of such an expensive car be high? The reason why some things are high-end is that they have a certain quality and scarcity. How can they be high-end when they are really bad on the street? It seems like there are rich people everywhere. Hey, when you bought Bentley, you only thought about what kind of car you wanted. How easy is it to build a car? Didn't you think about making money from them? Facing Gustav's curious gaze, Alan rolled his eyes. Isn't this nonsense? Who doesn't want to make money? If he was really rich, wouldn't he want to buy Volkswagen over, putting aside the issue of whether they are willing to sell or not? Even if they are willing to sell and are very cooperative throughout the process, Alan does not have the financial resources to acquire Volkswagen. This thing can easily cost tens of billions of dollars. Who can afford it? The money I had at that time was just enough to buy their car company, and it was through a trust relationship. At that time, there were some other reasons, but there was no need to explain this kind of thing to Gustav in detail. Then, I heard that you were short of money some time ago. Don't you want to make a fortune through this industry? Aren't you very well connected in China? Why don't you expand your channels there and open up the market? Gustav followed the guidance and prepared to continue to guide Alan in this direction. China? Selling Bentleys. Alan did the math and realized that it was 1994. The employees in his factories were still in coastal cities, and their monthly salary of 300 to 400 yuan was already quite a lot. Point. With this per capita income, we expect them to buy a Bentley worth at least several £100,000 more. Point. How much fake wine can you imagine after drinking this? Yes, there are rich people there, and the first batch of people who went to sea did make money, but this proportion is extremely low. Moreover, the mainland and Zhangjiang are different. Over in Zhangjiang, Alan still has channels. If people there want to buy a car, they will definitely send someone to customize it. Bentley is now taking the high-end road. For this, Alan also specially allocated an old castle by the sea to them as their headquarters, but I hope people from mainland China will order here or open a store there. Point. Alan had a hard time thinking about it. How many cars of this thing can be sold there in a year? Can it sell for double digits? If input and output are not directly proportional, then why should he do it? It's better to keep it as is, and don't bother to mess with it. Hey, their current market and consumption level are not up to that level. I have other factories there. As for Bentley, forget it. Alan shook his head and lit up his cigarette again a little irritably. Then, can't you think differently? You are a high-end Bentley, so you can't launch a low-end or mid-range brand? In such a big market, even if one person buys a car for every 1,000 people, the annual sales volume will be considerable, right? I have heard that Volkswagen has officially cooperated with them. Their sub-brand Audi is said to be selling very well and has made a lot of money there. There is also a brand from our country that is also there this year. We opened a store, but they have been operating poorly in the past few years and they can't stand it any longer. Alan glanced at Gustav with some suspicion. He always felt that something was wrong with this old guy today. Alan, who always likes to cheat people, is still very sensitive in this regard. He can cheat others, but he doesn't like others to cheat. Seeing that it was all said and done, Alan still didn't put on the condom, and Gustav's back molars were almost broken. Shaking his shoulders, Gustav's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and he said fiercely, "We have a group that is planning to sell their car business. The price is very advantageous. Are you interested?" Why are you telling me this? Humph, aren't you short of money? You can make more money by selling cars. You happen to have connections there. You guard such a big market. As long as you have this car company, the money will come at your fingertips. Alan's eyes widened when he heard Gustav's idiotic words. Who told you that money will come at the beck of your finger? After so many years of deceit and abduction, he felt that it was too difficult to make money. Even if it was an open robbery, it was very tiring. How come Gustav said that making money was so easy? After looking up and down, Alan asked a sole question. It's so profitable. Why don't you take over it yourself? Why? The smile on Gustav's face suddenly froze as he said this. Treat your good intentions as your liver and lungs. Can I be the same as you? I'm doing this for you. You have forgotten the time we had at Christmas last year. Gustav tried hard with his hands, trying to imitate Alan and squeeze his shoulders, but he squeezed for a long time and saw that Alan had no reaction at all. He said with some frustration, "As for me, although my hands I don't have any rights, but I can help you take them down, and you just have to promise me that you will marry Madeline when the time comes." Didn't I understand if you told me earlier? A big twist. Alan finally understood what Gustav meant, but Alan was a little unsure about such a good thing, and he still maintained a trace of doubt. If it really makes money, then according to normal thinking, why would people sell it? He has deceived many people, and he has been deceived for a long time, and he has become a good doctor. Alan knows very well that in this world, there is never a good thing that falls from the sky. If there is, it can only mean that there is a trap ahead, and you haven't seen it clearly yet. Which group are you talking about? Volvo. Have you ever heard of it? When Gustav talked about them, he raised his chin and felt a little proud. This is a national enterprise in Sweden. Volvo. Alan's frown deepened. He knew about this group, but their car business was still small cars. It seemed that they were most famous for their safety, right? They claimed to have the lowest accident rate and so on. It seems that they invented the seat belts on cars, but their car sales don't seem to be doing well in China. Doesn't Alan think that a car company like this can suddenly transform and increase its sales after taking it into his hands? Isn't this a joke? Besides, despite what Gustav said, even if it is a small car business unit under Volvo, it is not cheap to buy this thing, right? Chapter 570. The end. Price. Gustav moved closer to Alan, lowered his voice a little, and pretended to be suspenseful. According to my inquiries, they have begun to contact people from the United States. It is said that they are worth at least 40 people. $100 million US. Hearing this price, Alan lost all interest in an instant. If it were several million, or tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, he gritted his teeth and demolished one thing to make up for the other. He could still make up some money, but this good guy, this amounted to more than 4 billion in one breath, and the unit is still US dollars. Whoever wants to buy it can buy it. He couldn't afford such a large acquisition amount. Hey, what's wrong? After talking about the price, Alan's expression changed. Gustav was a little anxious. Why was he giving away the benefits, but the person receiving the benefits was actually impatient? No. Money. Alan was straightforward. He wanted to make good money, but before making money, he had to weigh his own weight. Although he was short of money, everything was on the right track now. The little blue pills were now being distributed. As long as he waited slowly, so he won't be short of money in a short time. What if I can help you lower the price and get a loan? A low interest, long-term loan. Oh, looking at Gustav's eyes, Alan's heart began to turn again. Such considerate service, if it was just for the marriage of two families, seemed a bit too enthusiastic. There was something wrong here. How much can I borrow? How much can I borrow? How low is the interest rate? Also, are there any other additional conditions? Haha, let me tell you, there is only a small request. Their small car department can become independent, but it cannot be relocated. After being acquired by you, you can continue to expand the factory outside, but the headquarters can only be in Sweden. Gustav looked at Alan sincerely. Swedish banks have plenty of money, but Gustav himself definitely can't lend it out to buy things by himself. But if he helps Alan make connections, it will be different. This can be regarded as attracting investment. The reason why the Volvo Group wants to sell its car division is not because it lacks money, but because its products are not selling well and making no money. And if Alan really takes over Volvo's small car department, then he will have an industry in Sweden and take root. In addition, Alan has taken on a loan, so the two parties are even more involved. He is not afraid that Alan will not pay back the money. With such a large amount, in Gustav's view, Alan will not even dare to run away. As long as Alan is tied to his chariot, from now on, both parties will have common interests. Coupled with his marriage to Madeline, this can be considered a true one of his own. With Alan's help in the future, Gustav will be confident that he can do something in Sweden. When the time comes, he will be able to seize Alan's factory. This is his idea. When making friends and finding allies, you must not only benefit the other party, but also guard against the other party. This was what his grandfather taught him back then, and Gustav believed it deeply. This was a plan he had thought about for nearly half a year. This time against Alan, he is bound to win. Alan frowned. The headquarters cannot be moved. After buying things by myself, I still have to listen to your orders? Doesn't this make him a receiver? What's the difference between finding a second wife and living in her ex-husband's house without moving out after they got married? Are you taking advantage of me? Besides, even if he really takes over Volvo's small car department, it will be equivalent to carrying billions of dollars in debt. Alan was short of money before because he lacked money to spend everywhere, but he had no debts since paying off the inheritance tax. What Alan hates most is debt. He doesn't even want to touch loans. He is not that strong in career. His main focus is to only work in areas that he is good at or understands, and do what he can. Loaning so much money now is equivalent to putting a dog leash around his neck. In the future, he will have to work hard from dawn to dusk in order to repay the loan as soon as possible. As long as he is busy, how will he have time to rescue those ragged and fallen women in various countries? Not interested in facing Alan's straightforward rejection again. Gustav's eyebrows almost stood up. This guy was so shrewd. He didn't even know if Alan was really not interested or if he was seeing something in his approach so discreetly. Is there any difficulty? No, I just don't like the things I bought, and there are all kinds of requirements. After I buy the Bentley, they, a group of elderly people, have to move to Carmarthen and move to my eyes. I can rest assured that it's a car like this, let alone a Volvo. This. Gustav was silent for a moment. Did Alan mean to point him in a subtle way? He didn't know if Alan had discovered his thoughts, but the essence was the same. He put so much thought into it just to have a place where he could restrain Alan and keep a hand. Now that Alan is opposed to this, it's impossible to talk about it. Down. Have you ever thought about how troublesome it would be to relocate such a large branch? Whether it's the tens of thousands of employees or equipment, how much will the relocation cost? How much money will be lost in the process? Lost how many employees? Have you ever thought about it? Gustav tried to scare Alan with difficulties and get him to change his mind. I thought about it, but it was too difficult, so I just gave up. Alan spread his hands and looked at Gustav sincerely. As the old saying goes, nothing is difficult in the world as long as you are willing to give up. As long as you encounter difficulties, just give up. It will be more worry-free. Gustav almost lost his breath. He couldn't take it anymore. Fuck. Standing up suddenly, he slapped Alan's shoulder twice with his left hand. Gustav turned around and left with a gloomy look on his face. Ah, you leaving? Let's watch the game together. Stop watching, seeing. Gustav leave angrily. Oh shit. Al closed the door and looked at Alan cautiously. He felt that his young master and that guy had broken up. Master, why has it been playing for so long and it's still 0-0? How long has it been? Alan didn't think much about Gustav at all before the old guy reached the door. He had already focused on the game below. This was the World Cup final. Just play like this. Isn't this because a large amount of money has entered the market outside the market, and it is difficult for the people behind to control it? Thinking about the economic situation in recent years, the more Alan thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Master, it's already overtime, and now we're halfway through the first half. Oh, it's overtime and there's still no goal. Every time he watches football, Alan will think of gambling. This thing is called the gospel of time travelers. It seems that, no matter what kind of gods they do, as long as they time travel, they will try this thing. If they have the opportunity. You said that, if you just make a small fuss, and play for tens of thousands of dollars, you might actually be able to make a profit. You can make a small profit cautiously. Not to mention a class jump. It is still possible to improve your life point, but some people actually think that they can achieve a class jump by relying on this thing, and they can make tens of billions of dollars with a few bets. A kind of cerebral palsy scenario. Alan just couldn't figure it out. Did no one really think about the person behind the scenes? Even if you know the score, you bet correctly, and you really make tens of billions of money, do you have the life to spend it? Anyway, one can judge others by oneself. If the banker were replaced by Alan himself, let alone how many billions of dollars, if someone really dared to win tens of millions of dollars from him, he would have to send a killer, no matter where in the world that person was hiding. We have to hunt him down in every corner. Do you really think that the banker is a charity? Alan patiently watched the game. By the time the two teams reached overtime, his energy was exhausted. It was over 30 degrees outside in the summer. With rest time, the two teams played for 2 hours. Think about it. This amount of exercise finally, with the referee's whistle. In the final of this World Cup, Brazil and Italy were tied 0-0. What was going to happen next was the most cruel penalty shootout. Alan likes to watch this. It's simple and straightforward. It only takes a few seconds to get in or out. The results are finally coming. Bessie, the captain of the Italian team, was the first to go up, but he kicked it down and missed. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became lively, and the audience, which had been shouting for more than 2 hours, came to life again. Some of the fans supporting Brazil had already set off colorful cigarettes. However, before the Brazilian fans could be happy for long, Italian goalkeeper Pagliuca came on the field, and it was Brazil's turn to take a penalty kick. The Brazilian on the opposite side was probably under a lot of pressure, so he kicked the ball down and missed the penalty as well. Everyone in Alan was dumbfounded. What's going on? It's understandable that we didn't score during the main game, but now it's a penalty shootout. Brother, you can't even score a penalty kick. Is it still possible? Can't you think about the audience outside the venue? If there is no goal scored against each other, and the penalty kicks are taken, what will happen? Fortunately, the players off the court seemed to hear Mr. Allen's call. In the second and third rounds, players from Brazil and Italy scored penalty kicks one after another, and the score was once again tied at 2-2. The fourth round officially started, and the Italian team took the first penalty again. What was it called? Alan couldn't recognize it anyway. He seemed to be a forward. Then he saw this guy take a run up, but the ball missed again. Damn it. Here comes the blocking point. If the Brazilian team scores a penalty, not to mention sealing the victory, at least it will give the Italian team a severe blow in terms of psychological pressure. Then, in Alan's hopeful eyes, Brazil captain Dunga stepped up to the penalty spot, and then the star is indeed a star. He may not have scored a goal in the whole game, but at the critical moment, Dunga made the penalty kick. The score is 3-2, and the Brazilian team is in the lead. Only the last round of free throws is left for both sides. If the Italian team wants to win the Hercules Cup, they must not only score the last goal, but also pray that the Brazilian team misses the next goal, so that they can enter the next round and continue the penalty shootout. The situation suddenly became serious. Okay, let's take a look at Italy's last penalty taker, their famous star number 10, Roberto Baggio. Following The passionate shouts of the host, Roberto Baggio, the only star of the Italian team with a braided hairstyle, made his final appearance. The entire audience was at this moment, as Baggio stood still at the penalty spot, holding their breath for fear of disturbing him. Fans all over the world who watched this game through broadcasts, as well as fans who listened to this game on the radio, all focused on him. He is the last hope of the Italian team. Whistle. Roberto Baggio stepped back to take a run, sprinted, kicked off, and the football made a diagonal line. Straight point it flew over the goal, and flew directly to the auditorium behind. This powerful and heavy shot flew away under the watchful eyes of more than 100,000 spectators. The entire stadium was stunned by this shot. Both the shooting action and the power were very beautiful, but it's a pity that it just didn't go in. After the Brazilians were stunned for a few seconds, a group of people suddenly rushed onto the court to hug their goalkeeper. Today's Brazilian goalkeeper also saved a penalty kick, which was considered a meritorious service. Now that the Italian team did not score a penalty, the next goal, that should have been taken by the Brazilian team, is no longer necessary. Regardless of whether they kicked it or not, the score was already won. Brazil won this World Cup. Alan leaned hard on the sofa and spent the last few minutes nervously. A hearty physical battle finally came to an end. Compared to the Brazilian team, Alan prefers the Italian team, for no other reason. The last World Cup he led the team to participate in was held in Italy. There was also his old love Monica there, who was in the World Cup in Italy that year. During this period, the days in Italy still reminded Alan a little bit. When he thought of this, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen Monica for a while, and he had to contact Monica this time. When he went back, "Master, you are back. How was the game? I won't watch it again next time. It's boring. If I had known better, I would have watched yesterday's 3rd or 4th place game. Ha. Ha. Old Cole laughed loudly when he heard what Alan said. As he walked, he reached out and took the towel after Alan wiped his face. "While you were away in the afternoon, there was a call from Canada. The deputy team leader also wanted to ask you when you would return to the team, but I didn't tell him the specific time." "What did he ask me for? Did I get into any trouble?" "That's not true. It's just the current public opinion. He might be worried about your absence." When old Carol thought about the reports in the British local media, he became more and more outrageous. They said that his young master was good at leading the team and won good results. It must be the same this time. However, just a few days before the Commonwealth Games was held, his young master was now watching the World Cup in the United States. If he were replaced as the deputy team leader, he would probably panic. Whispering sound, he sat on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He took a sip of the soda water handed to him by the servant. Alan himself was a little confused. He had a talent for farting. As a team leader, what he is best at is taking care of things. Because he doesn't understand those things, he doesn't bother to give random instructions, and because he likes to wander around, he basically doesn't have much contact with the team members. However, this is precisely because he shows up less and puts less pressure on these ordinary team members, so people just can perform well. Anyway, in Alan's opinion, the best leader is to let go, ignore things, and leave professional matters to professionals. He is only responsible for gold plating. If the results are good and the credit is given, he will lead the team. There is a waypoint. If the results are poor and mistakes are made, it is the team member's own responsibility. "Okay, let's arrange a flight for the day after tomorrow." "Well, you know Monica, right? When Zio Shitao comes over later, ask him to call Monica and ask her to come to Canada to stay with me." "Okay." Chapter 571 Tribute. Early the next morning, Alan got up not too late. It was relatively hot here in Los Angeles. In this environment, there was no atmosphere to sleep and taking advantage of the hottest weather before noon. In the small pavilion in the manor, old Carl specially prepared several ice basins and placed them in inconspicuous places to cool down the area around the pavilion. "My young master will have morning tea here later and then handle some official business and listen to his report on the work situation in the United States in the first half and 2/4 of the year." "Why are you serving pudding now? Take it away and let the kitchen make it again and bring it over later when the young master needs it." has been a few years since he came to the United States. Old Carl's memory still remains in the memory of Alan's fondness for eating pudding many years ago. He is very concerned about Alan's hobbies. The whole family knows that under normal circumstances, the young master cares the most. Although he is not too picky about food, as long as it is what he likes to eat, it must be cooked just right. Just like this pudding, if it is served in advance and left for a while, the taste will be different from when it is just made. Old Carl knew that the pudding that Alan liked to eat was the kind that was not too sweet, but had to be fresh out of the oven, with a burnt aroma. Without that smell, he would not like to eat it. Hooah in a folder that was not too thick. Alan directly skipped the previous introduction about the losses caused by the Los Angeles earthquake at the beginning of the year and turned directly to the last one about the sales of the little blue pill Viagra point in the first quarter. The final net profit was just over $10 million US. Looking at the introduction and the information, Alan frowned. They were all new employees, and sales and channels had not yet been established. This little income could be considered excusable. In the second quarter, the profit increased significantly. I wonder if the old customers knew the benefits of this miracle drug. The profit increased significantly, more than doubling to $50 million US. This amount may seem like a lot, but compared with other special medicines on the market, it is far from enough. This is the day Alan has been waiting for. According to this kind of increase, the profits for the 2 quarters of the second half of the year can be conservatively estimated to at least double, and as he has more and more employees, his sales channels become wider and wider, and the profits, from now on, he will be able to make hundreds of millions of dollars in net profits just by selling this little blue pill while lying around doing nothing every year. TSK. Looking at the amount of money on the information, Alan inevitably started to get excited. This is by far the most profitable business in his hands from beginning to end, bar none. After spending so many years of research, we are finally on the right track. From this moment on, Alan can proudly say that he can finally realize his great ideal of being a decadent nobleman waiting to die. After reading the drug revenue that he was most concerned about, Alan then had the time to look at other previous financial reports, such as the revenue from Cameron and Luc Besson's movies released in North America last year, excluding box office shares and taxes. The final income was $70 million US. This income is already not low. If you add in the income from selling medicines and the little family property you saved here, it will be more than $100 million US. Alan blinked. Is this what it feels like when money begets money? This is his biggest serious income that he got through serious means, not robbing. How do you describe this feeling, anyway? It's very impressive and a great sense of accomplishment. It turns out that you don't have to rely on deceit, abduction, and robbery to make money. After closing the folder, Alan glanced at old Carol, who had been standing behind him, preparing to explain to him. He pointed to the seat next to him and said, "You have worked hard during this time. Sit down." Old Carol was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were almost red. An old man like him, who has devoted his life to his family and has no children, wouldn't it be for this word of affirmation in the end? The first half of this year was really difficult. It was the most difficult year for him in all the years he came to the United States. First, the office building of the earthquake film and television company was collapsed by the earthquake, and half of the equipment was buried and damaged. Then came the rescue, and then he had to be distracted by looking after the medical business. It could be said that he was so busy that his feet never touched the ground. Now that my young master is here, he has taken a look at the results of his hard work in the first half of the year and affirmed it. This is worth it. It's the young master. Seeing that old Carol seemed to be a little excited, Alan coughed and said, I know loyalty, but you are old. There is no need to do some things yourself. You can leave some complicated work to the people below. If you are worried about the use of manpower here, I can also transfer some people from home for you, so don't make yourself too tired. Yes, old Carol completely lost his usual indifference in front of his men. He picked up the glass with a look of shame, put in a few ice cubes, threw 2 lemon slices in, then picked up the glass jug and poured it into the glass. Pour ice black tea, which is the most common ice black tea in the British summer. He knows that Alan likes it too, and he doesn't even put sugar in it. Master, please drink tea first. Looking at the wilting lawns in the manor, it feels like living in the suburbs is good. There are far fewer high-rise buildings around, and the air quality is much better than in the city. It feels like Wales. I want to order an airplane with the funds here, but I don't know much about this information. You can make appointments with some people from Boeing in my name over time. You can have a good chat and ask about the situation. Taking a sip of the iced black tea, a cool feeling rushed straight to his forehead, making Alan shiver hard. Now that he has money, if he wants to transfer the profits directly out of the United States, it will not only be troublesome, but also cost extra. It's better to take the opportunity to spend some money. Alan has wanted to buy a private jet for a long time. The rented plane is always not as comfortable as his own and the plane he wanted was not an ordinary small business jet that could only seat a few or a dozen people. That thing was quite fast, but its manned capacity was too weak. Of course, if you don't make more modifications and only consider carrying people, you can change it to seat 20 or 30 people, but in that case, what's the point of this special plane? Every time Alan travels, he needs to bring a lot of people with him, whether they are servants or bodyguards, stylists, makeup artists, etc. Even if the entire team is streamlined, it must be at least 40 or 50 people. These people are all people who serve him. Unless he is on a business trip with boss chap, he does not need to bring so many bodyguards to reduce the number to less than 30 people. However, this situation does not apply to daily travel. If you want convenience, you have to build a big plane. Alan's previous goal was the Boeing 747, but when he asked old Carl to ask, an acquaintance reported that the Boeing 747 had a midterm major facelift model in the past few years, and told him not to rush to order. Otherwise, if you order an old model of aircraft, at the end of the generation period, you will only spend more money. Later, Alan slowly spent all his money, and he didn't think about big planes in the past few years. Now he can finally realize his dream. This kind of Boeing 747, after modification, can not only meet Alan's travel needs, but also ensure that his room needs are guaranteed. It is not a problem to bring nearly 100 people with him at a time. It can also be stuffed into the cargo warehouse. Several cars with this big guy. Alan will be able to fly on his own private jet or yacht in the future. That's all. Boeing. Old Carl narrowed his eyes and looked at buying an airplane. Now it seems that there are many brands to choose from. Whether it is McDonnell Douglas or European Airbus, they are one of the ways. Moreover, the airplane Alan wants must be specially modified. In this way, coupled with his own reputation, no matter which company he chooses, he will definitely be treated as a guest, even though he only bought one. Some things are not calculated like that, but now, my young master has directly designated to buy from Boeing, which inevitably makes old Carol think too much. The Boeing group is not only engaged in civilian business, they are involved in many industries, including military industry and aerospace. With these, they are inevitably inextricably linked to the American government. Thinking of this, old Carl suddenly remembered that at the beginning of the year, he was specially reported and targeted by some American media because of his neglect of other disaster-stricken people with rescue equipment in the disaster area. Now the young master has taken advantage of this opportunity to proactively contact Boeing. Is this ready to show your goodwill, master? Why did you choose Boeing? Who are you? Alan lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The old Carol was targeted at the beginning of the year, which once again raised his sense of crisis. The focus of his future business will not only be in the East, but also in the West. I won't say much about what the East refers to. The West is, of course, the United States. Alan is not going to be a wallflower, but he has to pay tribute to both sides. Well, the word pay tribute is too ugly. Anyway, that's what it means. He doesn't want to take sides, but wants to find good relationships and friends on both sides. No matter where someone makes trouble for him, he must have the connections and friends to bring him down. He relies on friends when he is away from home. In the future, as he sells medicine in the United States, his income will become larger and larger. As Amy becomes more and more powerful, Alan can't guarantee whether anyone will take his chances, but he doesn't want to wait until it really happens. If you get into trouble, go ahead and cram it into trouble and find connections. Those who come out to hang out are still hanging out in other people's territory. No fool would think that the money earned by one's own ability belongs to them, right? No matter where you hang out, paying tribute is inevitable. A long time ago, Alan sent tanks to Councillor Wang of China. Some people may not understand why he did this. Some even immature people may think that he did this to lose his status and be too sleazy, but people who can think like this will probably be destined to be at the bottom of their lives for the rest of their lives. They go out to work, and their bosses will despise them. That was one of the 5 permanent members that was beaten out of the Blood and Fire in a short period of time. No matter how poor she is, who dares to look down on them, the Western media despises, or whatever. That's for propaganda purposes. If they are really so unworthy of being looked down upon, why would they be blackmailed? What behavior is truly looked down upon? Ignore it. Alan looks down on most Welsh people, but when has he openly gone to a roadside village, pointed at people's faces, and looked down on them? He doesn't have that much time, and Alan usually ignores this kind of people. This is what he really looks down on, and he has so many industries in China. What's wrong with wanting to make money on other people's territory and give them some benefits? How can you continue to make money if you don't give enough benefits? What's more, the tank he sent is not a high-tech gadget. Even Alan can't get enough of it. In comparison, the Chinese have more rules than the Americans. Look at the United States now. He just throws his hands away. $1 billion out. Only if you are willing to invest can you last long. Now that his relationship with the United States has not been fully developed, he must find a reliable ally to make good friends first, such as Booker Clean. Not only did he spend his money, but he also made new friends. If this certificate of investment was not enough, he dared to buy a second one. Anyway, he can flexibly control the money earned from movies released here in the future. In the future, if he builds a bigger network of relationships here, he can extend his hands to other fields, of course. As long as this plan is finalized, at least it can be guaranteed that, if there is a more difficult matter that entangles old Carol in the future, there will be someone here to support old Carol, instead of having to have Alan personally step forward every time to find a relationship. We will make more money than we do now every year after we stay here. If we don't find more allies with the urinary behavior of these Americans, who knows what they will do? I'm not here usually. I'm afraid they will do something to me. You did something evil, Master. When old Carol heard this, his lips trembled and his eyes turned completely red. Don't worry, young master. As long as I'm here, no one can touch your property. Ha. Ha. Alan waved his hand and signaled old Carol not to be so excited. These are the old servants of the family. They are loyal. Even if Alan asked him to die, old Cole would not frown. It is still comfortable to use such an old servant. It doesn't matter how talented he is, as long as he is loyal. And he went dealing with boss chap. I also imitated this routine. Canada, British Columbia, Victoria International Airport. Point at the tarmac runway. Dignitaries such as the deputy captain of the England team, the deputy captain of the Welsh team, the leaders of Victoria City, the secretary to the Governor General of Canada, etc. gathered together and watched a Boeing special plane slowly taxiing on the runway, heading here. Get ready to play music. The secretary to the governor motioned to the small band nearby. Point according to the records, the British aristocratic gentleman who came today has a bad temper, is young, and has a good reputation. Although the band seems to be of a high standard, and the other party is just an earl, but he is an earl. No matter in terms of status, family background, or position, he is very special, and deserves such courtesy from them. This is also what the governor specially explained. Point. If it weren't for the fear of being gossiped about, the governor would have wanted to come over and greet him personally today. Point. A standard song God Save the Queen was played, and the plane stopped steadily in front of the crowd. The staff below quickly adjusted the position of the boarding ladder, preparing to welcome the big man entering today, the general manager of the England and Wales teams, His Excellency Earl Alan Hill. Chapter 572. Who leaked the news? Yo. As Soon as he walked to the airport gate and listened to the music playing outside, Alan's eyes lit up. He had a very bad impression of Canada before. He felt that this place was full of rustics and barbarians in a barbaric landpoint, but this time, when he came to Canada, Alan suddenly discovered that this Canadian really has two skills. The rumors misled me. This feels much better than when I was in Australia, playing music and being greeted again. This feeling of being taken seriously. Alan likes this feeling. It would be even better if this plane was his private plane, with his family crest painted on it, and dozens of guards in classic night uniforms getting off after the plane stopped. TSK. What a pity, dear Sir Alan. Welcome to Canada. I'm the secretary to His Excellency Governor Raymond. On behalf of His Excellency the Governor and all our colleagues in the government house, I welcome you. A small bouquet of flowers was handed to Alan with both hands by the secretary to the governor. After the two met, the secretary to the governor's face was flushed. Who said that Great Britain has no loyal ministers overseas? This secretary was originally a conservative. He had been extremely obsessed with medieval culture and British aristocratic culture since he was a child. His childhood dream was to become a knight. This is the highest honor that ordinary people from civilian backgrounds can strive for in their lifetime. And the person in front of him was not only a noble earl, but also a border noble earl from an ancient family. This was a very remarkable family background. In addition, he is also the minister of the Welsh branch of the Knights Hospitaller, which just pokes at the secretary's heart. This feeling is something most people cannot experience. A living aristocratic master, a branch leader of an ancient knightly order with ancient history and famous world reputation, stood in front of him. The secretary instantly transformed into a little fanboy. After handing over the flowers, he nervously wanted to shake Alan's hand, but he didn't know how to shake it, so he could only stand awkwardly next to Alan and rub his hands. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. You have worked hard all the way. The governor has asked you several times before I called your butler. Without giving the governor's secretary any time to think, the deputy leader of the England team pushed forward, approached Alan, and gave a very standard salute before explaining why he called old Carl. Usually there is no need to explain such trivial matters, but isn't this because of the special status of the team leader? Other team leaders would at most curse a few words, but this one in front of me dares to kill someone. Moreover, he is the kind of person who kills people without causing any trouble. Facing such a person, which deputy team leader would not be afraid? He was not familiar with Alan, so he could only do all the etiquette. It was not surprising that there were many people seeing that the deputy leader was actually trying to take his place. The secretary to the governor frowned slightly, squeezed hard without leaving any trace, and then came closer to Alan and explained in person, Your Excellency, Governor Raymond would like to invite you to give a speech at the opening ceremony. It hasn't arrived yet, and there isn't much time left, so I urge the deputy team leader. Speech. Alan blinked. With his cultural literacy, he could speak on such an occasion. This is a sports meeting attended by more than 70 regions around the world. In terms of the influence of the participating regions, it is second only to the Olympic Games. This kind of occasion. Forget it. Saying good things won't do him much good, but if you say something bad and people overinterpret it, it will make you feel embarrassed, which is unnecessary. I have no interest in the speech. It will be fine to let Governor Raymond proceed as originally planned. Alan looked at the team behind the deputy team leader, and then at the motorcade that was preparing in the distance. There were not many media around, but someone was already taking pictures here with a camera in the distance. Okay, I'm very satisfied with today's welcome ceremony. Let's go to the residence first and talk about it first. This is not the place to talk. Seeing Alan pointing at the people taking pictures in the distance, the governor's secretary became furious. These people had been attracted to the band before Alan came. Everyone was guessing that he was going to welcome some big shot. By that time, he had already sent someone to chase him away once, but he came back again like a fly. The aristocratic master of Great Britain is very private. Okay, sir, please get in the car. We have arranged your accommodation for you. I hope you are satisfied. Oh, haha. Then I'm looking forward to it. This time, the Canadian side specially informed Alan's people that Alan does not need to arrange accommodation in advance, and their governor's mansion will be responsible for the arrangements. They are absolutely guaranteed to satisfy Mr. Allen. In view of the assassination incident in Australia at the beginning of the year, the motive of the murderer has not yet been found out. The governor of Australia was even reprimanded by the Queen in a letter. The governor of Canada felt very sad about it. Allen is also one of the parties involved. This time he represents the two regions of Great Britain are leading teams to participate in the Commonwealth Games. The governor does not want another assassination to happen here, so he chose an absolutely perfect place for Alan to live. After leaving the airport, go all the way south to the city of Victoria. It is very close to the United States. Across the sea is Vancouver. It is one of the few cities in Canada that can be somewhat successful. As for other places, that's a big rural area. Think about it, their land area ranks second in the world, second only to Russia, but their total population is only more than 30 million, and of these 30 million, nearly 80% of them live close to the border of the United States. On this side of the line, it is distributed in a strip shape, and further north, the large areas of land are either farms or small villages, and many of them are uninhabited land. Not far from the airport, the modern scenery had begun to fade. Half an hour after heading south, Alan looked at the scenery outside the car window and felt like going home. Woods, green space, no one. Isn't this just a replica of Wales? Just before getting off the plane, when overlooking Victoria from the sky, Alan lamented that a small Canada has become so developed, and now as soon as he leaves the airport, he is exposed right where he is. Sir, we are only 10 minutes away. After walking through the forest path, we finally entered a place that looked a bit like a small town. The scenery here is quite good, just like Carmarthen. Alan glanced at the scenery outside. He didn't know where the governor of Canada would arrange for him this time, but looking at the remoteness around him, these barbarians would not arrange for me to go to any wild military base. The Royal Military College of Canada is located in Hatley Park and a century-old castle. About 50 years ago, Canadian officials bought the right to use this castle, and then established the Royal Naval College to train naval officers. After the war, the college was upgraded and renamed the Royal Military College. The teaching achievements of this academy may not be ranked among all military academies. But what is their only advantage? Good scenery. It is known as the military academy with the most beautiful campus scenery in the world. Just this introduction made Alan's eyes go straight. As a guy from the Navy, what is the most beautiful military academy in the world? He couldn't understand why Canadians cared about the beauty of military academy. Does this thing have anything to do with combat effectiveness? No wonder Canada always played soy sauce during World War II. With their thinking, there is no need to expect them to do anything. They can be used as cannon fodder, which is already good. When the motorcade arrived at the campus office building, looking at the familiar architectural style, if others hadn't told him, Alan would have thought someone had stolen his old castle. Look at the walls of this mottled stone building. Look at these old black spots. Look at the wall crawlers on the wall. TSK. Sure enough, the scenery is very nice. If it weren't for the flag placed on it, Alan would have thought it was the ruins of an abandoned castle in the wild. Perhaps seeing the confusion on Alan's face, the governor's secretary took the initiative to introduce him with an attentive look. Your Excellency, let's look at the introduction and the information. It says that your family has a long history, and you yourself also like history very much. This is, Your Excellency the Governor. Places that are specifically found to suit your aesthetic, although this castle is only a few hundred years old, and not as good as the castle at home. The scenery here has a unique artistic conception when paired with a castle. There are swans in the park in the distance. Swan, why are you introducing this to me? Xiao winked at the governor's secretary, leaned close to Alan and whispered, Master, what the governor means is that he heard that you like to eat swans, so he specially picked this place. There are fresh swans around here. When will you? If you want to eat it, you can have it eaten at any time. Alan was stunned for a moment, glanced at Xiaoshi, and then at the governor's secretary, who nodded and bowed next to him. Damn it, my image in the eyes of Canadians is just like this. Look what you are saying. What do you mean I love eating swans? Who leaked the news? If the Queen finds out about this, she will be scolded. The governor's secretary didn't pay attention to Alan's face at all. After Xiao finished explaining, he continued to introduce, Your Excellency, this period is the college's holiday time. There are not many people on campus, and few ordinary people will come here. The public security environment absolutely first class, as long as they are not approached by students wearing training uniforms. And if you are an ordinary person, as long as you think they will threaten your safety, your guards can shoot at will. It has nothing to do with us. A notice has been issued here a month in advance. It is a remote place, and it is a military academy. It is not open to the public either during normal times or during holidays. As long as ordinary people come, it is considered a violation. If they commit suicide, they will be killed. It's okay, Governor. This is the best place Governor Raymond and his staff have come up with to arrange for Alan. The castle is there. The surrounding environment is vast and sparsely populated, and there are no ordinary people. If that doesn't work, then as long as someone breaks in, you can kill them casually, and they will be unlucky if they die. In this way, as long as Alan doesn't get into trouble in public, he will be safe throughout the process. Alan twitched his lips. Don't tell me that. Even though you haven't met Governor Raymond yet, this arrangement. He already felt that Governor Raymond was a wonderful man, and his ability to shirk responsibility was very much a part of our British legacy. I stayed for one night on the campus of the Royal Military Academy. Although the facilities were not luxurious, Alan was quite satisfied with the environment. The next afternoon, we headed to the city by car. Victoria. This city can be said to have witnessed the decline of Great Britain from its glory. More than 100 years ago, when Britain was at its most glorious, the city was planned to be built in a British style, luxurious and grand. In particular, the hotel chartered by the England and Wales teams is the Queen's Hotel, which even the Queen has praised, which is the Fairmont Empress Hotel. This hotel was specially built to highlight the luxurious temperament of the British royal family at that time, and it is similar to India's. The Gate of India has a similar meaning, as it was built to welcome royal family members for inspection. Pure classic 5-star hotel. Ooh. As the door of the conference room was pushed open, Alan stretched out his hand, and the little stone behind him skillfully caught the windbreaker that slipped from Alan's shoulders, and put it on his elbow. Alan walked to the front of the conference table, and the little stone. After looking at the cleanliness of the chairs and the conference table, Alan nodded under the uneasy looks of several England and Wales team leaders around him, and then sat down. Ahem. I have nothing to say about today's meeting. Alan loosened his collar. The opening ceremony was about to take place in the evening. As the general leader of the two teams, he only made his official appearance today. To be honest, he was really trying too hard to show his face. You may not be familiar with me, but my only request is to do your part and bring glory to the Empire. I tell the athletes below to do their best. Hearing Alan's words, the deputy leader of the England team looked a little unnatural. He is now under a lot of pressure. It is now widely rumored that Alan is lucky, and the people who follow him are also generally lucky. But now that this guy says this, what if this happens? What about unsatisfactory results? Who is ultimately responsible? Looking at the deputy leader of the Welsh team who looked like a salted fish next to him, this scapegoat would definitely not be his turn. Then wouldn't the final scapegoat be himself? Your Excellency. I told you, don't be nervous. I don't have any performance requirements, just try your best. But Alan glanced at it, stretched out his right hand, and the little stone next to him handed Alan a small package. Snapped. Everyone in the conference room was a little confused when they looked at the small bag that was photographed on the conference table. There are a few of my family's affiliated cards in here. In a few days, my yacht Earl will arrive at the port. If the England team can be in the top 3 this time, if Wales can be in the top 20, they will all get it. All ranked athletes can get on the boat with their cards and play all the way from here to the coast, all for free. The deputy captain of the England team was dumbfounded. He didn't care whether he could get on the yacht or not. What he cared about most was why the England team had to be in the top 3, while the Wales team only had to be in the top 20. This is not fair. Should salted fish be given preferential treatment? Do you have any questions? Seeing that the rewards were handed out, but the people below showed no reaction. Alan looked at the deputy manager of the England team who was nearest him strangely. Either deputy captain of the England team suppressed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Thank you, Your Excellency. This reward is very good. I'm just surprised." Then, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you go and notify the athletes below?" Yes. Chapter 573 How to do this? There are not many things that need to be paid attention to when leading the team to participate in the Commonwealth Games this time. Alan is not worried about the kind of ugly behavior that happened at the Seoul Olympics, where he even assaulted the referee. Although the Commonwealth Games are large scale, the participants are all from our own people. If we continue to use disgusting methods, it will not be a question of who to talk to for reason. Moreover, despite the large number of regions participating, there are also many salted fish. Some teams only have a few people coming at a time, and they are still the kind of people who look old, weak, sick and disabled. For contestants like this, their purpose of coming to the sports meeting is not to compete, but to attract investment. The entire Commonwealth is so big, and if things are going well in some places, there must be places that are not doing well. Those places that are not doing well like to take advantage of this opportunity, taking advantage of the large number of people and opportunities, to see if they can lure a few swindlers back to invest. And these athletes, the recruiters, are really on the field. They can't do anything. For the entire Commonwealth movement, the biggest beneficiary is the organizer, because the events of the Commonwealth Games are very different from those of the Olympic Games. There are not as many as the Olympic Games. They are all traditional British competitive events, and the venue requirements are not as high as those of the Olympic Games. So every time, if the city is well constructed, it can easily take over the hosting task. In just 10 days, the event will be over. In this short 10 days of competition, whether it is tourists or the combined consumption and publicity of so many representative teams, it can greatly promote the development of the city. Therefore, overall, although Great Britain is no longer available for the Commonwealth Games, competition for hosting rights is fierce every time. Haha, how was your rest last night? Are you satisfied with your accommodation? Standing about 1.8 meters tall, somewhat thin, with an extremely set hairline, an M-shaped slicked back hairstyle, and wearing a dark blue striped suit, Canadian Governor Raymond held Alan's hand and shook it hard with a smile. Satisfied, happy, Alan immediately stopped touching his hand, maintaining his usual arrogant persona. Raymond was not surprised either. He had rich experience in getting along with nobles today. Before the opening ceremony officially started, he came to the hotel to meet Alan. As the host, he had to welcome people from above. As usual, Raymond chatted with Alan first. This is the way of communication in Britain. Although there are no cameras filming in this living room at the moment, the two of them can be regarded as political dignitaries. It's too formal. It's not good. It's too relaxed. No. But as they chatted, Raymond felt a little uncomfortable. He found that he could chat with Alan. The man opposite him had a wide range of knowledge and could pick up anything he talked about. But because he talked too much, whenever he talks about where to go, Alan can tell him what fun things there are, what delicious food there are, and then talk about what beautiful women there are. This topic makes the already elderly Governor Raymond a little bit unbearable. He thinks about himself as if he is in jail every day, and the person opposite him wants to go wherever he wants every day. This style of coming to Canada just the day before the opening ceremony is too much. So chic. Why, Governor? Raymond sighed and prepared to change the topic. If we talk for a while, he will soon be old again. Why do you sigh, Your Majesty? The Governor, Alan, was a little puzzled. He was chatting happily. Why did he sigh? Your Excellency, my term of office is approaching. You don't know how chaotic the past 2 years have been here. Oh, Alan's eyes flickered. Was he treating him as his mother-in-law? Are you ready to file a complaint? Sometimes, when these governors have something to say, they cannot tell the Queen directly. They will communicate it through other messy things. Alan has heard of this kind of thing, so when Governor Raymond said this, Alan became energetic. 2 consecutive presidents were elected last year. Raymond pointed and continued, the person who comes to power now is a member of the Liberal Party. That old guy Creechin. Ugh. Oh, Alan frowned. He heard about this occasionally. It was said that it was very lively here last year. I don't know if they fought too fiercely or something. Alan didn't know the details, but the result was obvious. In the end, it was the Liberal Party. 1 point. The Liberal Party here is one of the two major parties in Canada. The other is the Conservative Party. Of these two, the former is more pro-American and has always advocated binding the economy and people's livelihood to the United States. In other words, he follows May all his life. The Conservative Party, on the other hand, is more pro-British and can be considered a traditional old man. Now, the Conservative Party's leadership term has not even ended, and they are changing 2 leaders in a year. How fierce must this fight be? It's like playing house. There are still fundamental differences between Canada and Australia. The root problem is that in the early days, this place was managed separately by Britain and France. Later, after the British completely took over Canada, the French descendants still lived here. Therefore, French and British people in Canada were mixed together symbiotically. Whether it's language or habits, there are differences between the two sides. Take the national anthem for example. Canada has 2 types, one is the English national anthem and the other is the French national anthem. Even the national anthem is divided into 2 types, let alone the others. The same is true for the Governor General, even though it is now under the control of the British. The previous tradition of the Governor General of Canada was that, if the first Governor General was of British descent, the next Governor General must be of French descent. And now the Governor is of British origin. He is naturally close to Alan, so he will look at the situation and choose the right time to complain to Alan. He may not even know whether Alan will bring him any help. Anyway, his term is about to end, but he should complain. Damn it, I still have to vomit. Alan listened to Governor Raymond talking about this matter intermittently. On the surface, he looked calm, but secretly, Alan's back molars were almost broken. He has never thought about developing in Canada. He has made movies here before, but it was mostly just for fun. He didn't think much about going deeper. The main reason is that he is also annoyed by the many things going on here. But now listening to what Governor Raymond said, damn it, what a missed opportunity. Now that the Liberal Party has come to power, what is the use of this? In addition, Raymond's term of office is coming to an end. The next governor must be French again, and the current leader of the Liberal Party is also French. The two of them have become a fucking family, which is even more difficult to deal with. Unexpectedly, the situation has become so serious. Alan squinted his eyes and thought divergently. If there was no Yankee trouble behind this kind of thing, Alan would not believe it. But now, on the surface, no matter how much trouble they make, everything is still within the rules of the game. Just like many of the things Alan did in the past, although it seemed excessive, he did not cross the line and was within the rules, so no one could do anything to him. People are obviously using this method now. But after hearing these words, Alan was a little confused. He and Governor Raymond didn't have a good relationship. It could be said that the two of them were not familiar with each other, but they obviously had such a strange relationship. Even if they just met, they had a stand. The reason is that these words are somewhat superficial. I don't know what he wants to do. Do you think he wanted to stir up trouble? His term is about to end in more than half a year, so this is unnecessary. But besides this, is there any other purpose? Not to mention that he used this kind of topic as a topic for ordinary conversation. People of their status rarely chat with people they are not familiar with, even if they talk normally. Your Excellency, as my term of office is approaching, you also know that it is better to do less than to do more. However, there are some things that I think need to be planned in advance, but it is not convenient for me here. Alan raised his eyebrows and looked into Governor Raymond's eyes. Is this a joke? You want me to help you? Haha, Your Majesty, I just feel unworthy of Your Majesty's appreciation for me. I can't let people from the Liberal Party have such an easy time. Governor Raymond patted the armrest of the sofa. He didn't want to admit that he wanted to help. In his opinion, it was just because of Alan's fame and his character. He accidentally wanted to take advantage of Alan and then add some chips to his political career after leaving office. As for whether Alan will be used by him, that's not important, as long as certain situations are made clear. He believes that Alan, as a minister of the royal family, will not be able to help it. In the end, the best result was that, since he accepted Alan's help, he didn't need to owe him any favors. Haha. We don't want to make things easier for the Liberal Party. We, the people, don't want to get involved with those parties and politicians. As for you, I suggest you don't get into it too deep. Alan directly refused to answer Governor Raymond's words. He has deceived people for so many years. His rule in life is to never catch a rabbit before it's too late. It's better to miss than to be careless. Things like fishing are basically ineffective against Mr. Allen unless you use a beauty trap. Governor Raymond scratched the armrest of the sofa with his right hand. There were several deep marks left by his nails on the armrest of the velvet sofa jacket. Your Excellency, the Liberal Party is now very powerful. After I leave office, and they run it for a few more years, we British people will have fewer opportunities to stand out in the future. Oh. According to the rules, one term is British, and one term is French. How else can they mess around? Facing Alan's disdainful gaze, Governor Raymond pointed south and said, they can influence the Liberal Party, and they can influence their ideas in the future. Canada has now received the power to amend the constitution granted by the Queen. If they change it, woolen cloth. Alan raised his eyebrows. He had never thought about this. In a place like Canada, how could he usually have time to think about issues here? But now that Governor Raymond has said this trend is very likely, based on the Yankees' peeing habits. After pondering for a moment, Alan said with a somewhat uncertain tone, can the Conservative Party let them change it? That's not possible. But Your Excellency, now that we are paying attention to political diversity, equality, and openness, there is a lot of room for maneuver. If they don't change it directly, but call for more rights to be given to what about ethnic minorities? For example, Indians, etc. Anyway, as long as the British are not allowed to come to power, their goal will be achieved. Governor Raymond described a possibility to Alan with a half smile. This is a possibility that Alan has never thought of. According to this idea, if the next governor and the leader are both French, after they step down, if they support two pro-American minorities, they will have considerable rights. You is still in their hands. In this way, you can also gain a big reputation point. As long as you survive one term of the minority, the French will be in power again in the next term. It is tantamount to replacing the space for British Americans. To hold power out of thin air, the method is quite dirty, but the possibility is quite high. When you think about it. Seeing Alan lost in thought and his expression not so peaceful, Governor Raymond smiled with satisfaction, stood up, clapped his hands, and interrupted Alan's thinking. Okay, the opening ceremony is about to start. I have to go there arrange some things, sir. Let's see you later. Well, I won't send it to you. Haha, how dare you trouble Your Excellency to see me off? You should rest for a while first. Alan squinted his eyes and rested his chin on his right hand, watching Governor Raymond close the door and go out. Looking at the closed door, he was a little confused because the problems Governor Raymond told him just now were not things that would happen now, but it will happen at least 5 years later. That is, around 1999. There is no need to worry about this issue now, but in the future, if Great Britain does not want Canada to completely become a follower of the Americans, then it must start thinking of a plan now. This matter seems to have nothing to do with him. Those who should be most worried about this happening should be the royal family and the House of Commons. But why did Governor Raymond tell him this? Because there is profit in it. But for a while, Alan didn't understand how to draw it. Small stone. Feeling a little tired of thinking, Alan shouted, and the small stone outside the door pushed in. Master, why hasn't Monica come yet? When we contacted Miss Monica, she was attending an event in France. She couldn't arrive until today. Now, little Chitao raised his hand, glanced at his watch and continued, Miss Monica's flight should be landing soon. I have already sent someone to pick her up. Well, prepare a car. I'm going to the airport too. Alan clapped his hands and decided on the itinerary. Master, the opening ceremony is about to begin. Zao. Chitao was a little confused. I'm not going. If there's anything interesting to see at the opening ceremony, go make arrangements. Oh, Oh okay, light colored. Jeans, a black lace short-sleeved top, a very thin sun protection jacket, a small light blue flower parasol, a huge sunglasses, and a small shoulder bag. This is all Monica has. She doesn't have any suitcases or anything like that. Point looking at the pickup sign held by a strong man in the distance. Monica stretched out her hand to signal, but her steps did not speed up at all, and she hurried over there unhurriedly. "Ah, you coming to pick me up? Where's the car?" "Hello, Ms. Monica. Our boss has come to pick you up in person. He is waiting for you in the parking lot." Monica's hand holding the umbrella froze suddenly. Did her boss Alan come to pick her up in person? Take me there quickly. Okay, come with me. Why did you come to pick me up? Don't you still want to watch the opening ceremony? Looking at Alan in the car, Monica was a little in disbelief. Haha, are you surprised? What's so good about the opening ceremony compared to you? Get in the car and let's go home. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574. That's it. A barbecue grill has been set up in the large pavilion beside the lake. Point the two swans were plucked clean, put on iron skewers, and roasted over the fire until they were sizzling with oil. Point Alan lay on the recliner with his eyes closed. Point Monica stood behind Alan and rubbed his temples. "You don't seem to be in good condition. What's wrong? Are you having trouble?" "Except for the sense of familiarity when we first met, all the way to the military academy, while sitting in the car, that sense of familiarity has almost disappeared." Point. If an ordinary person, without any reputation or status, dared to attack Monica so easily, she would have been angry a long time ago. Point. But if this person were replaced by Alan, the situation would be different. Although she has made a lot of money in the past few years, which is enough for her to buy a house in a big city, etc., Monica has always lived in Alan. In the house that Lon gave her originally, she felt that it was her home, her and Alan's home. Point. But after waiting for so long, Alan never came. Point. Now that the two of them had just met, they felt both grievance and joy. However, she was not the kind of person who would lose her temper. Seeing that Alan was obviously not in good condition, she never mentioned why Alan hadn't been looking for her for so long. Instead, he asked Alan about himself. "Hey, you don't understand my business. Tell me about you. I heard that you were attending an event in France. What were you doing?" Alan didn't even open his eyes, enjoying Monica's massage. The smell of roasted swan in the distance filled his nostrils. Because this thing is wild, it is not as fat as a domestic goose, so the stewed taste needs a little longer. It's just a little bit worse. Even if it's barbecue, you have to watch the heat. I went to the film festival, by the way. Do you know a Jenny? Speaking of this, Monica instantly thought of someone else. This was someone she met when she attended a film festival in France, the flower of France, a Jenny. However, the communication between the two was not so beautiful. Point. No matter what a Janny's usual reputation is, her acting skills are absolutely top notch. Otherwise she would not have won the César Award. When she met Monica, a Jenny mocked her in a meaningful way, which made Monica was confused. Finally, the other party mentioned Alan, and then Monica understood what was going on. Point. Now when Alan asked, old and new hatred came to his heart, and the massage force on Monica's hands subconsciously became a little stronger. This sour and slightly aggrieved emotion immediately made Alan wary. He hated this kind of thing the most. Everyone was obviously a loser, so why were they so careless? But the atmosphere is here. If we don't say something, it's not good. It's a bit too confusing. Me and her? We're not too familiar with each other. We've been in contact with her a few times. Real. Snort. Alan pretended to be a little angry at being questioned and snorted coldly. Sure enough, Monica's little hands softened instantly. She rubbed them gently and said softly, "She mocked me and said that my acting skills were not good, but in the end she said, after receiving the César Award, I can't say enough about her. They are all French, so there must be a home field advantage." Alan replied subconsciously. Although there are French people on the jury, the film festival is not entirely decided by the French. Monica retorted. When we hold a film festival in France, the French are the landlords, so it's up to them to have the final say. When he said this, Alan paused. When he said these words, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Whoever owns the territory has the final say. Then whose territory is Canada now? No matter whose territory it belongs to secretly, on the surface and in name, it is a member of the Commonwealth, and the Queen is their supreme leader. This is Great Britain's territory. Can you still be bullied by outsiders on your own territory? After replaying what Governor Raymond said in the afternoon, Alan suddenly discovered the lines and context in that point. If the Liberal Party dares to push ethnic minorities into power to suppress British Americans, who will be harmed? Conservative Party. But the Conservatives will certainly not watch the Liberals crack down on them further. Therefore, we must fight back, but judging from the current results, the Conservative Party is weak and has never defeated any one point. But Governor Raymond only stated this situation, but he did not come up with any clear measures. Why? Because he is not a member of the Conservative Party. Everyone is not in the same camp, so why should he help the Conservatives? The governor must be neutral, but now he is taking the opportunity of chatting with Alan to reveal his guess to Alan. What does this mean? First, he wanted to show his loyalty, and everyone understood this. His words seemed to be addressed to Alan, but if Alan went back to report on his work, the words might reach Boss Chaz's ears. Secondly, this can be regarded as pointing the way for Alan, and it can be regarded as a subtle way to convince Alan. If Alan wants to do something with this incident, then he will owe Governor Raymond a favor, which will be very important to him after he leaves office. There are benefits. Third, what will be his position after resigning as governor? Now he has stated his position through these words. As long as Alan does something, his attitude will be spread. As a governor, it is not easy for him to directly favor the Conservative Party, but when he leaves office next year, he will no longer be the governor. Then you can lean towards that side. Point taking these points together. This old guy is so damn cunning, but Alan has now found a way. Since Canada is still nominally British, then French people can push people from ethnic minorities, but can't Conservative people push them? It's more atmospheric. If we all come towards each other, we'll all perish together. And what's the matter with Alan in this? The soul of the shitsty start. He can start selecting people now. The governor. As a royal minister, Alan, it is reasonable to contact him in advance, right? As long as the candidate for governor is selected first, then when the future governor takes office, then Alan himself point. Even if you get one, it will be a Canadian Supreme Experience card for the next 5 years. He can get the most preferential treatment for the London business here, as long as he doesn't mind the lack of money. This is a benefit, and Canada, after all, still has more than 30 million people, not to mention too many. As long as it opens its supermarkets, restaurants, and good policies, can the money earned be less? Once you have figured out these ideas, the rest is simple. Just pick a small politician who has a pro-British political career and is easy to control, and spend 5 years pushing him to the position of governor. That's it. This is difficult for Alan, but he can overcome it. 5 years of preparation time. If he still can't do it, then all these years will be in vain. Ha ha ha, baby, it has to be you. Alan stood up suddenly, picked up Monica and kissed her. Unexpectedly, just after chatting for a few words, his thoughts opened up. Monica was a little confused and a little shy when Alan kissed her. He thought Alan wanted to do it in public. Come on, I'll take you back to the guest room to take a look. Then, these two roast swans. Haha, don't eat anymore. There are a lot of swans here. I'll have them fight again at night. Alan hugged Monica across his chest and couldn't wait to go back to the house. As for swans, who has time to eat swans? Isn't there an Italian swan waiting for him to enjoy? T/U 2026T, the largest Chinese supermarket in Canada. Monica took Alan's arm, and the two of them, wearing masks, had just walked through the meat area. Alan was visibly excited last night, and although Monica had no idea why Alan was excited, she felt it. The two of them slept in late today, and after lunch, they went to the city. She wanted to accompany Alan on the inspection point. Monica didn't know why she came to this kind of supermarket to inspect, but as long as she could follow Alan, she didn't care where she went. Although T/U0026T is the largest Chinese supermarket chain in Canada, its positioning is low end and cheap. Alan looked at the prices of vegetables on the shelves. Just before coming to T/U0026T, he went to Superstore, another large supermarket in Canada. This supermarket also has low prices. The positioning of the two supermarkets is similar, but the target customers are very obvious. The T/U0026T store mainly targets Chinese people, while the other one is a normal supermarket point. When it comes to product differences, from Alan's perspective, there is not much difference in the types of products between the two companies, and the quality of the products is basically similar. The good thing about T/U0026T is that it has a relatively complete range of condiments that Chinese people need. For example, vinegar, soy sauce and other condiments that white people rarely eat are all sold here. But comparing the prices of the two companies, Alan almost laughed out loud. No wonder Chinese people are always looked down upon outside the country. Sometimes, for example, a steak costs $5 in Superstore, but in T/U0026T, the same steak sells for $5.5. The price increase is not high, but it is expensive. If you want to say that the quality of the two sides is different, then they are both supplied by the same company and have the same quality. Don't talk about the different costs of logistics channels. When it comes to shopping malls and supermarkets, it's all about channels. If the price of the goods is high, there is no advantage in itself. This is not a problem of the customers, but a problem of the merchants. However, in Alan's view, this may not be due to high channel fees. This thing is clearly an opportunity to kill people. Since it is labeled as a Chinese supermarket, coupled with the convenience of having a complete range of products, it secretly increases the price of a single item a little bit. In the long run, the profit will be higher than that of other supermarkets. Obviously, in the name of compatriots, he still cheated compatriots out of their money and finally lost a good reputation. This routine. No more evaluation. Checking the prices in the vegetable section again. Alan compared the prices at the previous supermarket. Sure enough, whether it was meat or vegetables, the prices here were generally slightly more expensive than other supermarkets outside, but not so expensive that people couldn't accept it. But it's just a bit expensive, which is disgusting. This will give customers a feeling that it is convenient, but they are being ripped off. This feeling is like a Coke that costs 3 yuan a bottle. Some supermarkets have to sell it for 3.5 yuan. Spending an extra 50 cents is not a big deal, and few people care about the 50 cents. But it is more than what you spend elsewhere. It's very annoying, and it's asking you to spend more money in the name of your compatriots. Holding Monica's little hand, Alan signaled that he would stop shopping. While walking, I was thinking about the supermarket. Since he has decided to develop in this direction in the future, Alan is still very active. There is nothing interesting to see in sports competitions and so on. He just wants to see what kind of consumption is like by real Canadians. It's easy to see, and it will be convenient for him to cut their leaks when he brings the supermarket over. After visiting 2 supermarkets, Alan's biggest impression from this supermarket was that he didn't care much about food safety, as long as it was cheap, large in quantity, and durable for storage. Canadians are very strange. Because of their vast land and sparse population, coupled with the climate, many people have developed the habit of hoarding cans, except for a small number of Chinese who like to buy fresh vegetables and cook them themselves. Most white people do not know how to cook. For them, canned food and some shelf-stable ready-to-eat foods are the most convenient and best selling. In fact, Alan just saw canned pasta on the shelf. It's not semi-finished pasta, it's canned finished pasta after cooking. It's like the packaging of juice. Twist the cap and you can pour out ready-to-eat pasta. If this thing were placed in the UK, it would be considered a dark dish. But in Canada, it is actually a very normal food. With this impression in Alan's mind, Canadians are now about the same as pigs. As long as the pigs can eat it, they can eat it. If the taste is better and the price is more suitable, then you won't have to worry about selling it. His previous concept was one-stop shopping, not to mention a complete range of products, including food, drinks, and entertainment, all available for you, coupled with the corresponding limited delivery service. After his supermarket arrives in Canada, he will not be allowed to kill indiscriminately, thinking of the tens of millions of leeks waiting to be slaughtered, just waiting to be fed. Alan felt that the new governor's support was a blessing for him. As long as he won the new governor, he will be able to capture at least half of these leeks. Master, sit. After a whole afternoon of inspection, Alan gained a lot. After dinner in the evening, he was not in a hurry to communicate with Monica and called Zio out of the temporary study room. Remember it, call back, ask Cameron if he is busy recently, and ask him to bring a few assistants to me. I have something to tell him. Yes, Zio. Shitao took out a small notebook and wrote down what Alan just said. In addition, you can ask some people from your family to do a thorough investigation here in Canada to see the distribution of supermarkets, prices, and surrounding population distribution in each city. I need detailed information. Yes. Besides, well, let me think about it. Alan tapped his right index finger on the desk. He didn't have to believe whatever Governor Raymond said. Write a letter to Hutelator and ask him to sort out all the information about Governor Raymond, including the situation at his home. I want to see it when I go back. Yes. Well, do you have anything else going on here? After Alan finished explaining, he took note of all the small stones and asked casually, Your Excellency, the governor specifically called you this morning to ask why you didn't go to the opening ceremony yesterday. Haha, just let him go for a few days and just tell me that I'm not feeling well these days. If he calls me again, just reply like this. If he wants to make an appointment with me, just turn it down. Alan sneered. Now that he knows what this old guy thinks, then, with Alan's character, he can get benefits, but he doesn't want to owe favors. So when it comes to showing off to this old guy, he has to show off. Chapter 575. Is this a whale joke? After explaining what should be done by Zio Shitao, it was getting dark, and it was time to proceed to the next step point. The vacated teaching building of the Royal Military Academy was the main body of the former castle. Due to environmental reasons, it is very close to the seaside. The building is exposed to the sea breeze all year round, and contains a lot of salt. On the stone walls, there are still some in the gaps at high places. White salted point. Walking in this dilapidated castle, Alan thought of the old castle in his previous home. Since moving to his new home, he has never been back to the old castle once. Looking back at this kind of building now, it feels like revisiting the old place. When he took Monica home, he also went back to the old castle. So, touching the scene, Alan was very fierce last night. But today, he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he was full of energy. Maybe it was due to taking the swan tonic. Zia, the old wooden door was pushed open, and the lights in the room were a little dim. On the dining table in the distance, a red candle was swaying. The sea breeze blew the red curtains by the window and swayed slightly. The moonlight came in, and the atmosphere in the whole room was slightly, somewhat scary. Hearing Alan's door open, there was music playing in the bedroom, and it instantly became quiet. Don't rush in. Just wait for me. Monica's voice came from far away. Alan's lips curled up. He didn't know what new trick this little girl had come up with. She just leaned against the door with her arms folded, and was not in a hurry to go in. A piece of music with a slightly scary atmosphere came from the bedroom and the back room. Classical cello music, accompanied by the firelight on the red candle. A black shadow slowly appeared at the bedroom door. Mortal, who asked you to come to Earl Alan's castle? Alan raised his eyebrows. Before he could see Monica clearly, he heard this voice. This was roleplay. After thinking for a while, Alan cooperated and said, the Count asked me to come. Humph, why haven't I heard of it? The Earl is not here. You can go back. Don't leave until now. How dare you do anything to me if you don't leave? After a few seconds of silence, Monica said in a very low voice, how are you? If you don't leave, I will drain your blood. Oh, vampire. Alan's eyes lit up, and he became even more interested when he heard this sentence. Monica's figure slowly appeared in the light and shadow. A one-piece black tight leather jacket. Wearing a pair of tall red high-heeled boots. The heels of the boots were very slender. When he walked, the clicking sound of the high heels touching the marble floor under his feet gave Alan a slight sense of pressure. His face was covered with a translucent purple lace mesh mask, and there should be braces in his mouth. The fangs like a vampire were exposed, which looked quite bluffing at first glance. This is the figure of this female vampire. Hiss. Come on, suck my blood. Why don't you leave yet? The tip of the manicure on the index finger of Monica's right hand slowly slid up against Alan's neck. Alan was stimulated by this, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Looking down at Monica's side face through the blindfold, she looked hazy and felt something. And this one-piece leather suit. Hiss. There is a zipper on the middle line. It looks like it should be able to be pulled down from top to completely separate the two sides. How could I leave without seeing the count? Then, you're not afraid of me sucking your blood? How do you want to suck blood? Alan looked at Monica with a half smile. Of course. Monica's hand on Alan's neck paused, then moved down. Ha. Alan subconsciously hid. To be honest, today's roleplay is a bit new. As expected of an old lover, Monica understands him best. Looking at the red candles on the table, Alan's eyes flickered. Now that he has come to this point, his momentum cannot be suppressed by Monica. Holding Monica's little hand and walking to the dining table, Alan picked up the red candle on the candlestick and carefully held the candle so as not to let it go out. Let's go. I'll teach you how to suck blood. Alan held the candle and glanced at Monica inexplicably. Seeing this thing, Monica trembled subconsciously, but she followed Alan honestly. Victoria Airport. Cameron stepped off the plane with a haggard look on his face, not even caring about the beauty around him. Being dragged from Switzerland to Canada with a phone call spanning thousands of miles is not a pleasant feeling. But since his boss summoned him without even telling him the reason, Cameron did not dare to neglect at all. According to the request on the phone, he brought a life assistant and boarded the flight to Canada. Thank you for your hard work, sir. We don't have to rush out of the airport. We can wait a moment and transfer directly. Finally, he met the person who picked him up at the airport. What the other person said made Cameron feel dizzy. Turn around. Where else to go? Cameron was a little confused. Now that we have arrived in Victoria, this is the farthest west of Canada. Where else can we go? Where are we going? Isn't the boss here watching the game? Your Excellency thought these competitions were too boring, so he went out to sea. This season is more suitable for whale watching. In the past 2 days, through the coordination of His Excellency the Governor, the whale watching route for tourists has been temporarily closed, so the bodyguard shrugged slightly as he spoke. This is the status of a popular earl in the empire. Even if you go out to sea to watch whales, you cannot go with ordinary people. Fortunately, the current Governor General of Canada is very capable and has coordinated the viewing routes for local tourists. The reason announced to the public is that there have been smugglers in the Strait of Juan de Fuca in the past 2 days, and the customs I asked the Coast Guard to recover it. This area of the sea was unsafe and not suitable for whale watching. Ordinary tourists need to wait 2 days before they can go to sea normally. Before Cameron could speak, the blonde girl with big waves who was following him was already smacking her tongue. In order to see a whale, a large area of the sea was sealed off. She always listened to Cameron bragging about the British nobles, especially his boss, the Earl, who was very powerful. However, for people who had never been exposed to this aspect, it was difficult to imagine what the concept of being powerful meant. Now, as soon as she landed, she truly realized that this was power. People are watching whales, and the governor is helping to clear the place. Cameron finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the standard helicopter on Alan's yacht. He had flown in this thing once. To be honest, it wasn't very comfortable. After all, it was a modified military anti-submarine helicopter, but it was fast. It has high safety and handsome appearance. These advantages are not comparable to those of business helicopters. With the blonde girl next to them who looked ignorant, the two boarded the plane with the bodyguards. Cameron even took the initiative to say hello to the driver. Pace, I heard you were on a business trip some time ago. I thought I was on a business trip just to come here with the ship. We didn't take the Panama Canal, but took a long circuit to get here. Hearing this route, Cameron secretly felt sorry for this little driver brother. He came from Europe to the west coast of America, but he couldn't take the Panama Canal. How big a circle would it take? As for why they had to take the long way around instead of taking the shortcut, they both had a tacit understanding and didn't mention it. Get ready guys, I'll say hello to the tower and we are ready to go. This flight will take 1 hour, so sit tight. The Strait of Juan de Fuca is a strait at the junction of Victoria, Vancouver, and the United States. To the south point, the western end of the strait is the intersection of the 3 sides. The widest part of this section of the strait is nearly 30 kilometers wide. It is rich in fish and is most suitable for whale watching. Point the endless blue sea. The further you go, the fewer boats are below. Humpback whales float to the surface in 2s and 3s from time to time. The gas emitted by the humpback whales is mixed with water, forming a huge fountain that rushes straight to the sea for dozens of seconds meters. Looking down from a high position is very shocking point, especially when looking down from the sky. You can clearly see the whole picture of humpback whales floating on the sea. The huge whale body is like a huge submarine. Every few hundred meters on the sea, there are a small group of humpback whales. And occasionally dolphins jump out of the sea from a distance. Point Cameron wore sound isolating headphones, held the armrest with one hand, and pressed his face against the window glass, looking at the whales below. Honey, this is the first time I've seen so many whales. The blonde girl hugged Cameron's arm and looked at the whale below with a look of surprise on her face. The largest individual animal on the planet. It's really true to see it up close. Point only then can one feel the insignificance of the human individual. Haha. We are able to watch whales here because of the boss's benefit. I used to travel here. There are whale watching boats here, there, and in the entire sea area. There are more boats than whales, communicating through a headset with a slight electric sound. Cameron didn't care about talking to his assistant and only focused on watching whales as the helicopter began to slowly descend. A large ship with a slender hull in the distance was getting closer and closer. This is the Earl of Carmarthen. It was like a warship preparing to attack Canada, just parked quietly on the sea, drifting with the waves. The huge hull is the largest entity in this sea area, getting closer and closer to the boat. Cameron could see clearly that there were several huge individuals wandering around the side of the yacht, but they were not the huge humpback whales just now, but killer whale. The helicopter landed on a dedicated helipad. Point the blonde girl looked at the 2 huge landing pads at the stern of the ship and the very conspicuous swimming pool. Point she has seen yachts before, but this is the first time she has seen such a big yacht in her life. Yachts that can reach this size are basically private yachts owned by various wealthy and powerful people. It is rare for ordinary people to see them up close opportunity, let alone boarding the ship. Where is the boss? As soon as he got off the plane, Cameron grabbed a bodyguard and asked him about Alan. Haha, Cameron, you are late. You have been waiting for you for 2 days. Well, I was delayed because of something on the way. Take me to see the boss quickly. By the way, you stay. I will come back to you after meeting the boss. Cameron paused and turned to the blonde girl. Point normally, he could still make a fuss, but on formal occasions, he would not bring such a young assistant to see Alan. She was not qualified to meet the noble earl. Oh, the smile on the blonde girl's face suddenly froze, and her face was filled with unconcealable disappointment. She could only watch Cameron follow the big man forward. Haha, dance for me, dance for me. If you dance well, you will be rewarded. From a distance, Cameron saw Alan standing by the fence, wearing short clothes and an orange life jacket on his upper body. At this time, the Excellency was facing something on the sea and seemed to be talking. Point following the direction of Alan's words, Cameron turned his head, so frightened that his eyebrows knitted together. A black and white fish head with a big head more than 2 meters high stuck out of the sea, just like a famous British dish looking up at a dead fish above the starry sky. It just stuck out of the sea and looked at Alan with its one-sided eye. Point Alan kept talking and gesticulating. The killer whale that stretched out its head to look at him in the sea seemed to understand Alan's words. It screamed a few times and disappeared into the sea with a large splash of water. What is this? Cameron was completely stunned. Point, but he didn't give him much time to think. Suddenly, there was a current on the sea, as if a torpedo was approaching, and with a huge sound of breaking waves, a huge killer whale with a small killer whale, 2 whales jumped out of the sea and played like dolphins for a month. Wow. With A loud sound like a gas tank exploding. 2 killer whales, one big and one small, crashed into the sea one after another. Not long after, the big killer whale that just jumped out of the sea poked its head out of the sea again and looked at it with one eye. Alan, the killer whale has its mouth open, and just by listening to its cry, you can feel the pride in its cry. Haha, okay. Give it some beef, and give it a taste. Alan waved his hand, and then Cameron saw a servant holding a tin bucket next to him, throwing large chunks of whole beef into the sea. When the killer whale saw the servant's action, he squeaked more excitedly and approached the boat to eat beef in the sea. Looking at this scene, Cameron was dumbfounded. Is this teasing a killer whale? As expected, my boss's mood is different from ordinary people. Come here. What are you doing standing there? Hearing Alan's voice, Cameron was excited, and the smile on his face instantly became more flattering. He bent at the waist, walked to Alan and whispered, "Boss, are you looking for me? It took you so long? How long have you made me wait for you? How about throwing you down to feed the killer whales?" Hearing Alan say this, Cameron knew that this sentence was most likely a joke for him, but he was still a little panicked. "Boss, listen to me. I'm on vacation in Switzerland. The signal there is not good. When I received the call, it was a bit late. In addition, it was difficult to buy air tickets due to the temporary change of schedule." As a pure Canadian and the perfect leader in Alan's mind, Cameron is undoubtedly a very good candidate. In addition, he is an international leader. As long as he is allowed to contact some Canadian politicians, I believe that no one will refuse the olive branch extended to them by Cameron, the traitor. As long as you have the right people, the rest will be easy. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.